Mr. Speaker, sir, questions 4 to 11 are PQs pertaining to the AGO report. May I ask for your permission to have those PQs taken as a block? The PQs will be answered by the ministers from the relevant ministry, and thereafter for supplementary PQs to be asked.
Okay, you may. Please proceed.
Thank you. And with your permission, may I take questions 4 and 5 together?
Carry on.
Members have asked questions about various lapses and irregularities highlighted in the AGO report. Let me first provide an overview before I address the specific questions by Mr. Singh and Mr. Yip. The government's approach to governance is one of responsibility, transparency, and accountability. To that end, we have put in place governance structures at the whole of government and agency levels to ensure proper accountability for the use of public funds. At the whole of government level, we have rules and guidelines on financial controls for public agencies carrying out finance functions. Central agencies such as the Smart Nation and Digital Government Group, or SNDGG, and Grants Governance Office in the Ministry of Finance oversee common functional areas and work with agencies to ensure robust internal controls. MOF has recently set up the Government Procurement Function Office. There are also ongoing efforts to review policies and processes and strengthen capabilities, particularly for more complex areas such as IT and construction. At the agency level, enterprise risk management and system controls are in place. Regular internal audits are conducted. The management of development projects and facility management are specialized areas requiring deeper technical expertise and experience. In addition to raising the capabilities of our officers, agencies are enhancing supervision of contractors and managing agents. The AGO is an important part of our system of checks to uncover weaknesses and shortcomings. AGO adopts a risk-based approach in determining which areas to cover in an audit. AGO takes into consideration factors such as materiality and potential impact. Areas selected for audit could include areas with higher value expenditure, higher volume of transactions, and key IT systems that deal with financial transactions. For example, as part of AGO's annual audit of the government financial statements, it examines the controls in place for payments to government suppliers and also audits the key IT systems used to process financial transactions, including those administered by MOF. Given the scale and the complexity of government operations, it would be unrealistic to expect zero lapses. With 150,000 officers in the public service handling hundreds of thousands of transactions each year and more than 2,000 government IT systems built over the years by different vendors and using different technologies, human errors and process gaps will occur from time to time. Given this, what is important, therefore, is that we must have the means to pick up such lapses and address them in an upfront and transparent manner. The annual AGO report and other elements of our governance system outlined earlier function as regular health checks for the public service and allows it to take corrective and preventive actions as may be necessary. Mr. Yip asked about the types of recurring lapses. These have typically been in the areas of procurement and contracts management, IT controls, and grants management, which share common factors like the scale and complexity of operations, a constantly changing operating environment, high volume of transactions, and multiple touchpoints. In the past 5 years, 6 agencies have been mentioned in the Auditor General's reports for recurring lapses, mainly in the areas of procurement and contract management and IT controls. These are the Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority, the Ministry of Defence, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Health, and the People's Association. The lapses arose from gaps in agency processes and human factors. Let me share the actions we are taking to improve our processes and our officers' capabilities. First, on process improvements. To mitigate the risks associated with IT and our digitalization efforts, we are deploying more central IT infrastructure and common services, which facilitate regular reviews at the whole of government level. SNDGG is implementing central tools to automate agencies' review of privileged users' activities and management of user accounts. The former will be implemented for about 800 high-priority systems by December 2022 and all applicable systems by December 2023, while the latter will be implemented for all applicable systems by December 2023. Agencies regularly review and strengthen their own processes and systems to mitigate agency-level risks. For example, the Accountant General's Department has taken steps to enhance IT security and will be adopting the central tools to automate the review of privileged users' activities. Second, we are strengthening our officers' capabilities. For example, the Ministry of Finance has established the Finance and Procurement Academy in partnership with the Civil Service College to better equip public officers with relevant competencies. Officers involved in finance, procurement, and contract management receive refreshers and updates on policies and practices. We will step up our efforts as the recent audit findings pertain to more complex types of procurement and contract management, particularly in the areas of IT and development projects. Officers involved in IT roles are actively engaged on audit findings as well as learning points and ways to prevent lapses. Agencies have also stepped up the training of these officers to strengthen IT governance and security processes. Mr. Singh asked what actions are being taken in respect of the irregularities in the records furnished for audit. The government takes a serious view of such irregularities. Every case is thoroughly investigated. Public officers found guilty of misconduct face disciplinary actions depending on the nature, extent, and circumstances of the breaches. 5 agencies were highlighted by AGO for possible irregularities in records furnished for audit. Public officers from 2 agencies, MCCY and PA, were investigated for the fabrication of records. MCCY's internal investigation has concluded. 2 MCCY officers admitted to fabricating claims records for services rendered by external parties, as the officers could not locate the records when requested by AGO. However, the investigation verified that the claims were valid and that the services were in fact rendered. So while the claims were real, the conduct of the officers in fabricating the claims records was wrong. The officers were issued official warnings and their performance assessments were affected. In the PA case, investigations are ongoing. The officers involved have been suspended from duties pending the outcome of the investigations. MHA had 3 cases of possible irregularities in records furnished by contractors. In 2 cases, police reports were lodged and the investigations have been completed. 1 contractor was charged in court and the other was given a 12-month conditional warning. In the 3rd case, action has been taken against the contractor for non-compliance of contractual requirements. There was no fabrication of records by public officers in any of these 3 cases. However, 2 officers are undergoing internal investigations for lack of due diligence. For the remaining 2 agencies, MOE and HDB, investigations are ongoing. Appropriate action will be taken depending on the outcome of the investigations. Integrity is a core value of the public service. We will continue to uphold strict standards in ensuring accountability in the use of public funds.
Mr. Wintong.
So with your permission, may I take PQs 6 to 10 together? Mr. Speaker, for the financial year 2020-2021, the Auditor General's Office, AGO, audited 2 development projects which are under the charge of the People's Association, namely Our Tampines Hub, OTH, and Heartbeat at Bedok, HBB. The findings by AGO relate to these 2 projects. I will address the questions from several members of the House relating to 3 key findings by the AGO. But before I go into the specific findings, let me provide some context and background to these projects. Sir, the PA's mission is to foster social cohesion. It does this through a wide range of programs that cater to residents of different profiles and interests. Community facilities play an important part in terms of providing the infrastructure that supports us in bringing people together. During times of crisis, in particular, these community nodes become critical points of support for our residents. For instance, in our fight against COVID-19, PA transformed its CCs and RC centres into distribution networks. We were able to quickly give our residents much-needed masks, sanitizers, trace-together tokens, antigen rapid test kits, and so on. Almost overnight, many CCs were also turned into vaccination centres to support our nationwide vaccination efforts. Today, PA manages a total of 788 community facilities, which vary in size and offerings. These range from the CCs and RCs to specialist CCs such as Passion Wave and Impact at Hong Lim Green. PA also regularly upgrades its community facilities. At any given point in time, about 50 of its facilities would be undergoing development or redevelopment. These include construction of new facilities, upgrading works, cyclical maintenance, or minor building works. In 2010, the government embarked on plans to build integrated community hubs. The intention was to bring together government services with community programming and other related businesses under one roof to better and more conveniently serve residents. For each of our integrated community hubs, PA took on the responsibility as the lead agency to undertake its development, working closely with various other government agencies, industry stakeholders, and also professionals. In each of these 2 cases, external consultants such as quantity surveyors, architects, engineers, project managers, and managing agents were engaged to help advise on and manage the construction phase of the development and subsequently, upon its completion, the management and maintenance of the facility. In 2017, OTH and HBB were completed. These 2 developments added to the stable of PA's facilities, which were useful to meet growing and varied community demands. OTH is Singapore's largest integrated community and lifestyle hub. It offers more than 30 sporting, lifestyle, community, and performing arts facilities, and also is Singapore's first integrated public service centre. Residents have one-stop access to more than 450 government services by 18 government agencies. Heartbeat at Bedok HPB is Singapore's second community hub located at Bedok Town Centre. Like OTH, HPB houses multiple agencies and facilities, including a polyclinic, senior care centre, Active SG Sports Centre, public library, as well as F&B and other retail outlets. Sir, AGO's observations in FY 2020 and 21 are related to the construction and the maintenance phases of OTH and HPB. Several members have raised questions on the AGO findings, and they relate to 3 broad buckets of issues as follows. First, the failure to adopt full price fluctuation adjustments in the case of the main construction contract for OTH. Second, the management and oversight of contract variations undertaken during the construction phase of both OTH and HBB. And third, irregularities which arose during the operations and facilities maintenance phase at OTH. I will deal with all 3. Mr. Pritam Singh asked about the adoption of full price fluctuation in relation to OTH's main construction contracts. For all public construction developments with a contract value of more than 5 million, the government requires agencies to adopt full price fluctuation adjustment for key construction materials, specifically steel reinforcement and concrete. This is to encourage companies, the bidders, to put in a more realistic bid for public sector projects. The AGO observed that the full price fluctuation was not adopted in the case of OTH's main construction contract. Instead of a full price fluctuation adjustment, the parties in that case adopted a 70% price fluctuation adjustment for OTH's main construction contract. When PA did its investigations, it found that this had been discussed and proposed by PA's appointed team of external consultants and was then accepted by PA. However, this was a mistake, as PA should have adopted full price fluctuation instead, in accordance with the government instruction. Following this finding, PA undertook a review of the 31 relevant public construction developments over the last 7 years. It found that in this period, 2 other construction projects had also erroneously adopted 70% price fluctuation instead of a full price fluctuation. On these 2 construction projects, the preliminary calculation is that if full price fluctuation had been adopted instead, this would have resulted in a price adjustment differential of about 60,000 in favor of PA. PA has since ensured that the provision in all such similar standard construction contracts is clear and is fixed to ensure greater clarity and compliance on how price fluctuation adjustments should be made as per the requirement for all government projects. It has also been reiterated to relevant officers who oversee such projects to ensure compliance. Next, sir, let me address AGO's findings on the management and oversight of contract variations. This applies for the main construction contracts during the development phase of both OTH and HPB. In its audit, AGO had test-checked 465 contract variations from both developments and found lapses in the approvals for 252 variations. The lapses relate to improper approval processes for variation works that had been conducted. The AGO found that there were lack of evidence for approvals, and in some cases, approvals were given after the works had already commenced or were already completed. And in some other cases, approvals for the increase in variation costs were not documented. AGO opined that these lapses indicated weaknesses in the monitoring of contract variations and inadequate oversight of the consultants by PA. Subsequent to AGO's findings, PA undertook a thorough check on all 252 cases flagged by AGO. The check showed that whilst there were inadequate or missing documentation in respect of those variation works identified by AGO, these works were in fact requested for and approved. PA was able to independently verify, including through contemporaneous materials, that the variation works were carried out following discussions and decisions taken at project site meetings between PA and its consultants and following the issuance of work orders. However, the project staff and consultants at that time did not maintain proper documentation of these decisions, resulting in AGO's observations. This is a lapse which has to be addressed. In addition, PA is now undertaking a full review of the remaining contract variations beyond those sampled by AGO for the main construction contracts for these 2 developments. Whilst these were not part of AGO's test check requirements, PA is doing so to ensure that the other contract variations were carried out with appropriate approvals and proper documentation, and if not, then to take the appropriate remedial actions. To further improve the management of contract variations, PA has since also implemented the following. 1, required the reporting and monitoring of contract variations in project progress meetings as a standard form. 2, published a manual on contract variation process and procedures to guide PA staff and its external consultants in the management of contract variations. And 3, established an e-filing system for documenting variation approvals to enhance oversight and tracking. So the third observation by AGO is in relation to the possible irregularities in documents relating to payments and lapses in the maintenance of facility maintenance contracts at OTH. Mr. Singh, Ms. Fumiha, and Mr. Sito Yepin have raised questions with regard to this observation. AGO's findings under this heading relate to transactions carried out in conjunction with minor building works at the facility undertaken by external contractors during the maintenance phase of OTH. In respect to these works, PA had engaged an external managing agent to support the on-site facilities management team and also supervise the works by the contractors. In reviewing the payments made to the contractors, AGO had sampled 36 payments totaling 1.27 million and found that there were possible irregularities in the supporting documents. These irregularities include the possible falsification of quotations, alteration of hard copy payments, payment supporting documents, and also the creation and backdating of documents to give the false impression that proper processes had been followed. When PA was notified by AGO on the irregularities observed, an internal investigation panel was immediately convened to look into these transactions. This panel was led by senior officers from the PA and MCCY to conduct a thorough review of the related processes. The investigations confirmed AGO's observations. The PA took a very serious view of these irregularities, as the findings relate to claims involving possible falsification of documents, including in relation to claims by external parties. PA lodged a police report after the conclusion of this investigation. In addition, the staff who were directly involved have also been suspended pending the outcome of these investigations. PA is presently reviewing each of these transactions to ascertain if any losses have been occasioned by these irregularities, and if so, to take the appropriate recovery action. In the meantime, to ensure that the operations and maintenance of facilities at OTH carries on without disruption, PA has set up a task force to review and take steps to strengthen existing processes in procurement, contract, and also facility management, all of which carry on at OTH. Second, to also improve staffing resources, including the appropriate oversight of contractors and managing agents. Mr. Sito Ipin has asked if PA will conduct a thorough investigation into all payments made in relation to OTH's facility maintenance contracts. I would like to assure members of this House that PA has done so. The internal audit team has since undertaken a sample review of all the other facility maintenance contracts entered into by OTH and did not find any irregularities similar in nature as those flagged by AGO. Mr. Sito also asked whether PA's internal audit team had picked up any of these lapses raised by the AGO. The internal audit team identifies key compliance risk areas and conducts sample checks to detect lapses or non-compliance. In addition to compliance and operational audits, PA also engages an external auditor to conduct annual audits on its financial information. The integrated community hubs that I mentioned are audited regularly on a cyclical basis. PA last audited OTH and HPB in 2018 and 2019, respectively. At that time, these developments had just started its operations, and the internal audits then were focused on procurement, revenue, and tenancy management. PA's internal audit did not uncover any significant discrepancies, nor did AGO highlight any issues with respect to these three areas. In February 2020, PA's internal audit had included in their FY 2021 work plan to conduct checks on OTH and HPB. The checks were to be focused on the facilities development and maintenance relating to progress claims, documentation, and term contracts. These plans were, however, put on hold when AGO began its audit of OTH and HPB in July 2020. The planned areas of audit for OTH in FY 21 were eventually covered under AGO's audit that was conducted in FY 2020. Sir, the PA accepts AGO's findings and will take steps to thoroughly review its governance and compliance systems. Ms. Fu, in particular, asked about the control measures. Besides the above, PA has since appointed an external consultant from a leading accounting firm to examine its governance systems and oversight functions in relation to contract management and the operations of its development projects. The external consultant will conduct an audit and business process review on the contract management of development and facility management projects of PA in recent years, review the governance structure for similar integrated community complexes, and also provide recommendations to strengthen systems and processes in relation to the oversight functions of all development projects. The external consultant will have a broad mandate to review. They will make practical recommendations to rectify control weaknesses or any lapses noted, as well as identify areas of improvement in terms of efficiency, economy, and effectiveness. PA will take in these recommendations, improve processes where needed, and also implement better oversight. Sir, as a steward of public funds, we know that there must be public confidence in the integrity of governance systems, and the PA takes the findings of the AGO very seriously. This is underscored by how immediate steps were taken to review the observations, going beyond AGO's findings, and subsequently the remedial steps that I had outlined earlier. The PA is committed to resolving and improving its governance and oversight processes and will take all the appropriate steps to learn from and improve on the AGO's audit findings. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Desmond Lee.
Sir, applicants for CPF housing grants must declare all relevant information about themselves and the proposed occupiers of their HDB flats, as well as submit documentary proof of income, employment, and details of their ownership of private property, if any. HDB assesses each application by manually verifying, amongst other things, their declared incomes against the documents submitted by the applicants and their occupiers, such as payslips, employers' letters, commission statements, CPF contribution histories, and the notice of income tax assessment. For ownership of private property, HDB will verify documents such as the notice of transfer, transfer instrument, and sale and purchase agreement. The verification process is often complex, especially when flat buyers and their occupiers have multiple sources of income and/or property ownership, both local and overseas. AGO checked a total of 22,627 resale applications with the family or singles grant approved by HDB between 1st April 2018 and 30th September 2020. These applications involved a total of 47,808 applicants and occupiers. AGO found that HDB had disbursed grants to 13 applicants who did not meet the eligibility criteria. Of the 13 applicants, HDB has since verified that one applicant had in fact been correctly assessed for the grant disbursement. Further investigations revealed that the grants were wrongly disbursed for the remaining 12 applicants because the applicants had failed to declare material information such as their actual income and private property ownership to HDB. The omission was not detected in the verification checks. HDB has taken immediate action to recover the grants that were disbursed to ineligible applicants and is working to verify the eligibility status of the remaining 1,055 applicants flagged by AGO. HDB is also implementing process improvements and automating eligibility check processes. This will allow HDB to more efficiently and accurately assess the eligibility of the very many grant applicants that step forward, even if they fail to declare any material information to HDB.
Mr. Pridham Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ministers Indrani and Minister Edwin Tong for replying my PQs. I have supplementary questions for PQ number 4 and PQ number 7. For question 4 to Minister Indrani, this year's AGO report was unusual in that there were a number of ministries and stat boards observed to have documents altered, backdated, artificially created or falsified. Hence, my PQ was to inquire into the number of investigations and individuals involved to get a better extent of the size of these infractions and the number of people involved. In view of information that the Minister has just shared and her reply that efforts will be stepped up to resolve some of these issues, can the Minister share what is the nature of these efforts? Do they include more frequent internal audits, for example, or intensive contract management and procurement-related training programs for the relevant personnel? To Minister Edwin Tong, I understand two questions, I beg your pardon. I understand that the PA's internal investigation went beyond the test checks that were done for the contract variations with regard to the two development projects. Can I confirm that the PA also will be making an announcement on the results of these findings when the investigations are complete, in view of the statement that was released on the 22nd of July? The second supplementary question for Minister Tong is there a process or procedure in place to bar companies, including managing agents, for all government-related tenders that are found to have been flagged out by the AGO for significant irregularities? For example, like the managing agent identified at para 56 of the AGO report, which found irregularities in more than 90% of payments that were test-checked. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his supplementary questions. He'd asked what efforts are being taken to address this because there were a number of infractions across various ministries and agencies. I think we can break it down to two responses that would be appropriate. As you can see from the lapses, one is a process problem. And for the process problem, the key is to be able to pick this up as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And the key to that lies in having more automated processes. So as I had indicated in my earlier answer, what we are doing is to have more process improvements and to deploy more central IT infrastructure and common services to facilitate regular reviews. So that way, hopefully, you minimize human error and you're able to flag up the inconsistencies or the red flags as and when they occur. But the second and the more important one is really the people part. Partly it's building capability, but the other part is impressing upon public officers the importance of doing this well and carrying out these functions well so that, in fact, they internalize it. The public service has in place platforms such as sharing sessions and training programs to educate and engage the officers on the importance of maintaining the high standards of personal conduct and upholding the integrity of the public service. And the leaders in the public service will continue to emphasize to their officers that misconduct is viewed seriously and will not be condoned. And will also remind them that there are internal avenues to report wrongdoing and fraudulent acts if these occur and if the reporting is made in good faith. In addition, heads of the agencies will prioritize and intensify our internal audits to look out for any such wrongdoing, and when such issues are detected, we will deal with them decisively. So our public officers do recognize that public accountability remains a top priority for the government, and they're committed to addressing the lapses identified and resolving the problem at the root. And this includes strengthening organizational capabilities, systems, and processes to prevent future recurrence.
Mr. Speaker, on Mr. Singh's two questions, the first is yes, when we have completed the review and made the resolutions on the remaining contract variations issue that we will look at for the remaining contracts, we will make the appropriate disclosures. The second, in relation to his second question on whether we take into account findings, all of such findings will be appropriately addressed. There is a framework to consider to assess when tenders come in to make bids, and all of these, including the antecedent behavior of a particular individual or contractor, will be taken into account when assessing and judging on these bids. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yip Hon Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Second Minister for Finance. Will the Minister require all the remedial and recovery action that is to be reported to AGO be presented to Parliament when completed to give public closure to these lapses and violations? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there is already a framework in place to address the issue that Mr. Yip had raised. Essentially, what happens is that we have the Public Accounts Committee, which is a committee of Parliament. The Public Accounts Committee can inquire from the ministry what the updates are. The ministry will reply, and the reply is effectively to a committee of Parliament, so it's as if it's to Parliament, and the Public Accounts Committee will then issue a public report. So there is a mechanism in place. The chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee is Ms. Fumiha.
Ms. Fumiha.
Thank you, Speaker. The significant observations arising from AGO's audit of the two development projects under People's Association is disturbing. So I would like to ask the Minister for Culture, Community and Youth to clarify, one, whether the lapses uncovered in contract management are systemic across the development projects. And surprising to hear that PA actually manages 788 projects at any one time. Second, whether the root causes of irregularities have been identified and isolated, and if new projects that is now ongoing need to be suspended pending the consultant's study of the issues that have been uncovered. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Fu for raising the point. The lapses, as far as we can tell, were not systemic, but at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, we have already immediately implemented some changes to improve the system and oversight governance functions. We'll also subject our oversight and governance of such matters to a professional external review, as I mentioned. And I mentioned that an external consultant has been appointed, being given a broad mandate to look at these governance systems and oversight functions. The lessons that we have learned, the immediate steps that we've taken on board will, of course, be shared with any new projects that will come on board. And thereafter, after we've done a full review, we'll strengthen and continue to strengthen these processes. Let me also add, Mr. Speaker, that there will be the occasional lapse or oversight in the way in which contracts are managed. As I mentioned, the PA oversees a wide range of development and redevelopment projects for more than 780 such facilities. We cannot always prevent fraud. It may happen from time to time, but what's important is to be able to detect it, to pick it up, and then act firmly against it. So it is important to have a strong audit system, both internal and also external. And on top of that, regular AGO audits which go deeper into specific matters. We take each case of lapse very seriously. And in this case, as members know, once PA became aware of these findings, an internal investigation was carried out immediately. This led to staff being suspended and a police report was filed. All of this even before AGO disclosed its findings. And as I mentioned earlier, we also are investigating transactions beyond the scope of AGO's sampling. In many ways, sir, we are tougher on ourselves when lapses are discovered. We must continue to do so and build a strong culture of zero tolerance, particularly when it comes to questions on integrity and probity of transactions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Willem.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two supplementary questions for the Minister for National Development. The first is, besides clawing back the grants that were wrongly paid, HDB has stated that it would also take enforcement action against those who have suppressed material information. So I'd like him to confirm whether HDB, by saying this, accepts that there could be some cases where the applicant did not act deliberately, but there could have been some genuine misunderstanding about the eligibility criteria or the information that needed to be provided. That's the first question. Second question, HDB has stated and AGO has asked HDB to report back on the remaining 1,055 cases which were picked up by data analysis which could have involved wrongful payment of grants. Could Minister tell the House how long does HDB expect to take to finish these investigations and confirm that the Ministry will make the findings public as well? Thank you.
In response to Ms. Silva Lim's first question, we'll look at the facts and circumstances behind each case. Some of the instances of suppression of material information may have been deliberate, some of it may have been a misunderstanding. We'll have to look at it case by case. Second query, of the 1,055 cases, we think we should be able to complete it by or before the year end, and the answer as to whether we will report back, the answer is yes.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
I have two SQs for Minister Tong. PA has identified and appointed the external consultant. Can Minister share with us the identity of this external consultant? And second, if it has started work, it will be helpful to share with us the findings progressively. And I would like to know what kind of timeline are we looking at in sharing the findings with us? Thank you.
So the accounting firm that has been appointed is Ernst & Young, one of the big four accounting firms in Singapore. To Ms. Pereira's second question, we expect to do it in an expeditious a manner as possible, but without having come into the details, I don't want to constrain the professionals from Ernst & Young as well. As to sharing the findings progressively, we will certainly do so internally, as and when lessons learned or options become available to improve processes. At some stage after we've completed the review itself, we will then share that with the public as well. Thank you.
Ms. Cheng Li Hui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My SQ is for Minister for MCCY. OTH is very popular with our residents, so I would like to know if the operations, events and services at OTH has been affected by the observations highlighted in the AGO report. Thanks.
Thank Ms. Cheng for the question. Yes, the staff obviously have been affected in that they have been cooperating with AGO, so they've had to put aside time to deal with that, and also with the internal investigations that we continue with over and above what AGO has done to ensure that we look at all the remaining contracts that OTH had entered into. At the same time, it is also important to keep the functions and facilities of OTH running, making sure that residents' interests, business interests are not compromised. They're ensuring that the tenants that remain at OTH will also be looked after. So there is a wide range of other responsibilities that the staff is looking into, and it's important to ensure that there's enough resourcing and staffing to see to this. And I'd like to assure Ms. Cheng that there's a task force that has been put in place to shore up the staff necessary for OTH, including to replace the personnel who had been suspended, to ensure that the functions and performance levels of OTH does not drop.
Ms. Nadia Samdin, let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to answer all the parliamentary questions related to the merger of Yale NUS College, or YNC, with NUS University Scholars Program, or USP, to form the new college together. And this will include the initial batch of oral questions from Ms. Nadia Samdin, Ms. Fumi Ha, Mr. Sean Huang, first filed on 27th to 30th of August for the sitting of 13th September. Then oral questions from Ms. Cheryl Chan, Associate Professor James Lim, Ms. He Ting Ru, Mr. Raj Thomas, Mr. Leon Pereira Fa, on the 31st and 1st September for the sitting of 13th September. Oral questions from Mr. Gan Tiampo, Ms. Mariam Jaafar, Mr. Patrick Tay Fa on 31st August for the sitting of 14th September. And oral questions by Ms. Poli San Fa on 1st September for the sitting on 15th September.
Carry on, please.
And Mr. Speaker, I invite members to ask their supplementary questions together after this. And if members are satisfied with the answers, members may wish to withdraw their oral and written parliamentary questions slated for 14 September or after. Mr. Speaker, sir, the members' questions broadly fall into three areas. First, the reasons why NUS decided on the merger. Second, the decision-making process. And third, support for students, faculty, and staff in the transition. Let me start with the first, the reasons for the merger. Mr. Speaker, sir, 21 years ago, NUS established the USP. USP started as one of NUS early ventures in offering a broad-based interdisciplinary education to students. Today, it is a very successful residential living and learning model that admits around 220 students each year and has produced about 2,500 alumni to date. 10 years ago, NUS and Yale University established YNC. The aim was to establish a new, unique education model that draws on the best traditions of both the East and the West with a multidisciplinary curriculum. YNC has an intake of about 250 students each year, and more than 800 students have graduated from YNC thus far. It is autonomous within NUS, but as part of the wider NUS family, it taps on resources and facilities of NUS. The YNC degree is awarded by NUS. This decade-long partnership with Yale University has given NUS valuable insights into interdisciplinary liberal arts education and its defining features such as the integration of residential living and learning. Over these years, the rest of NUS too has continued to evolve and innovate to remain relevant to the needs of our students and country. Today, NUS is one of the leading universities in Asia and the world, and in one international ranking, the QS World University Rankings, NUS is ranked 11th in the world. However, NUS, like all our other universities, cannot remain static. In the face of a changing and in many ways more challenging world, NUS will have to continue to evolve. So, in our quest for excellence, it means that we must continue to learn from the best internationally while charting our own path forward with confidence. This is what brought us thus far, and this is how we will go forward. In a more complex, uncertain, and even fragmenting world, our universities must be able to enable our students to be more global in orientation and exposure, able to connect the East and West, North and South, to be more able to solve complex issues with greater interdisciplinarity and versatility, connecting various disciplines from the STEM to the arts, and to be more confident of our own value in creating new ideas in context for Singapore and the world beyond. Against this backdrop, NUS has charted a bold roadmap of education innovations since 2018, geared towards delivering a common curriculum with more flexible pathways and more interdisciplinary learning to develop in students greater intellectual versatility. Part of this roadmap includes the establishment of the College of Humanities and Sciences, or CHS, in December 2020, which brought together two of NUS' largest faculties to offer students multiple pathways across the humanities, social sciences, and STEM. This will be followed by the establishment of the College of Design and Engineering, or CDE, which will similarly transform the experience of our engineering, architecture, and design students. The new college is a third important step in this roadmap. It was motivated by NUS' vision of further developing an immersive living and learning community where students majoring in over 50 different disciplines can come together to inquire, interact, and learn from one another. YNC and USP share many common features, including smaller group teaching, a common curriculum, and residential living and learning. Both YNC and USP graduates go on to enjoy similarly excellent employment outcomes, contributing in different sectors. The new college will bring together the best educational features of both YNC and USP. With the new college more fully integrated with the rest of the university ecosystem, its students will benefit from greater exposure to a wider range of disciplines compared to just YNC alone. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we first decided to set up YNC, we knew that it would cost more. The cost of education of a YNC student today is more than double that of a humanities or science student in NUS. Likewise, both tuition fees and government funding are more than double. But we accepted this because we saw value in having a liberal arts college in our tertiary education system. YNC had hoped to raise over 300 million Sing dollars to reach an endowment fund size of around 1 billion Sing dollars with government matching and investment returns. This would then have reduced the burden of the annual operating income of fees and government subsidies. YNC has done its utmost in raising funds, but through no fault of its own, has not reached its target. Transitioning to the new college will give us economies of scale and reduce costs to some extent. This will be an important consideration, but not the main motivation for the change. NUS has learned much from its partnership with Yale and in operating YNC, and it has affirmed the value of a liberal arts education approach. NUS has decided that it is time to build on the best features of YNC and USP and to take a step forward to expand access and enhance the scope of its educational offerings by merging YNC with the USP. Let me now touch on the second issue of the decision-making process and the stakeholders' concerns. The launch of the new college is an important move. It has also implications for many stakeholders, not least for the YNC community of students, parents, faculty, and staff. And I understand the sadness and sense of loss and uncertainty they may feel, especially for those who have played a part in building up YNC over the past decade. Allow me to address the decision-making process and how students and all the affected stakeholders will be supported. First, the decision-making process and the timing of the announcement. In early July 2021, NUS initiated discussions with Yale University. Yale acknowledged NUS' vision to bring together both YNC and the USP into a new college that would not bear Yale's name. The YNC leadership was informed in the same month. The NUS Board of Trustees endorsed the decision in early August 2021, and the YNC Governing Board endorsed the transition plans in late August. In July, the issue of timing was also discussed with Yale and jointly determined. While the partnership would only end in 2025, both parties felt that the responsible thing to do was to announce it early rather than to hold back. It would have been bad faith to delay the announcement and continue to admit students who would not be able to complete their education in YNC or to continue to hire faculty beyond this juncture. The announcement was thus planned for August after the YNC Governing Board considered and endorsed the broad transition approach. This allowed faculty and staff the maximum time between now and 2025 to work through the details of the transition. This also means that YNC's 2021 intake would be its final cohort. The class of 2025 cohort would have the full 4 years to complete their undergraduate studies at YNC. Some have also asked why was there no consultation with the current student body and staff. NUS did not do so because the decision involved discussions between the senior leadership of two universities and with their respective boards on sensitive issues of strategy and finance. Instead, NUS, once having settled the broad parameters, wanted to give maximum time for the transition to occur and for the stakeholders to be involved in working through the transition issues. Second, students, parents, and alumni have asked how the move affects the stature of the YNC degree. Today, YNC graduates graduate with a YNC degree that is awarded by NUS itself. NUS and YNC have assured all current students that they will graduate with the same degree as their predecessors. NUS and Yale are both globally renowned universities which are well recognized by employers, including the public sector and postgrad institutions. I'm confident that the YNC degree will continue to be highly valued and its past and future graduating cohorts will remain in good standing even beyond 2025. Beyond 2025, NUS will continue to provide supporting documentation to explain the context of YNC and what a YNC degree conveys, and provide letters of recommendation or referees if alumni needed them. Third, concerns around how the merger will affect current students, faculty, and staff. Students in YNC will continue to have access to the full range of majors and minors currently offered by YNC until 2025. I know that many YNC students are actively involved in student organizations and look forward to a fulfilling campus life during their time at the college. The establishment of the new college will open new possibilities for students of YNC, USP, and the new college to interact and collectively participate in active and inclusive student life in the next few years. For faculty and staff, no one will be made redundant as a result of this merger. YNC is an autonomous institution under NUS. YNC faculty and staff have and remain part of the NUS family. NUS has committed to honoring all existing employment contracts. YNC leadership have been engaging faculty members to hear their concerns and discuss possible options for faculty members after the merger takes full effect in 2025, 4 years ahead of time. The YNC governing board, comprising NUS and Yale University leadership, will continue to steward the college until its transition in 2025. I know some students and parents may nevertheless have lingering concerns, and we respect the preferences of those who may wish to consider other options. NUS and YNC will engage them and provide assistance where they can. Mr. Speaker, sir, Ms. Nadia Samdin and Mr. Leon Pereira asked about the future of liberal arts education in Singapore. NUS is in fact building on the foundations of YNC and USP, as well as the lessons gleaned from the collaboration with Yale University. It wants to make the distinctive feature of education in YNC and USP more inclusive and more accessible. The new college will maintain the spirit of independent inquiry and inclusivity that characterize YNC, USP, and NUS. Some have asked about the impact of the merger on academic freedom in Singapore. On this topic, I would like to make 2 points. First, there have been similar concerns about a perceived lack of academic freedom when YNC was established. They proved unfounded. In fact, few believed then that YNC would live up to its ambition. Even fewer would own it. It is perhaps ironic and a testimony to NUS and YNC's efforts all these years that YNC is now seen as a paragon of academic freedom in Singapore. Second, YNC's current policies on academic freedom were in fact framed by taking reference from NUS's practices relating to academic freedom, and these practices have remained unchanged since. The faculties of arts and social sciences in NUS and other autonomous universities also have a long history of teaching and research, including on potentially sensitive and difficult topics long before the establishment of YNC. They are highly ranked globally and attract distinguished scholars. It will be grossly unfair to faculty members in NUS and other autonomous universities to suggest that their teaching or research is in any way less rigorous or of lower quality or less free than that of the YNC faculty. Mr. Speaker, sir, our university must continue to adopt a globally oriented and inclusive posture to stay relevant in the world and keep striving to improve. Many of our newer institutions were started in partnership with leading global universities so that we can learn from the best globally. These partnerships have generally progressed, evolved, and matured as intended. In some cases, they come to a natural end at the checkpoints designed into the initial partnership agreements. Meanwhile, our universities continue to seek out new partnerships where we can benefit from the experiences of others and where we can value add to the relationships meaningfully. We have much more to learn from others, not just from universities in the United States, but equally from Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. But to be an attractive partner for others, we too must find our own unique value propositions. We cannot and should not be a clone version of others, no matter how successful they may be. Yale has been a long-standing friend of NUS and a visionary partner in the YNC College. We are glad that Yale has agreed to play an advisory role in the new college as a pioneering member of the College International Advisory Panel. We are also open to exploring other collaboration opportunities with Yale University in the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, this brings me to the questions on the new college and what it will look like. MPs have asked how it will improve the overall student experience compared to today and what resources will be invested. The new college will retain the best elements of both institutions, including a residential component, YNC's practice of small group teaching, a common curriculum, and an overall immersive experience. I expect the new college to also have a global orientation and welcome a diversity of international students to forge a vibrant student body. In setting up the new college, NUS is not starting from scratch. It will tap on the experiences of the faculty and students of both YNC and USP and build on the strong foundations and rich traditions. Students and faculty from YNC and USP have been invited to be part of the new college planning committee, and I'm sure they will have much to contribute to make the new college a success. With the benefits of scale, education in the new college can be much more inclusive, affordable, and flexible. It would offer a wider choice of majors and minors, particularly in STEM disciplines compared to YNC, and a student experience that seeks to combine the best features of both YNC and USP. With closer integration with the wider NUS ecosystem, all NUS students will also be able to benefit from and access to the new college facilities, resources, and community. MOE is committed to supporting the new college. We expect that the tuition fees and cost per student will be lower than that at YNC, in keeping with the vision of the new college to be a more inclusive, affordable, and accessible model of education. Some have asked whether NUS can deliver this enhanced ambition and whether there will be an impact on its overall standing. There is no reason to believe why a university like NUS, which has grown in strength and reputation over the years, cannot continue to achieve great things. In closing, Mr. Speaker, sir, the establishment of the new college marks a new chapter in inquiry-driven, interdisciplinary education for NUS and for Singapore. The NUS and YNC leadership are committed to supporting the YNC and USP communities through the transition and to making the new college a success. This move brings exciting new opportunities, so my hope is that we look ahead and move forward together. Last week, I had a chance to speak with student leaders from YNC and USP. I listened to their hopes and concerns and encouraged them to work together on their journey ahead. I have every confidence that we will take forward the legacy, spirit, and communities of YNC and USP together.
Mr. Patrick Day.
I have two SQs for the Minister. Firstly, what is the extent of integration between YNC and NUS today, and how would this change with the merger? Second SQ is on, the Minister mentioned that costs were relevant consideration, but not the main motivation for the merger. Can Minister elaborate on how financial sustainability was factored into this consideration and how the new college would be made more financially sustainable?
Mr. Speaker, sir, as an autonomous college within NUS, YNC has its own governing board, and it has autonomy to make decisions relating to student admission, curriculum, and non-curricular matters such as student development, faculty and staff matters, as well as resourcing expenditure, hiring, and other administrative matters. YNC takes in about 250 students a year compared to NUS intake of about 7,000 students a year. As YNC is a 4-year residential program, students live in and are part of the residential colleges that are exclusively for YNC students. YNC students primarily take modules that are offered by YNC, but they may opt to take modules that are offered by other NUS faculties. YNC's facilities, such as the multipurpose hall, fitness center, computer lab, study areas, lounges, are dedicated to YNC students' use and therefore only accessible by them. The new college will be more integrated with NUS compared to YNC. It will not have a separate governing board, but will instead have an international advisory panel. This will become clearer as the planning committee engages stakeholders and formulates its vision and plans for the new college in due course. For now, NUS expects the new college to be more inclusive and accessible to students in 4 ways. First, fees will be lower than YNC fees, making it more affordable and more attractive option for more students. Second, the new college can attract students from across a wider range of discipline. Today, YNC students who want to benefit from the immersive residential and interdisciplinary experience in YNC can only choose their major from 14 options. In future, students from the new college will be able to enjoy immersive residential and interdisciplinary experience and access a whole range of about 50 possible majors across NUS, enabling them to interact with a greater diversity of students. Third, compared to the USP experience today, the new college students will potentially have a richer residential life component. And fourth, the new college facilities and resources will be accessible to all NUS students. The planning committee is now engaging the various stakeholders, and I look forward to their report. On the second supplementary questions by Mr. Patrick Tay about the cost issue, let me first reiterate that the overriding reason for this move, as NUS has shared, is the vital role of a broad-based interdisciplinary education and our job to reimagine the higher education and how it will fit into our country's plans going forward so that we can develop a new generation of students that are much more global in their perspective, much more able to connect the East and the West, the North and the South. So that is our higher goal. When YNC was first established, the government recognized that education in YNC would cost more because of its smaller size and unique education model. But we were prepared to invest in building the new facilities for YNC, and we accepted this because we saw value in having a liberal arts college in our tertiary education system. On the specific numbers, on a recurrent basis, YNC is more costly. In 2020, MOE provided around $48 million to YNC in operating grants per year. 48 million per year for about 1,000 students in YNC. On a per student basis, this was more than double that of a humanities and science student in NUS on average, reflective of the highest cost in education. Now, beyond the operating grant, MOE has also provided capital funding for YNC's infrastructure and match donations to YNC's endowment fund. When NUS consulted MOE on its plan to merge the YNC and the USP programs together to form the new college, we were supportive of this for 2 reasons. First, because this is in line with our broader push for institutes of higher learning to expand their interdisciplinary approach to education. Second, because it will make an education much more affordable to many more NUS students in keeping with NUS ethos and mission as a public university. So Prof. Tan-Eng Chai, President of NUS, have articulated the reasons for the merger in his recent op-ed over the last weekend, and I think it makes sense for him to have the interests of the wider NUS student population and the whole NUS at the forefront of what he is doing with his leadership team in NUS. Right. So merging YNC and USP to form the new college therefore allows NUS to combine the best elements of both sides and to achieve economies of scale to allow us to scale this experience to many more students in part or in full across the NUS.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank the Minister for his responses. I have 2 supplementary questions. The first is, given that the intention is to make the liberal arts education more accessible, how much larger does the MOE expect the cohorts to be, given that it's to be noted that the current projected 500 student cohort for the new college is not actually that much bigger than the current combined cohorts of USP and YNC? As well as, to what extent will the composition be made out of Singaporeans as well as foreign students? Second, given that potential students will be applying for the next admission cycle in the coming months, will the MOE guide or require a new college to set out its admission policy and confirmed majors to be offered, for example, so that potential students and parents can make considered decisions, given that this is a fairly short amount of time? And Minister, if I could just go back to question 13, my original PQ, if MOE will consider facilitating any assistance to those who had to forego other universities in order to take up this offer. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me deal with the 4 supplementary questions in order. First, the scaling up of the education, the more interdisciplinary approach to education system will not be just confined to the 500 students in the new college. Some of the best elements that we have been able to learn from these 2 traditions is that we will be able to scale this even to students beyond those that are going to be at the new college. So yes, for a start, I think the planning committee is looking at 500 or a bit more for the new college. But there are elements of this that will be that will actually percolate to the rest of the NUS ecosystem. That's the first one. Second, today, YNC takes in about 40% of its cohort from the international student community. NUS takes in about 10%. Going forward, for the initial planning parameters of the 500, what's the balance between the international and the local students will still have to be decided by the planning committee, and I would look forward to NUS coming back to us on this. On the third issues about the admission policies for the next batch, yes, indeed, NUS is now making clear the offerings for the subsequent batch as early as possible so that they have the maximum time before they sign up for the different courses for the next batch, which will matriculate next year. On the fourth question is that, yes, NUS will definitely provide assistance to staff and faculty, as I've mentioned, for those who want to make alternative plans. Thank you.
Ms. Herting Roh, still asking? You can just keep the 2 SQs max, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I have 2 SQs. The first is, what other, as part of my original PQ, what other options and alternatives were considered, and why were they not taken? Secondly, what do you feel is the impact on the future possible tie-ups, and also some of our existing tie-ups, for example, Duke NUS? Especially there's a certain impression given that maybe, even though we might approach other external parties for similar collaborations in the future, will we then suddenly decide that actually, we've had enough, we've benefited enough, we're going to forge ahead? So, I think that really ties into our academic standing and our reputation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank Ms. He for her 2 supplementary questions. First question, what other options have we considered? In fact, actually, President of NUS, Professor Tan Eng Chai, have laid it out in his op-ed. There are various options to consider, but the most important thing is to remember what are the guiding considerations in deciding on any options. There are 2 guiding options. One, to make sure that we develop a generation of students that are much more global in their perspective, much more able to apply interdisciplinary approach to problem solving. Second is to make sure that the whole experience in our universities is much more inclusive, much more affordable, much more accessible to a wider number of students. And it's based on this that we decided that amongst the various options, whether to continue the current model, to merge the USP with the YNC, or to even develop a separate model, as someone would have said, that amongst all these different models, NUS have decided that the best way to achieve both objectives that I've just illustrated is to combine the USP and the YNC program together to make it much more affordable, accessible to many more students. On your second supplementary questions about our posture towards international partnerships with other foreign universities, indeed, as we speak today, we are in the process of building up new partnerships with with other universities across the world. And why are we doing so? For two reasons. First, we must make sure that we continue to learn from the best. I'm personally not very taken by ranking per se, because even if a university is ranked high or low, there are elements in the universities that we can learn from. It doesn't mean that a highly ranked university is good for everything, and another university that is not so highly ranked there's nothing that we can learn. So I think we must take a very open approach to considering partnerships with others to make sure that we continue to learn from them and to take the best aspects from these partnerships. Now, on the other hand, as I've mentioned, when we go into a partnership with any foreign universities, we must also bring value to other people, and we cannot just copy on the basis that they are better for us. Even if we try to learn from others, we must be prepared and be confident to chart out our own way to have our own unique value propositions. And that is how we will continue to go forward. So at this point in time, I don't think this partnership coming to is a natural checkpoint will have any implications for any of the other partnerships that we are in or exploring with others. And as I've mentioned in my PQ reply, actually, for every partnership, we have milestones to check to make sure that both parties find it mutually beneficial for both of us to continue that relationship. And at times, when it comes to a natural conclusion, we must be prepared to chart our own way forward, develop our own unique value proposition so that we can even be more attractive to other partners who want to work with us. And that we must continue to work together.
Mr. Raj Thomas.
Thank you, sir. So I have one SQ for the Minister, and that is coming back to my original PQ number 20, whether NUS will be prepared to provide refunds to newly matriculated students of Yale NUS College, and for existing students, whether they will be allowed to look at alternatives like transfers to other courses or to other programs. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the answer is yes. NUS is in contact with the students who we want to consider other options and to see how we can best render help to them.
Mr. Sean Wang.
Minister, NUS is taking a bold step today for the future. Can I ask the Minister, what would the Minister define as success for NUS and its students, given its vision for its interdisciplinary education? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this question will take me quite some time to answer, but I try to cut it to the crunch, and I usually try not to have more than 3 KPIs for the organizations that I work with. But it's a serious question. What's my definition of success for NUS, and what's my definition of success for NUS students? I would say 3 for NUS and 3 for the NUS students. First, to me, in time to come, I would consider it a success if NUS produce quality graduates that are much more global in their perspective, able to connect the East and the West, the North and the South, that these students will be able to provide unique solutions in context to the challenges that Singapore faces, and if possible, to make a contribution to the rest of the world. So first is the quality of our students in being able to be an integrative force for the world. Second, NUS will continue to be successful if NUS continue to remain humble and learn from the best in the world, while at the same time being confident to chart out its own way forward, so that NUS is not just copying from the best in the world, but in the process create something new, create something better, that in and itself becomes a valued partner to the rest of the world. Third, that NUS as a university will help to reinforce Singapore's standing in the world because we stand for openness, integration, inclusivity, that we provide solutions in context for the world just as we provide for ourselves. So these are my 3 KPIs for NUS. How do I consider whether NUS students are successful? Now, first, let me declare this. I do not measure NUS students' success just by how well they do for themselves in the type of income that they earn or the type of jobs that they get. And that's because simply NUS take in the best from every cohort. And as a society, as a country, we expect them to perform well, perform way above the average. That's to be expected. But in my own sense, I would like to see the success of NUS students defined in 3 ways. Number 1, they define the success beyond themselves for the country. Number 2, they define success beyond themselves for our people. Number 3, they define success beyond themselves for our future. And let me explain why. For NUS students to be individually successful, that is to be expected because they are the cream of the crop from every cohort in Singapore. But we want them to have a sense whereby their definition of success is not just about they themselves, but how they can help Singapore to defy the odds of history and continue to be a shining beacon, not just in Southeast Asia, but across the world and in history. Number 2, we want NUS students not to only define their success of, again, how well they do for themselves, but how well they enable the rest who are less privileged, perhaps less talented than them, to come along so that we can forge one people together. We can forge a nation together. We can forge that solidarity together, notwithstanding the forces that threaten to pull us apart. Last but not least, we hope that the NUS students' success will be defined by not just how successful they are in this generation, but by how successful they enable the next generation to be, perhaps to be even more successful than this generation. If the NUS students can embody this spirit of being successful beyond themselves for the country, for our people, and for our future, I think NUS and NUS students would have done Singapore a great service for many generations to come. Thank you.
Order, end of question time. Introduction of government bills. Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, I'd like to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Private Security Industry Act and to make a related amendment to the Protection from Harassment Act.
Private Security Industry Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, please.
So be it. Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Sedition Act and to make consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Sedition Repeal Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Counteract Foreign Interference in the Public Interest, to repeal the Political Donations Act, Chapter 236 of the 2001 revised edition and to make consequential and related amendments to certain other acts.
The Foreign Interference Countermeasures Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I have a certificate of urgency signed by the President in respect of the COVID-19 Temporary Measures Amendment Number 4 Bill to be laid upon the table.
Certificate is in order. Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill, institute, and act to amend the COVID-19 Temporary Measures Act 2020.
COVID-19 Temporary Measures Amendment Number 4 Bill.
Mr. Speaker, copies of the bill have been provided to the clerk, who will distribute it to members now.
Minister, second reading, when?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill, institute, and act to amend the Coroners Act and to make a related amendment to the Infectious Diseases Act.
Coroner's Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill. I beg to introduce a bill, institute, and act to amend the Income Tax Act and to make related amendments to certain other acts.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the standing orders, the motions on securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods and foreign talent policy be taken together, and the debate on these motions and on any amendment proposed thereto be proceeded with simultaneously as though the debate were on a single motion. Mr. Speaker, as members are aware, the Minister for Finance, Mr. Lawrence Wong, and the non-constituency Member of Parliament, Mr. Leong Man Wai, have each filed separate motions, the titles of which I have just read out. Both members have given notice of their intention to move their motions tomorrow, that is to say, on 14 September 2021. For the benefit of members, let me read out the terms of the motions as they're not on today's order paper, since they'll be on tomorrow's order paper. The motion standing in the name of Mr. Leong Man Wai, Foreign Talent Policy, that this Parliament calls upon the government to take urgent and concrete action to address the widespread anxiety among Singaporeans on jobs and livelihood caused by the foreign talent policy and the movement of natural persons provisions in some free trade agreements like CECA. The motion standing in the name of the Minister for Finance, securing Singaporeans' jobs and livelihoods. That the motion is that this House acknowledges Singaporeans' anxieties about jobs and competition in a globalized and fast-changing economy, affirms Singapore's need to stay open and connected to the world in order to grow and prosper, supports government actions to manage the population of foreign manpower, ensure fair treatment by employers, and invest in education and upskilling to create more good jobs for Singaporeans, calls on the government to continue to update and improve its policies to secure the well-being and livelihoods of Singaporeans in an uncertain post-pandemic world, and deplores attempts to spread misinformation about free trade agreements like the Singapore-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CECA, stir up racism and xenophobia, and cause fear and anxiety amongst Singaporeans. Sir, given the subject matter of the two motions, I am, in today's business motion, moving that the two motions be considered together and debated concurrently. This is because the two motions cover common topics and related issues, albeit from different perspectives. A concurrent or simultaneous debate will allow members to address both motions in a single speech and enable the issues raised in the two motions to be considered holistically. It will also allow for more efficient conduct of parliamentary business. Minister Lawrence Wong and Mr. Leong Man Wai, as movers of their respective motions, will each, as is usual, have the right to speak to move their motions and to reply at the end of the debate to close their motions. To be clear, and for avoidance of doubt, it is only the debate that is to be concurrent. The motions remain as two separate motions, and at the end of the debate, the votes on the two motions will be taken separately. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. Any comments, queries, anyone? If not, as many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. We last undertook an extensive review of the Penal Code in 2018 and 2019, and amendments were made in 2019. That included amendments to strengthen the protection for minors and other vulnerable victims, deal with new crime trends, and better deal with sexual offenses. Expand and clarify the scope of certain offenses and defenses, and modernize the language of certain provisions. I will speak on some of the amendments relating to sexual offenses. My colleague, MOS Desmond Tan, will take the House through the amendments in greater detail. As this House is aware, we have made significant changes in legislation over the years to deal with sexual crimes and strengthen the protection for women, children, and vulnerable persons. These are set out in an annex to my speech, and sir, with your permission, can I ask the clerk to this House to distribute the annex to members?
Please do.
Thank you. Members can also access this information, this material, through the Singapore Parliament MP's mobile app. In particular, we made several key changes to the Penal Code in 2019. I will highlight a few as relevant background for this bill before I deal with this bill. First, in 2019, we provided for enhanced punishments of up to twice the maximum prescribed penalties for some offenses committed against vulnerable victims and persons in intimate or close relationship with the offender. Second, to better protect minors under 16, we increased the penalties for the offenses of rape, sexual assault involving penetration, sexual penetration of minors, where the offender was in an exploitative relationship with the minor. Third, we extended protection to minors between 16 and 18 years of age. Sexual activity with this category of minors was criminalized where the relationship was exploitative. These minors, above the age of 16, they are slightly above the age of consent for sexual activity. They can consent, but in reality, they are susceptible to exploitation by those who are in a relationship of trust with them. In such cases, the minor's consent is compromised, and we dealt with that. Fourth, we introduced the offense of procuring sexual activity by deception or false representation to deal with cases where the victim's consent was compromised. Due to the offender misleading them on the use of, for example, sexually protective measures or the absence of a sexually transmitted disease. This sought to protect victims from violations to their sexual autonomy and the serious risks that arise from that. Fifth, we specifically made voyeurism an offense to address technology-facilitated offenses. Previously, such offenses would be dealt with under the rubric of insulting the modesty of a woman. The new offense of voyeurism doubled the maximum imprisonment term from 1 to 2 years and provided for the possibility of caning as well. In the bill before the House today, we also deal with sexual offenses amongst other matters. As I stated in my ministerial statement in March, the maximum penalties are, in our view, properly calibrated for most of the offenses. There are, however, 3 sexual offenses for which we intend to increase the maximum punishments. First, on outrage of modesty under Section 3541 of the Penal Code. We have seen an increase in the number of OM cases. From 2016 to 2020, we had an average of 1,190 cases reported each year. This was a 24% increase from the previous 5-year period from 2011 to 2015. We propose to increase the maximum imprisonment term for OM under Section 3541 of the Penal Code from 2 years to 3 years. This will enhance deterrence, ensure that egregious cases are punished more severely. This maximum imprisonment term of 3 years is only for the primary offense of OM under Section 3541. There are other aggravated variants of the offense, such as OM against minors under 14, or where hurt is caused to the victim in order to commit OM, which already attract higher penalties. Second, we will raise the penalties for sexual offenses against minors. 2 sexual offenses. First, the offense under Section 376 ED 3 subsection B of engaging in sexual activity in the presence of a minor between 14 and 16 years of age, or causing a minor between 14 and 16 years of age to view a sexual image. The offense under Section 376 EE subsection 3, which prohibits the same conduct against a minor between 16 and 18 years of age, where the offender is in an exploitative relationship with the minor. An exploitative relationship may be found, for example, between a parent or step-parent, teacher, sports coach, musical instructor of the minor, and so on. Currently, the maximum imprisonment term for these 2 offenses is 1 year. We will increase that to 2 years. This will bring the punishment in line with similar offenses involving sexual communications with minors. Apart from increasing the penalties for these 3 offenses, the bill also makes amendments to other sexual offenses, such as sexual assault involving penetration, procuring sexual activity by deception or false representation, sexual penetration of a corpse, offenses relating to voyeurism in intimate images, and offenses relating to child abuse material. These amendments will clarify the scope of the offences and fine-tune them further. MOS Desmond Tan will take the House through other amendments in his speech. So in conclusion, the amendments will strengthen our laws against sexual offences, signal the importance of building a society that embodies the fundamental values of equality and respect. I beg to move.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. And where's Desmond Tan?
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing me to speak. Minister Shanmugam has spoken on the amendments relating to the increased penalties for 3 sexual offences. In my speech, I will explain how this bill expands and clarifies the scope of certain offences and defences and modernizes the language of certain provisions. First, one gap that the bill is meant to address is the giving of false information to public servants in the course of their duties. The need to review this arises from a recent decision of the High Court, Public Prosecutor versus Chen Wen-hao. In that case, the police were looking for a suspect who had committed an offence at a hotel. At the hotel, the police asked the accused person whether he knew the suspect. The accused person told the police that he did not, and that he had not allowed such a person to enter his hotel room. Police investigation subsequently revealed that this was not true. In fact, not only was the accused person a friend of the suspect, they had gone out for drinks together and had planned to meet at the hotel. The suspect arrived at the hotel slightly after the accused person and joined him in his hotel room. As a result of the false information, the police officers wasted additional effort and time to uncover the identity of the suspect. The accused person was charged under Section 182 of the Penal Code, which provides for the offence of giving false information to a public servant with the intent of causing or knowing that it will likely cause a public servant to use his lawful power to the injury or annoyance of another person, or to do or omit anything which the public servant ought not to do or omit if he had known the truth. The High Court held that Section 182 did not apply, as the offence is concerned with the situations where the offender intends to cause or knows that he will likely cause a public servant to abuse, misuse, or improperly withhold the use of his or her lawful powers as a result of the false information. The High Court held that the offence does not cover cases where a person gives false information with the intent of causing or knowing that it will likely cause the public servant to be ineffective and inefficient in exercising his lawful powers. Giving false information to a public servant who is carrying out his or her duties is a very serious matter. There can be very serious consequences. For example, when the police are hunting for a suspect in a murder or sexual assault case, or when SCDFs are responding to an emergency. The delay in identifying the offender could be a matter of life and death. Clause 12 therefore amends Section 182 to cover cases where the offender gives false information intending or knowing it is likely that the false information will cause the public servant to do anything which he or she would not otherwise do. This would cover cases where the false information results in the inefficient exercise of the public servant's lawful powers. In addition, Clause 13 amends Section 186 of the Penal Code, which criminalizes the voluntary obstruction of a public servant in the discharge of his or her public functions. The amendment makes clear that the act of giving of false information to a public servant can amount to obstruction, even if there was no physical obstruction or the use of threats. Whether the false information does in fact amount to obstruction is a question of fact for the court to determine in each case. In addition, the maximum imprisonment term under Section 186 will be increased from 3 to 6 months. These amendments will strengthen our levers to deal with offenders who deceive public servants and in so doing harm public interests. Turning to the other offences, first, Clause 23 amends Section 376 of the Penal Code, which provides for the offence of sexual assault involving penetration. Subsection 1 of Section 376 makes it an offence for a male offender to cause a male victim to penetrate the offender's anus or mouth with the victim's penis without the victim's consent or where the victim is below 14 years of age. This subsection will be deleted as the conduct is already covered under the broader subsection 2b. Today, the offence of sexual assault involving penetration is gender neutral. It can be committed by males or females. Therefore, we will also amend the defence under Section 376(6) so that both male and female offenders may rely on it. Next, Clause 28 amends Section 376(h) of the Penal Code, which makes it an offence for a person to procure consent to sexual activity by deception or false representation. Clause 28 widens the offence to cover deception pertaining to the risk of the victim contracting a sexually transmitted disease. For example, a lie that the disease is not transmissible by sexual intercourse. The offence will also be widened to cover cases where the offender deceives the victim into consenting to being touched by a third person or into touching the bodily fluids of the offender or another person. Clause 29 amends the offence of sexual penetration of a corpse. The offence currently prohibits a man from penetrating a corpse's vagina, anus, or mouth with his penis. It also prohibits any person from causing a man to do so without the man's consent. The proposed amendments will, 1, criminalize other forms of sexual penetration involving corpses, and 2, make the offender gender neutral. Clause 30 broadens the scope of the offence of voyeurism under Section 377BB by replacing the term genitals with genital region. This will ensure that the offence is wide enough to cover cases where the offender manages to capture an image of the victim's genital region, but not the genitals themselves. Clauses 31 and 34 deal with the definitions of child abuse material and abusive material under Section 377C and Section 377BL. Currently, child abuse material and abusive material include material that depicts an image of a minor's breasts or genital or anal region in circumstances which reasonable persons will regard as being offensive. We will amend this definition to cover images of a minor's genital region, buttocks, or breasts, whether exposed or covered. This will enhance protection for minors by ensuring that the relevant offences apply to sexual images of scantily clad children or close-up images of the child's genitals, buttocks, or breasts, even if covered by clothing in circumstances which reasonable persons will regard as offensive. In addition, the bill clarifies that the depictions must be sexual in nature. This will make clear that the intent is not to cover non-sexual depictions of minor, such as diaper advertisements. Finally, Clause 10 rationalizes the punishment for abetting and attempting to commit serious offences that are punishable with death or life imprisonment, but where the offence was eventually not committed. Currently, under Section 512 of the Penal Code, a person who attempts to commit an offence punishable with death or life imprisonment will face a maximum imprisonment term of 20 years. However, where a person abets the commission of an offence punishable with death or life imprisonment, but that the offence is ultimately not committed, Section 115 only provides a maximum imprisonment term of 15 years. This is even though an abettor under Section 115 may be equally culpable as, or even more culpable than, a person who attempts to commit such an offence. For example, a person who conspires with another to murder a victim, where the murder was not carried out, could, depending on the facts, be just as culpable as a person who attempts but fails to commit the murder itself. We will therefore increase the maximum imprisonment under Section 115 from 15 years to 20 years, for parity within Section 512. I now turn to the amendments relating to the operation of certain defences. Clauses 5, 6, 7 amend the provisions relating to mistake or ignorance of fact, mistake or ignorance of law, and accident. These clauses are intended to provide greater clarity on the way these provisions operate. They do not change the general common law principles on burden of proof, namely the prosecution must prove the elements of the offense and that the accused person must prove a defense. Next, clauses 8, 9, and 17 amend the defense of unsoundness of mind, the defense of intoxication, and the partial defense of diminished responsibility. The amendments clarify that where an accused person claims that he was incapable of knowing that what he was doing wrong by reason of unsoundness of mind, the accused person must prove that he was incapable of knowing that what he was doing was both wrong by the ordinary standards of reasonable and honest persons and wrong as contrary to law. In other words, the two limbs are to be read conjunctively. This was in fact the position taken when the Penal Code was last amended in 2019, where we inserted illustration to Section 84. The present amendments only serve to make this clearer and do not change the state of the current law. Finally, Clause 20 amends Section 352, which provides for the offense of using criminal force otherwise than on grave and sudden provocation. If criminal force was used on grave and sudden provocation, a less serious offense under Section 358 will apply instead. Currently, the explanation under Section 352 provides that the partial defense of grave and sudden provocation does not apply if, among other things, the provocation was given by anything done in obedience to the law or by a public servant in the lawful exercise of the public servant's power. This means that an accused person cannot rely on the partial defense in this scenario, even if the accused person did not know and had no reason to believe that the provocation was given by anything done in obedience to the law or by a public servant in the lawful exercise of the public servant's power. The amendment will broaden the scope of this partial defense so that an accused person can rely on the partial defense if he did not know and had no reason to believe that the provocation was given by anything done in obedience to the law or by a public servant in the lawful exercise of a public servant's power. This aligns the partial defense of grave and sudden provocation under Section 352 with the partial defense of grave and sudden provocation for more serious offenses such as murder, voluntarily causing grievous hurt, and voluntarily causing hurt. Similar amendments will be made to the partial defense of provocation where it appears in other penal code provisions. Lastly, this bill seeks to modernize the language of certain provisions under the penal code. As part of our continuing efforts to ensure the law is more easily understood by present-day readers, clauses 11, 14, 15, 16, 32, 33, and 39 replace certain archaic terms such as wantonly, maliciously, malice, and malignantly with modern terms that are more easily understood and already defined in the penal code, such as rashly and intentionally. In conclusion, these amendments strengthen our laws and clarify their application. Thank you.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I agree with the broad aims of the bill as articulated by the Honourable Minister and the Honourable Minister of State. I wish to touch on two areas in my speech. First, noting that it is intended to narrow the applicability of the defence of unsoundness of mind, I would argue that public interest may be better served to go the other direction, to broaden the grounds for raising the defence of unsoundness of mind. Second, in keeping with the raison d'etre of this bill, which is to protect women, children, and vulnerable persons from sexual predators, there should not be an age limit to caning as punishment. Instead, we should look to whether the person is medically fit to be caned. If it's found to be so, age should be no impediment. On the first point, I note that it is proposed that before an accused may rely on the defense of unsoundness of mind under Section 84 of the Penal Code, he needs to prove that he is both incapable of knowing that what he did was wrong by the ordinary standards of reasonable and honest persons and wrong as contrary to law. In other words, he did not know what he did was both morally and legally wrong. I further note that the amendments do not seek to widen the ambit of Section 84, which covers only cognitive disorders, to include cognitive or volitional disorders, meaning to include situations where an accused simply cannot control his actions because of a mental disorder. I'm concerned that because of these two observations that I made, the ambit of the proposed Section 84 is too narrow, and this may not be in public interest. Let me explain. Any lawyer who has raised the defense of unsoundness of mind in court, and I have done so, would know that an acquittal represents somewhat a Pyrrhic victory. This is because when an accused is held to have done the offending act but acquitted on the grounds of unsoundness of mind, he will be ordered by the minister to be kept in safe custody, usually in a psychiatric institution, during the president's pleasure. In other words, he will be incarcerated at the institution indefinitely. Whilst there, he will receive treatment and will be monitored every 6 months. The minister who gets the 6 monthly reports on the accused may order him to be discharged if it is determined that the accused would not be a danger to himself and to others. Instead of narrowing the ambit of Section 84 of the Penal Code, it is my respectful view that public interest may be better served with a broader Section 84, so that in an appropriate case, the court is able to invoke the provisions to ensure that a person who is suffering from a serious mental illness gets inpatient psychiatric treatment for as long as he will be a danger to himself and the public. As it stands today, he may be punished and sentenced in the usual way. If he were to be sentenced to imprisonment, the public would then have to run the risk that the person may reoffend after serving sentence, causing harm to himself or others because of his continuing mental illness. Let me illustrate this through a case, the 2001 High Court decision of PP and Dola bin Omar. In that case, the accused, aged 55, murdered his own uncle by bludgeoning him to death with a stool. He then cut off his uncle's genitals. The trial judge described this killing as, quote, utterly gruesome, unquote. The accused, however, was suffering from chronic schizophrenia, which brought about a persecutory delusion. Through his counsel, he pleaded guilty to a charge of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, on the basis of diminished responsibility. The accused, however, did not raise the defense of unsoundness of mind. The court was faced with a dilemma. It recognized that it is arguable that the accused should deserve compassion and leniency, since what he did was because of his mental illness. Ordinarily, this would have meant he should be sentenced to imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. That in turn would have meant he would be back in circulation in about 7 years' time after taking into account remission. Given his mental illness, this may cause further danger to himself and others. Naturally, the court felt such an eventuality was not desirable. It ruled over the fact that the defense of unsoundness of mind was not invoked because that would allow the accused to be kept in custody in a psychiatric institution for as long as necessary. In the end, the court, after expressing a lot of difficulty, decided to impose a life imprisonment sentence purely on a utilitarian basis. That is, of course, not doctrinally ideal. I would also add that since then, we have passed in this House provisions that would allow for the imposition of mandatory treatment orders on persons who, as a result of their psychiatric conditions, committed minor offenses. Some years back, I argued in this House for the widening of these offenses, the ambit of these offenses, for which MTOs may be imposed. This led to the issuance of the Criminal Procedure Code Prescribed Offenses for Mandatory Treatment Orders Regulations 2018, which prescribed a wider list of more serious offenses for which MTOs can be imposed. So the trend where persons with mental illnesses are concerned is, where possible, to impose sentences which will allow them to get treatment, which will hopefully allow them not to continue with their harmful behavior. In 2018, the Penal Code Review Committee, in its seminal report issued in August 2018, that precipitated the amendments to the Penal Code in 2019, also advocated a broadening of Section 84, of the Penal Code that will allow accused persons with serious mental illnesses to receive clinical intervention instead of being punished. It made 2 points, that Section 84 should be broadened to include volitional acts, because there is no good reason why the criminal law should not account for the fundamental principle that a person should not be held criminally responsible for his involuntary conduct. The majority of the committee also felt it would be sufficient for an accused to be entitled to the defense of unsoundness of mind, even if he knew what he did was legally wrong, so long as he did not know what he did was morally wrong, by reference to an objective standard. Against this backdrop, amendments were made in this House to the text of Section 84 of the Penal Code in 2019. I had occasion to review the speeches made by the Honourable Senior Parliamentary Secretary then, who moved several Penal Code amendments, which included Section 84 of the Penal Code in 2019. With respect, it was a missed opportunity for the government to explain why it was taking a different tact from the PCRC, which advocated a broadening of the unsound mind defense. In fairness, as the Honourable MOS said, I noted the illustration too that was introduced through the amendment of Section 84 of the Penal Code, which on its own seems to manifest an intention that a conjunctive interpretation should be adopted for the amended Section 84 of the Penal Code. I'm, however, not surprised that the current amendments are still being sought to amend the wording of Section 84. This is because it is specifically provided under Section 7A of the Interpretation Act, where an illustration is inconsistent with the provision prevails. In other words, parliamentary intention could not have been sufficiently manifested by mere reference to the illustration. As a result of these developments, even though this provision is being amended for the second time in 2 years, this is probably the first time that we'll be able to hear why is it being proposed to narrow the ambit of Section 84 of the Penal Code. I would invite the Honourable Minister of State to please explain why is it felt that the conjunctive interpretation is to be preferred over the disjunctive interpretation of Section 84 of the Penal Code, and why is it that Section 84 is still not broadened to include volitional acts. I now turn to the primary intention of this bill, which is to enhance penalties for some sexual offences, such as outrage or modesty, sexual activity in the presence of a minor, and so on. Having regard to the crime trend that is being highlighted, I support the amendments to the sentencing provisions that will enable more deterrent sentences to be imposed in egregious cases. This includes not just imprisonment, but caning too. What I would like to focus on in my speech is whether the provisions providing for sentence of caning that may be imposed by the court on male offenders for committing serial sexual offences are fit for purpose. As is well known, sentences of caning prescribed in the Penal Code provisions dealing with serious sexual offences are subject to the requirement in the Criminal Procedure Code that a male offender of or above the age of 50 cannot be caned. This has been interpreted by the Court of Appeal in a 2015 decision of Yong Wei Kong and PP to mean that Parliament intended to use the age of 50 as a convenient proxy to screen out those who are likely to be unfit for caning, given that there is an inverse relationship between one's age and one's physical condition. In March 2020, I highlighted in this House that the cutoff age of 50 was first introduced in 1900. I also highlighted that the life expectancy at birth for males in Britain, from which the Criminal Procedure Code was enacted in Singapore through imperial legislation, was 47. In other words, the cutoff age more or less coincided with the life expectancy of males at that time. More than 120 years later, the life expectancy at birth for males in Singapore is slightly more than 80 years. I further pointed out that in Malaysia, while the age of 50 has still been retained as a cutoff point for caning, when it comes to serious sexual offences, there's no cutoff point. There's no cutoff age for a male convicted for a serious sexual offence. So long as he's assessed to be medically fit, he can be caned. I asked if the provision limiting caning for serious sexual offenders to males below 50 is fit for purpose. In reply, the Honourable Minister of State informed this House then that her ministry would look into it and take steps as necessary. More than a year later, I remain concerned whether the provision is still fit for purpose. I also wish to highlight an unintended consequence of maintaining the age of 50 as a cutoff age. A repeat offender over 50 may get potentially a less deterrent sentence, even after taking into account that he may get an additional term of imprisonment of up to 12 months in lieu of caning. Just a few days ago, on the 31st of August 2021, Straits Times published an article of a case of a man who was convicted in 2001 and sentenced to 19 years jail and 24 strokes of the cane for rape and other sexual offenses committed against his then stepdaughter. After coming out of prison in 2013, the man, after less than 3 years, sexually abused his two grandnieces, aged 9 and 11, respectively. He pleaded guilty to these offenses. The irony is that even though he's a repeat offender, he'll be getting a sentence without caning because he crossed the age of 50. This state of affairs, with respect, is not desirable. I don't see why Parliament should presume in his favor, in favor of a repeat sex offender that is not fit to be caned when he's clearly fit to commit those heinous offenses. I also think it's not a coincidence that such middle-aged offenders tend to target younger victims. We need to ensure that such like-minded offenders will be strongly deterred from harming them. In my respectful view, it is for this House to ensure that caning provisions being passed as punishment for serious sexual offenses continue to be fit for purpose. That is, whether a person can be caned or not should be determined by medical fitness, not age. It's this House's duty to deal with the unintended consequence of maintaining 50 as the cutoff age for such sexual offenders. I welcome the Honourable Minister of State's response to the points I made about caning. With that, I support the bill.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Mr. Speaker, I declare that I'm a lawyer in a criminal law practice. Sir, the rationale for some of the key amendments was previously discussed in the House in March during the ministerial statement on the review of the sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences. Earlier in his second reading speech, the minister reiterated the government's position as well. Today, I wish to instead raise some reservations about another aspect of the bill, the changes to the offences involving giving false information to public servants or obstructing them in their duty. Overall, it appears to me that the changes in the bill will result in a blurring of the distinctions between different offences, and I'm not clear as to why this is necessary or desirable. Let me explain. Under Clause 12, the scope of the offence under Section 182 of the Penal Code will be expanded. Section 182 deals with the offence of giving false information with intent to cause a public servant to use his lawful power to the injury of another person. According to the explanatory note to the bill, and confirmed by the Minister of State earlier as well, Section 182 is being amended in the light of the High Court decision this year in Public Prosecutor and Chua Wen Hao. So in that case, the offender falsely told police that he did not know the identity of a person who had set fire to certain property belonging to a hotel. This denial led the police to spend nearly 22 man-hours on investigations to establish the identity of the culprit. In giving his judgment in the case, as noted by the MOS earlier, the Chief Justice ruled that Section 182 did not cover a situation where the false information simply led to a public servant being inefficient in exercising his lawful powers to investigate the case. He ruled that Section 182 was meant to cover situations where the offender intended or knew that the false information would likely lead the public servant to abuse or misuse his powers or to improperly omit to use lawful powers. Such scenarios would include false statements that lead to a wrongful arrest or which subject innocent persons to annoyance. The Chief Justice made clear that false information leading to a public servant simply being inefficient in carrying out his lawful duties did not come under Section 182. So while Clause 12 of this bill is clearly intended to plug that gap, what is notable about Chua's case is that the offender was not let off scot-free, but was convicted of a simpler offence of furnishing false information to a public servant under Section 177 of the Penal Code. That being the case, I wonder why it is necessary to amend Section 182, and in particular, to add another illustration D to capture the situation where false information simply leads to an inefficient use of police resources. Such conduct is already caught by Section 177. In addition, the subheading or marginal note to Section 182 is not being amended, so it will still read false information with intent to cause a public servant to use his lawful power to the injury of another person. This could result in some misunderstanding by the public as to the scope of the section. It therefore seems to me that there will now be a blurring of the lines between Section 177 and 182, and the rationale for this change is not compelling. Yet another blurring may be caused by Clause 13, which amends Section 186 of the Penal Code. Section 186 deals with obstructing public servant in discharge of his public functions. Under Clause 13, a new subsection 2 will be added to state that obstructing a public servant may be caused other than by use of physical means or threatening language. A new illustration is introduced where a group of SCDF paramedics is attending to a case of heart attack in a high-rise block, intending to use the lift to the 30th floor. The paramedics are then told by the offender that the lift is out of order, which is not true, causing them to take the stairs. This new illustration confirms that Section 186(2) will be expanded to cover the giving of false information. There now appears to be yet another overlap between offences in that giving false information could come within Section 177 and also within Section 186. How will the police decide which section to charge a person under? So in studying this matter, I note that under Section 177, the offender must have been under a legal duty to give information, whereas under Section 186, the offender need not have been under such a duty. Giving false information to a public servant when one is under a legal duty to give information is arguably more serious than one is not under such a duty. This raises the additional question of why the maximum jail term under Section 186 is now being brought to the same level as Section 177, being raised from 3 months to 6 months, when there is a difference in culpability. Sir, to that end, the Ministry's clarifications on the changes being made by clauses 12 and 13 would be useful for future cases. Thank you.
Joshua Thomas.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this bill introduces increased penalties for outrage of modesty and offences in which minors are involved, as well as expanding the scope of certain offences and defences. I support these increases in penalties to act as a greater deterrent against such offending behaviour and to allow the courts to mete out harsher sentences for perpetrators of these offences. Separately, we also need to look at how to ensure that victims have avenues to seek support and assistance to make police reports if crimes are committed against them. This is particularly so for minors who are victims of such offences. In this regard, I am heartened by the various efforts made by the government to make it easier and less straining on minor victims to describe what they had gone through. For example, the multidisciplinary interview model for children who have been sexually abused by their family members consolidates interviews from various parties into just one interview so that child victims do not need to repeat accounts of traumatic experiences multiple times. I note also that the National Institute of Early Childhood includes in its curriculum for teachers concepts of body safety, such as identifying good or bad touches, and how to teach children protective skills to prevent sexual abuse. Separately, I look forward to the findings of the review on whether screening should be implemented for persons who work with children. I now turn to seek clarification on specific clauses in the bill. Before I go on, I declare my interest, sir, as a practicing lawyer. First, clauses 30, 31, and 34 seek to replace the term genitals with genital region. My humble submission is that this does not provide sufficient clarity as what exactly is included in this new term genital region, which could extend to the upper thigh, pelvis, pubis, or lower stomach. In this regard, I would urge that the Minister consider including a definition or illustrations to make clear what genital region refers to. Second, I refer to Clause 12, which seeks to amend the current Section 182 of the Penal Code. Clause 12 adds the words "or would not" after the words "ought not to." Sir, the Minister of State expounded earlier on the recently decided case of public prosecutor and Chua Wen Hao and another appeal in the High Court, where Chief Justice Menon drew a distinction between an offence under Section 182 of the Penal Code and Section 177 of the Penal Code. CJ Menon observed in that case that there was a distinction that had to be drawn between a misuse of police powers, where an officer ought not to have done something, which is the wording of Section 182 in the current Penal Code, and an inefficient use of police powers. That is something the officer would not or might not have done. This same clause and section was raised just before me by Ms. Sylvia Lim. My question, sir, is whether Section 182 is now being expanded by Clause 12 to cover the same ground as Section 177, seeing as Section 177 remains untouched. Would it also mean that an accused person may end up being charged for a more serious offence under Section 182 instead of a lesser offence with lower penalties under Section 177? Separately, sir, I would like to seek updates on two matters related to today's bill and the wider criminal law framework. The first is with regards to the Sentencing Advisory Panel that the Minister for Law announced in March 2021, and whether the Ministry has any updates on the timeline for the setting up of the panel, the terms of reference, and the composition of the panel. Second, I would like to urge the government to commence a study of whether the identities of persons accused of sexual crimes should be published until they have been convicted and until they have exhausted all avenues of appeal. The recent case of Dr. Yeo Sao Nam, who obtained a discharge amounting to acquittal, illustrates how an innocent person can have his name sullied and suffer public and long-term stigma, which affects not only his professional life, but also his personal life. To quote Dr. Yeo, "It was humiliating, a lot of ignominy, public shame, a feeling of persecution by the country I love when I haven't done anything wrong." Sir, I ask for this review to be done, in particular for persons accused of sexual crimes, because this category of crimes leaves a particular stain on how a person is viewed by the public, even if that person is ultimately found not guilty or discharged. Furthermore, such crimes, because they occur in private, tend to have a he said, she said character. The courts themselves have acknowledged this in how they assess the evidence adduced, in requiring that testimony be unusually convincing for a conviction. I also urge that the study consider whether such protection should be provided until all avenues of appeal are exhausted. And this follows from the case of Ong Ming Wee, who was convicted for rape in the first instance but acquitted on appeal. The Minister for Law has addressed this matter in extent in May, in response to a parliamentary question by my NMP colleague, Dr. Tanya Swam, in which he said that the ministry will keep, and I quote, under review, its current position where the accused is named at the onset of proceedings. I hope the minister will consider a formal review and a formal consideration of the pros and cons of introducing protections for persons accused of sexual crimes and under what circumstances. Notwithstanding these clarifications and suggestions, sir, I support the bill. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sharul Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The amendments made in the Criminal Law Bill are in light of the current trends in our legal landscape. I'm in support of these amendments. However, I would like to raise three clarifications. Firstly, as we increase the sentence for engaging in sexual activity before a minor or causing a minor to observe a sexual image, does it also include sending hyperlinks or deceptively embedding hyperlinks to sexual images, content, and websites to minors? Secondly, beyond harsher sentences, how can we better protect the vulnerable? Apologies. And finally, while we support harsher sentences, we must also protect the wrongly accused. Let me touch on the first clarification. We must recognize that sexual offenses are not only physically damaging, but it scars the victims emotionally and psychologically. There has been an alarming increase of outrage of modesty cases. As mentioned by Minister Shanmugam, which was reported in the Straits Times on the 5th of March 2021, the number of Sorry, Speaker. Let me repeat that again. As mentioned by Minister Shanmugam, which was reported in the Straits Times on the 5th of March 2021, the number of outrage of modesty cases between 2016 and 2020 was 24% higher than from 2011 to 2015. Given the rise in cases, the harsher sentences will act as a strong deterrence for would-be offenders. The increased use of the digital space amongst our youth unfortunately also increases the chance of them being exposed to sexual grooming, sometimes even on seemingly innocent online platforms. Beyond just sending inappropriate pictures and content to the vulnerable, I would like to clarify if this also includes sending hyperlinks of sexual images or hyperlinks to sexual content and websites through platforms such as Instagram chat, WhatsApp chat, TikTok comments, or chat on games platform like Minecraft or Roblox. Sometimes these hyperlinks are also deceptively embedded in an online chat and take the form of what is known as clickbait. An innocent child may inadvertently be routed to inappropriate content, and this is indeed something that is increasingly worrying. In addition, what legal action can be taken by the ministry if the perpetrators are not in Singapore, as it is more than conceivable that online sexual grooming can occur across state borders? Will the ministry consider setting up a platform where parents, adults, and minors can easily report such perpetrators? Is there a register of sexual offenders in Singapore? Do we have the capability and resource to track such offenders if there is indeed one? And how do we prevent such sexual offenders from taking on roles which may put others at risk? For example, will they be barred from becoming teachers or private tutors and coaches? And what happens when a person on such an offenders list is successfully rehabilitated and fully repentant? The change to gender-neutral language also reflects the unfortunate realities of such heinous acts. Any vulnerable person can be a victim, and to characterize a person as a potential offender through a checklist is creating caricatures. As such, it is of utmost importance that parents and guardians be mindful about who is trustworthy, exercise vigilance, and educate the young to spot and report what is not appropriate. In addition, the community has a responsibility to create safe spaces for the vulnerable to report such acts without shame, guilt, or fear. While harsher sentences do act as a deterrent, how can we further protect the vulnerable against convicted offenders? Can the ministry consider some form of registry or self-declaration such that convicted offenders of sexual offences will not be able to work in situations where they will be exposed to the vulnerable? How do we enhance the protection to our children and allow parents to make an informed decision? Many of our children are taking private tuition, coaching lessons, or extracurricular activities such as piano lessons. It can even extend to school bus drivers and their attendants, and vendors for after-school programs. It is of paramount importance that we do not make our children more vulnerable than they already are. For convicted offenders of sexual offences who prey on victims online, can the ministry consider monitoring the online activities during the rehabilitation period after they have served their sentences? Only after they have been suitably assessed as having been fully rehabilitated would they then be allowed to exercise the liberties of regular citizens. These two methods may prove to be more of a deterrent to potential offenders than simply increasing the maximum sentence of the offences. However, while we support harsher sentences, we must also protect the wrongly accused. The nature of sexual offences is such that it takes a lot of courage for a victim to proceed in making a report. Self-doubt, embarrassment, and even a sense of self-blame plague many victims. It is because of this mental anguish, on top of any physical harm and abuse that has already occurred, that perpetrators must be brought to justice. However, it should not be abused by the very few who, out of spite or mischief, decide to lodge such reports. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Malay, please. Terdapat peningkatan yang mendadak dalam kes-kes pencabulan kehormatan. Dari tahun 2016 hingga 2020, jumlah kes-kes pencabulan kehormatan dilaporkan sekitar 24% lebih tinggi daripada jumlah kes-kes dalam tempoh antara 2011 dan 2015. Memandangkan kes-kes ini semakin meningkat, hukuman yang lebih berat akan bertindak sebagai pencegahan yang kukuh bagi pakal pesalah. Penggunaan ruang digital yang semakin berleluasa di kalangan belia kita juga malangnya mendedahkan mereka kepada pengasuhan seksual. Kadangkala di platform-platform yang nampaknya biasa sahaja. Ibu bapa memainkan peranan dalam mendidik golongan muda dan mereka yang mudah terpengaruh dengan memantau aktiviti mereka dalam talian supaya mereka tidak menjadi mangsa kepada perbuatan sedemikian. Saya sarankan agar ibu bapa dan penjaga mengambil berat tentang orang-orang yang boleh dipercayai, kekal berwaspada dan mendidik anak muda untuk mengesan dan melaporkan aktiviti yang salah. Masyarakat kita mempunyai tanggungjawab untuk mewujudkan ruang yang selamat bagi mereka yang mudah terpengaruh dengan melaporkan perbuatan sedemikian tanpa ragu-ragu. Walaupun hukuman yang lebih berat bertindak sebagai langkah pencegahan, kita boleh memperkukuhkan lagi perlindungan bagi golongan yang mudah terpengaruh daripada pesalah dengan menubuhkan sebuah pejabat pendaftaran pesalah. Kita dapat melarang atau sekurang-kurangnya tahu apabila pesalah ini bekerja dalam situasi di mana mereka berada di hubungan yang rapat dengan golongan yang mudah terpengaruh. Antara pekerjaan tersebut ialah guru, tutor dan pemandu bas sekolah. Ternyata, ia bukan mudah bagi mangsa kesalahan seksual untuk membuat laporan. Mereka perlu menguatkan semangat dan memberanikan diri mereka untuk membuat laporan. Keraguan diri, perasaan malu dan menyalahkan diri sendiri menghantui ramai mangsa. Ia adalah kerana penderitaan mental ini di atas kemudaratan fizikal dan penderitaan yang mereka lalui bahawa pesalah mesti dibawa ke muka pengadilan. Oleh itu, sistem pengadilan kita tidak boleh terlalu membebankan bagi mangsa untuk menuntut keadilan. Walau bagaimanapun, ia juga tidak harus disalahgunakan oleh segelintir orang yang membuat laporan dengan niat yang jahat. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to conclude in English. The amendments made in the criminal law bill are in light of the current trends in our legal landscape. Notwithstanding the clarifications above, I support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Lewisham.
So this bill follows MHA and MinLaw's review of the sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences. These amendments in this bill have been raised through a considered process and take into account public moral norms as seen through reactions to high-profile sentencing decisions in sexual and hurt offences. I have 3 points to make. First, I would like to seek clarification on the measures to ensure that adult offenders who commit sexual and hurt offences no longer pose a threat to public safety once they have served their sentences. This bill will raise the maximum penalties for outrage of modesty, engaging in sexual activities in the presence of a minor, and causing a minor to view sexual images. This is consistent with Minister Shanmugam's ministerial statement last month, when Minister stated that the sentences for sexual and hurt offences must reflect that such acts are deeply offensive to society's fundamental values. Also in line with this is the announcement that the AGC will generally object to rehabilitative sentences, such as probation and community-based sentences, where the offenders are adults who commit certain types of hurt or sexual offences. I agree with the strong signal sent by focusing on the punitive purpose of sentencing for adult offenders of hurt and sexual offences. However, even with a harsh sentence, there remains a need to ensure that such offenders receive appropriate counselling and treatment. Can Minister share what kinds of counselling and treatments are provided to offenders of hurt and sexual offences? Will they receive such treatments only during their sentence? Is there scope to consider mandating post-release treatments for such offenders where medical and psychiatric professionals deem necessary? My second point is on the changes on the fourth element for certain offences from malice to intent to cause injury for certain offences. The purpose of this is to clarify the fourth element of the offence. Injury is defined under the Penal Code as any harm, whatever, illegally caused to any person in body, in mind, reputation, or property. Can Minister confirm that an intent to cause injury does not succeed in causing the specific type of injury intended, or the offender does not succeed in injuring the intended victim? Can Minister also clarify whether emotional injury, such as feelings of harassment or distress, not amounting to psychiatric or mental injury, constitutes injury? My final point is on compensation orders for victims. Under Section 359 of the Criminal Procedure Code, the court is required, after the conviction of an accused, to consider whether or not to make an order for the accused to pay compensation to the person injured. This gives due regards to the harm suffered by the victim of a crime who is an equal participant in the criminal justice system and not simply a means to an end of convicting the accused. This is also an important mechanism to provide some measure of compensation for the victim of the crime without requiring the victim to commence lengthy and costly civil proceedings separately after criminal proceedings conclude. Minister Shanmugam announced in his ministerial statement that the ministry will be setting up a sentencing advisory panel to issue non-binding sentencing guidelines. Will Minister also consider including in the panel's scope of work a review and publication of guidelines on compensation quantums under Section 359 of the Criminal Procedure Code? So notwithstanding this point, I stand in support of the bill.
Mrs. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the bill. I welcome these amendments to provide greater protection to the most vulnerable groups of our society, children and foreign domestic workers included. At the same time, these amendments also enhance the punishment for sexual offences and violence against such groups. I agree with a strong signal that abuse of vulnerable persons, children and foreign domestic workers cannot be condoned. The current amendments also expand the jurisdiction of the District Court and the Magistrate Court to hear and mete out enhanced punishments for racially or religiously aggravated offences. This is a welcome move, especially given the recent discussion on race and racism issues. I hope that these amendments, together with the introduction of the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act in the future, shall help promote and preserve our racial and religious harmony, which is precious to all of us. I do have 3 clarifications. Firstly, with regard to the amendments to the Penal Code relating to the mistake of law or fact under sections 79, 79A and 80. With the burden of proof on the prosecution to prove beyond reasonable doubt the fault element of the offence, what are the safeguards to prevent abuse of such defenses of mistake, especially when someone claims mistake without needing to provide the reasonableness of the same? Secondly, in relation to the offences of obstructing a public servant in the discharge of his public functions, while I agree with the enhanced punishment to 6 months imprisonment, I would like to ask whether there would be harsher sentence when aggravating factors are present. For example, if the said obstruction has caused damage to public property or loss of life, compromised the safety of the officers, or even jeopardized the operational effectiveness of the mission success or exercise. Perhaps a harsher sentence or appropriate restitution or compensation order should be made in that respect. Thirdly, I welcome the enhanced penalties under the amendment to Section 354, subsection 1 of the Penal Code, which increases the penalty for the outrage of modesty cases. Anyone who assaults or uses criminal force with intent to outrage modesty would be attracting an enhanced punishment from 2 years to 3 years. This sends a strong signal that such sexual violence cannot be condoned. However, Section 354, subsection 2, where the offence is perpetrated upon children under the age of 14, the penalty has not been increased. What is the rationale for not increasing the penalty under Sections 354, subsection 2, if I may ask? Previously, the offence, if committed against children, attracts more than double the punishment if not committed against children. Separately, what's the rationale to limit Section 354, subsection 2 to victims under 14 years of age and children defined under the CYPA, the Children Young Persons Act? Why not all minors? Why not cover all minors under 16 years old? This will be consistent with the offences of sexual grooming or exploitation in sections 376A to 376EE. In summary, Mr. Speaker, sir, I welcome the amendments to enhance the punishment for sexual offences and violence. I think there needs to be greater protection for not only children under 14 years of age, but all minors under 16 years old. Mr. Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Minister Shanmugam.
Thank you, sir. I thank the members who spoke in support of the bill. I will deal with the questions and suggestions raised by members in turn. Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim suggested that we should raise the penalty for Section 354, subsection 2. We had considered this, reviewed it. We felt that it was not necessary at this stage. The penalty is severe enough. I mean, it's got to take reference from other penalties across different sections. Mr. Pillay asked whether the age limit for caning remains fit for purpose today. Again, our assessment is there is no reason to raise the age limit. The proportion or number of men over the age of 50 arrested for serious offences that attract caning are significantly lower compared to men under the age of 50. Where an offender is not eligible for caning, as Mr. Pillay and members of this House will know, the court can still impose an additional imprisonment term of up to 12 months in lieu of caning if it assesses that there is a need to do so. The member raised the concern of offenders who are near the age of 50 delaying the proceedings to escape caning. Well, raising the age limit by itself may not stop the problem, because when you shift the line, the problem may also shift. But I accept that in logical terms, by reference to the life expectancy, Mr. Pillay's case is a cogent one. And my response to him is that we have been quite cautious about extending the categories of people who are caned. A clarification, in the example cited by Mr. Pillay of the accused person who tried to delay proceedings, caning was not carried out in that case because the accused was found medically unfit for caning, not because he had crossed the age of 50. And the court then imposed an additional imprisonment term of 12 months on top of the initial imprisonment sentence. Mr. Thomas asked for an update on the setting up of the Sentencing Advisory Panel in terms of the terms of reference and its composition. We will provide on the formation of the Sentencing Advisory Panel, the terms of reference, its composition in due course after the details are firmed up. Mr. Louis Ng asked about the Sentencing Advisory Panel as well, and whether it could review and publish guidelines on victim compensation under Section 359 of the CPC. Compensation orders under the CPC are meant for cases where the fact and the extent of damage are either agreed or readily and easily ascertainable on the evidence. Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Raj Thomas sought clarification on the rationale for amending Section 182. Ms. Lim made the point as to whether the amendment is necessary, considering that giving false information to a public servant is already dealt with by Section 177. As she pointed out, and as Mr. Thomas pointed out, Section 177 applies if the person giving false information was legally bound to provide the information to a public servant. In Chua Wen Ho's case, as again both MPs pointed out, the court said that Section 182 is not designed to protect a public servant from the inefficient exercise of lawful powers. Now, I should make clear the inefficient exercise in that case arose from false information being given. Because false information was given, the police had to spend extra time running around trying to doing the investigations. The court held that an offense under Section 182 was not made out, although police took more time to investigate the identity of one of the persons of interest, because the police would have had to investigate this case anyway, regardless of the false information. We are amending Section 182 in a very simple way to deal with this lacuna. And Section 182 applies even when you give false information, even though you are not under an obligation to do so. Section 177 applies when person is under a legal obligation to give information. I note Ms. Lim's point on the marginal note. We did not amend the marginal note of the provision because the main thrust of the offense has not changed. And the intent and the scope of the amendment, of course, is made clear through the wording of the provision, the illustration that has been added, the explanatory statement, and the discussion in the House today. Let me now move to Section 186. Ms. Lim highlighted the overlaps between Sections 177 and 186, sought clarification on the rationale for raising the maximum imprisonment term for Section 186, even though providing false information to a public servant when one is under a legal duty to do so, which is Section 177, is arguably more serious than when one is not under such a duty, Section 186. I think Ms. Lim is right if both cases involve giving of false information. But Section 177 and Section 186, however, can cover different types of criminal conduct. 177, as we just saw earlier, applies when one is under a legal duty to give information to a public servant. The provision of the false information is the central element of the offense. In contrast, Section 186 deals with obstruction of public servants in the discharge of their public functions. It can be through the provision of false information, but it can also be through other means, and one can imagine easily very egregious circumstances, deliberate physical obstruction of public servants when they are doing something extremely important and urgent, for example, in the saving of lives, quite apart from giving of false information. The crux of the offense under Section 186, therefore, is in some way interfering, obstructing the performance of public servants' duties. The new illustration being added will help to explain this. So the illustration, person plays a prank on, say, SCDF paramedics who are responding to an emergency, and he gives false information to the paramedics with an intention of causing a delay in the paramedics' provision of medical assistance. Even though the person may not be legally bound to provide the information, his act of giving false information, intentionally wasting SCDF's time and resources in the midst of an emergency, could lead to very serious, possibly even fatal consequences. So the proposed amendments clarify that Section 186 is not limited to physical acts of obstruction. They could also include the provision of false information depending on the facts of each case. There is some overlap, I accept that, but the essence of the offenses are distinct and primarily address different types of conduct. The proposed raising of the maximum imprisonment term for Section 186 to 6 months is to align the penalties with that of Section 177, subsection 1, so that they can potentially cover conduct of similar blameworthiness. The actual penalty imposed will, of course, depend on the facts. Mr. Raj Thomas also highlighted the overlaps between Section 177 and the amended Section 182 and asked if accused persons will be charged under Section 182 instead of the less serious Section 177. It's up to the prosecution to assess, exercising the prosecutorial discretion as to which offenses has been established, which charge should be preferred, depending on the facts of each case. Mr. Zulkarnain suggested that persons who obstruct public servants in the discharge of their public functions under Section 186 should face a jail term of up to 2 years compared to the 6 months proposed in this bill. He said that obstruction could lead to grave consequences. I agree that it could lead to grave consequences, but at present, having reviewed it, we do not see a need to increase the maximum sentence based on the cases that have arisen. And some of the more egregious instances raised by the member will likely be caught by more serious offenses, such as Section 353, on using criminal force to deter a public servant from discharging his duty. The third area is the protection of minors from sexual offenses. Mr. Zulkarnain asked why aggravated penalties for outrage or modesty under Section 354, subsection 2 only apply when the minor is under 14 years old. He suggested aggravated penalties should also apply when a minor is under 16, consistent with the offenses of sexual grooming and exploitation. This question was considered by the Penal Code Review Committee, PCRC. They submitted their recommendations in 2018. Both sets of offenses, whether the victim is below 16 or below 14, both are treated seriously. An offense of sexual penetration under Section 376A of the Penal Code is now punishable with up to 10 years of imprisonment and/or a fine if committed against a victim between the ages of 14 and 16. So it's pretty serious, the penalties. However, if the victim is below the age of 14, the offense is punishable with up to 20 years of imprisonment instead, and there is also a possibility of caning. The criterion of 14 years of age under Section 3542 is consistent with this approach. Mr. Sharal Taha expressed concern about sexual grooming in the digital space. He asked 3 questions. First, whether the offense of sexual grooming will cover persons who send links to sexual images or content through various online platforms. Second, whether the government could consider setting up a platform for members of the public to report such perpetrators. And third, how will the government act on information if the perpetrators are not within Singapore? In 2019, we amended the Penal Code to introduce specific offenses relating to technology-facilitated sexual offending. These offenses include sexual communications with minors, sexual activity or image in the presence of a minor, and depending on the facts of the case, the act of sending links to a sexual images or content to a minor under the age of 16 will be covered by this rubric of offenses. And similar situation will apply if the minor is aged between 16 and 18 and the perpetrator is in an exploitative relationship with the minor. The offenses will be committed even if the communication originated from outside of Singapore or the perpetrator is outside Singapore. But bringing him into Singapore and making him face justice is, of course, a separate question. The offenses will also apply regardless of the online platform through which the sexual content was communicated. So this will cover links sent via Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, games platforms, and so on. Parents and other persons who wish to report such incidents can lodge a police report online or in person. In investigating these crimes, the police will identify the available evidence, including digital evidence. Police will also work with external stakeholders by requesting information from online platforms, including message applications, or telecoms companies to try and identify the perpetrator. Where the perpetrator is not in Singapore, the police work with foreign law enforcement agencies to investigate such cases within the ambit of existing international agreements. The fourth area relates to the government's measures to rehabilitate the offender, protect the public, especially vulnerable members of the public. Mr. Louis Ng sought clarification on the counseling and treatment provided to persons who committed hurt and sexual offenses, and whether we can consider mandating post-release treatment for these offenders. Mr. Sharal Taha asked if the government could consider a registry to prevent convicted sexual offenders from working with vulnerable individuals, such as children. He also asked about the digital deterrence and whether the government could monitor the online activities of sexual offenders who had preyed on victims online after they had served their sentences. Inmates undergo various rehab programs while in prison and also post-release if needed. During incarceration, inmates will be placed on programs which are calibrated based on their general risks of reoffending and rehabilitation needs. These programs include psychology-based correctional programs, family programs, employability skills training, and religious programs. Selected inmates who had committed sexual offenses are given evidence-based psychological interventions to mitigate the risks of sexual reoffending. If assessed suitable, eligible inmates may be emplaced on community-based programs towards the tail end of their incarceration to continue their rehab in the community under supervision. Inmates who had committed sexual offenses may be referred to community partners before their release, if they are assessed to require longer-term support for their successful rehab and reintegration into the community. Offenders who committed offenses on or after 1st of July 2014 are subjected to the Conditional Remission System, or CRS, upon their release. The CRS seeks to deter ex-offenders from reoffending by subjecting them to conditions upon their release. If an ex-offender breaches the basic condition of not committing another offense under the CRS and is sentenced to imprisonment, the court may impose an enhanced sentence as a penalty. Ex-offenders who are at a higher risk of reoffending or who require more support in their reintegration may also be emplaced on the Mandatory Aftercare Scheme, or MAS. This includes ex-offenders who had committed certain sexual offenses such as rape and sexual penetration of a minor. Under the MAS, released offenders undergo close supervision under SPS and have to comply with mandatory aftercare conditions imposed by the Commissioner of Prisons. Such conditions may include the attending counseling or therapy, regular reporting, wearing of electronic monitoring devices. If the supervisee breaches his supervision conditions, he will be dealt with. If he commits new criminal offenses, he may be charged. Supervisors also undergo counseling and case management for up to 2 years to help them in their rehab and reintegration. Supervisees who had committed sexual offenses will continue to receive counseling support from SPS's correctional rehab specialists if required. On the suggestion to monitor the online activities of sexual offenders after their release, there are practical limitations on how this can be done. Some overseas jurisdictions which implemented such restrictions faced manpower challenges to track online activities for an extended period of time. Additionally, as members will appreciate, measures to control such activities can easily be bypassed. As for preventing convicted sex offenders from working with vulnerable people like children, by setting up a sex offenders registry, I mentioned this to the House in April this year. The police already maintain a non-public record of persons convicted of serious offenses, including sexual offenses. Agencies like MOE, MSF work closely with the police to screen prospective employees applying for jobs working with children, such as those in licensed preschools and schools. We are considering whether to make it mandatory that all persons employed in similar sectors working with children be screened. There are some practical difficulties with this approach, which we are considering carefully. The fifth area is the protection for persons accused of crimes, especially those accused of sexual offenses. Mr. Thomas asked about protecting the identity of persons accused of sexual crimes before conviction. And he referred to what I said in May this year. There are pros and cons for both approach. Our current approach is towards open court proceedings, and I had said that it's not set in stone, and we'll keep the position under review. But as of today, as of now, the current position is open court proceedings. And while you can cite individual cases, overall, the question is what helps in advancing, in maintaining rule of law and the justice system. Mr. Sharul Taha commented that the criminal justice system should not be abused by persons who lodge false reports out of spite or mischief. We agree, and it's an offense to make false allegations in court or lodge false police reports. Persons who are convicted of making false reports could face severe penalties. Mr. Zulkarnain asked if our amendments to the provisions on mistake or ignorance of fact under Section 79 or mistake or ignorance of law under Section 79A and accident in doing a lawful act under Section 80 operate to shift the burden of proof from the accused to the shift the burden of proof, and whether there are safeguards to prevent the accused from abusing these provisions. These amendments are not meant to change the general principles of burden of proof. Let me illustrate with an example. Suppose the accused is charged with theft of a watch. The offense of theft has the element of dishonesty, which the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt, and I don't think there's any question on that. Suppose the accused claims a mistake of fact, that he mistakenly believed that the watch was his. He needs to show that to the court. But the burden remains on the prosecution overall after taking into account the different facts, and different parties in a case may have the burden of proving specific facts. The prosecution has to show to the court that the accused had acted dishonestly. Mr. Pillay spoke on the defense of unsoundness of mind under Section 84 and suggested for the defense to be broadened in two ways. One, to cover volitional disorders. This was covered in the 2019 Penal Code amendments. Under Section 84C, nothing is an offense which is done by a person who at the time of doing it, by reason of unsoundness of mind, is completely deprived of any power to control his actions. We are quite cautious about further expanding the defense to cover persons whose mental disorder impaired their control over their actions, but who retained some control over their actions despite their mental disorder. In principle, a person who retains some power to control his actions but does not do so remains blameworthy and should face the appropriate legal consequences as opposed to a full acquittal. Mr. Pillay also suggested that Section 84B be amended to apply disjunctively instead of conjunctively. In other words, to be acquitted under this defense, the accused person needs only to show either that he was incapable of knowing that what he was doing was wrong by ordinary standards of reasonable and honest persons, or that he was incapable of knowing that it was wrong as contrary to the law. We considered this issue during the last review of the Penal Code in 2019. Our policy position was that the requirements should be conjunctive. Just because a person was incapable of knowing that his action was contrary to law does not mean that we should avail the defense to them. Mr. Pillay said that an acquittal due to the defense of unsoundness of mind would be a Pyrrhic victory, as the accused will be ordered by the minister to be kept in safe custody, which usually means a psychiatric institution during the president's pleasure. Well, the reason why that is done is that if he is released out, the person may go out and do more harm. And there is also a significance to a conviction. It's a finding that a person is guilty and should be appropriately punished. We are not narrowing the ambit of the defense, and prior to the 2019 amendments, the legal position on whether conjunctive or disjunctive reading should be applied was unclear. This ambiguity was acknowledged by the PCRC. We sought to clarify this in 2019 in favor of a conjunctive reading and are making it even clearer now. Even if an accused person does not meet the threshold of unsoundness of mind under Section 24, the court will still consider the evidence of a person's mental condition in determining what the appropriate sentence should be. Finally, Mr. Pillay made the point that Section 84 should be broadened in the way that he suggested, so that a person can continue to be detained and treated for as long as he remains a danger to himself and the public, instead of having to release him into the community after completing his imprisonment term. During imprisonment, prisoners with serious mental disorders receive treatment by professionals from both the prisons and IMH. When prisoners are due to be released, those whose conditions remain severe enough to warrant immediate follow-up are assessed directly by IMH. IMH may decide to detain the individuals further at IMH under the provisions of the Mental Health Care and Treatment Act. IMH can act in those ways, and the Act allows for the detention of a person at IMH for treatment if he is suffering from a mental disorder which warrants his detention at IMH for treatment, and if it is in the interest of health or safety of the person or for the protection of other persons that he should be so detained. In less severe cases, prisons may make referrals to IMH or polyclinics for follow-up care after the offender's release from prison. But ultimately, this relates to public safety and protection, which is a separate issue from that of criminal responsibility, which is what Section 84 is basically concerned with. Mr. Pillay cited the case of PP and Dola bin Omar to suggest that the defense of unsoundness of mind should be broadened. In that case, the unsoundness of mind defense was not pleaded. The lawyer for the accused, the judge, both accepted that on the evidence, the accused's mental condition did not come within the rubric of unsoundness of mind defense. There is nothing to indicate that the accused would have indeed qualified for the defense, regardless of whether a disjunctive or conjunctive reading is to be applied. Mr. Thomas suggested including a definition or illustrations to make clear what genital region refers to. The term genital region is currently used in existing provisions to define child abuse material, and there have not been concerns raised over the interpretation of this term so far. There is a fair degree of clarity on it, and we do not expect that there will be difficulty in interpreting the term in the context of the offense of voyeurism. But if such difficulties arise, we'll relook at this. Mr. Louis Ng sought clarification on our proposals to update the older terms in the penal code, say replacing the word malice with the phrase with intent to cause injury. To clarify, the phrase intent to cause injury relates or refers to the offender's mental state. Therefore, an offender may be found to have intended to cause injury even if he had not succeeded in causing the specific type of injury intended or injuring the intended victim. As stated in the definition of injury, any harm that is illegally caused to the victim in the mind will amount to an injury. It is not necessary for the harm to take the form of a psychiatric or mental disorder for there to be an injury. The courts will have to decide in each case, based on the circumstances, whether there is harm that's illegally caused to the victim's mind. Feelings of harassment or distress may, depending on the circumstances, satisfy this test. Mr. Zulkarnain sought clarification on who Section 304C targets. Section 304 sets out the offense of causing or allowing the death of a child below 14 years of age, or a domestic worker, or a vulnerable person in the same household. And members will realize we also, broadly treat a child under 14 as well as a domestic worker can broadly be classified as vulnerable persons as well. I spoke about this earlier in the House, I think in March, or perhaps earlier. This offense deals with situations where two or more persons were in a position to cause the death of the victim, but both deny that they were the ones who caused the death. Frequently, we have come across cases, child, 5 years old, 6 years old, scalded, beaten up, bones broken, brought to the hospital, dead, and some story is given, and both parents, and sometimes it's a step-parent, deny responsibility. This provision will cover such situations, because if they didn't do it, nevertheless, they knew it was happening, and they had a duty to protect the child. Sometimes it's very difficult to prove in court who committed the abuse and who permitted the abuse. With such ambiguity, a perverse result that both get acquitted on the basis that the case against neither can be proven beyond reasonable doubt. That's a travesty of justice. So we introduced Section 304C in 2019 to allow us to deal with persons, not just persons who abused the victim and caused his or her death, but also persons who stood by and allowed the abuse. So I believe I've responded to the issues raised by members. I thank members for their support for the bill. Thank you.
Clarifications? Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Minister for his comprehensive answer to the points I made in my speech. I would like to make a point of clarification. In my delivered speech, I did not make reference to a case of a 49-year-old malingering to get over the age of 50 so as to avoid the sentence of caning. Notwithstanding that, I appreciate the point he makes that any cutoff age that we would have would not completely resolve the issue.
Any other clarifications? Question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill.
Committee stage, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 42 stand part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill. Item 2, the Copyright Bill, second reading.
Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, when the Copyright Act was first introduced in 1987, we recognized that copyright law could benefit society by encouraging production of creative works like books, news articles, software, music, art, and films, by ensuring that the flow of such knowledge, ideas, and information will not be unduly stifled. To do so, copyright law needs to strike a fair balance between, on the one hand, rights owners, who are the owners of copyright or rights of protected performances, and users on the other hand. This balance is achieved by giving rights owners the right, for a limited duration, to prevent or restrict others from using their works or protected performances, whilst also providing limitations and exceptions to those rights to allow the public to use those works or protected performances without encumbrance. Over the years, technological advancements and the market and societal changes have significantly affected how works and performances are created, distributed, and consumed. So, for example, new and more accessible technologies have democratized content creation. Now, anyone can be a photographer or even produce a short video or film. New platforms enable these new creators to reach their audiences directly. Faster internet speeds have shifted consumption from physical media and downloads to streaming. And the ubiquity of smartphones has led to consumption on the go. All of these changes impact the creation and the use of copyright. We embarked on the comprehensive review of the Copyright Act to ensure that the balance between rights owners and users continues to be a fair and balanced one, even with these changes afoot. The review included a series of public consultations in 2016, 17, and most recently in 2020. And a public consultation on the draft bill was held in early 2021. We received over 500 responses from both individuals and organizations alike. We heard from various stakeholders in our copyright ecosystem who shared with us their views, perspectives, and also their interests. These are the rights owners, consumers, from the industry, academics, and also legal practitioners. This bill, which is the culmination of the review, responds to these changes and prepares us for what lies ahead. The bill, if passed, will repeal and reenact the existing Copyright Act. To aid in understanding which provisions in the bill relate to the provisions in the current Copyright Act, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I ask the clerks to distribute an annex to the members?
Please do.
Members can also access these materials through the SG PAL MP mobile app. Members will see that this annexure cross-references each provision in the bill to its corresponding provision in the current Copyright Act. And as you can see, the organizational changes are quite extensive. Members may also notice that quite a few provisions in the bill, in the annex that you now have before you, do not have a corresponding provision in the current Act. These are the new provisions. So I shall highlight some of these new changes, which fall into three broad buckets. First, changes that benefit creators and right owners. The second, changes that benefit users and society generally. And third, broader changes that strengthen the entire copyright ecosystem. The first category of changes will benefit creators and rights owners to reward them for their creations and also enable them to create new works. Divisions 1 and 2 of Part 7 of the bill create a new right for authors and performers to be identified in order to accord them due recognition for their creative works. Anyone who uses authorial works or protected performances in public must identify the author or performer. The specific circumstances in which identification must be given depends on the work or performance in question. So, for example, a person must identify the author of an artistic work, like a photograph, whenever the person publishes it, such as in a book, or perhaps in corporate materials, or communicates a visual image of it, such as sharing it online or on a social media platform. The bill also provides for exceptions where identification is not needed, including if the identity of the author or performer is not reasonably ascertainable by the user in computer programs, or when the work is an artistic work situated in a public place. Parties can continue to use contractual arrangements to manage their obligations to identify the author or performer. So where the author or performer waives his or her right in writing, then he or she does not need to be referred to or identified. The attribution rights as a creator is personal to the author or performer and cannot be assigned to a third party. As this new right is separate from the economic rights relating to copyright, users must still identify the author or performer even if they have a license to do the relevant acts comprised in copyright, such as a license to publish the work. So in cases where the author or performer and the rights owners are not the same person, it will be necessary to obtain permission from both parties. This right is to be identified is only enforceable by civil means, via injunctions and damages. So Clause 385, subparagraph 2, provides that a court must consider all relevant matters in deciding on the appropriate remedy, including the defendant's awareness of the author or performer's right to be identified, or anything done by the defendant to mitigate the effects of the infringement. So this new right will help authors and performers gain recognition and build their reputation, particularly in the current online environment where works or performances may be very easily misattributed or, in some cases, not attributed at all. Another change, sir, can be found in Clause 133 of the bill, which provides that creators will generally be the default copyright owners subject to contract. Today, creators who commission works like illustrations or text for corporate collaterals have default ownership of their works. However, creators of other commissioned works, in particular photographs, portraits, engravings, sound recordings, and films, to name a few, do not have default ownership. In those cases, it is the commissioning party that owns the copyright by default. This change, therefore, aligns the default position so that there is, or there will be, no difference amongst the different types of commissioned works. For example, a photographer hired to take photos at an event would, by default, own the copyright to those photos he or she took. While parties can continue to use contractual arrangements to adjust copyright ownership, this puts our creators in a better position before negotiations with the commissioning party commences. Next, for copyright owners of audiovisual content like films and cable programs, clauses 150 and 445 subparagraph B of the bill impose civil and criminal liability on commercial dealers in hardware devices, software applications, and services that facilitate access to unauthorized content. So, during our public consultations, content owners had highlighted that devices which facilitate access to unauthorized versions of film and cable programs were becoming more pervasive. They also had difficulty in utilizing the existing provisions in the Copyright Act to enforce against the sellers of such devices. We reviewed the situation and concluded that new liability provisions tailor-made for these situations and taking into account future use cases would be useful and would also provide clarity for the industry. Thus, while the predominant issue today is with devices which facilitate access to films and cable programs, the new provisions will also be broad enough to cover other types of content like books and songs, and other methods such as offering of services to install apps on existing hardware. The change targets people who commercially profit off hardware, software, and services, which have only a limited commercially significant purpose or use, and other than to facilitate access to copyright works communicated to the public without the authority of the copyright owners. Acts of a commercial nature, such as commercial dealings by way of sale, offering for sale, distribution for the purposes of trade, will fall within the scope of the new provisions. The new provisions are technologically neutral. It applies equally to acts in a brick-and-mortar setting as they do to acts on the online platform. For example, a liability is imposed on a retailer, whether in a physical shop or online, who knowingly sells a set-top box or other devices containing preloaded applications that provide access to streaming sites housing pirated content. The new provisions do not impose liability on consumers and users of the hardware devices, software applications, or services. These new provisions provide copyright owners with specific remedies. They should utilize these provisions when enforcing their rights against commercial dealings in these devices, apps, or services, instead of other liability provisions in the bill that copyright owners may have previously sought to rely on in the past in the absence of these specific remedies. In tandem with the introduction of these specific remedies, we continue to encourage content owners to provide a broad selection of affordable, high-quality content to consumers to attract them onto such platforms with legitimate content. We also want to urge consumers to respect IP and consume legal offerings so that we can incentivize creators to produce more quality content. The second category of changes will increase the scope of permitted use of works and protected performances to benefit society at large, and I'll turn to this now. First, let me highlight a change which helps in the use of works and recordings of protected performances for education. The use of internet materials for educational activities has increased in importance over the years, and now even more so, particularly in the context of the pandemic with home-based learning and other online activities. Clause 204 of the bill creates a new permitted use of internet materials for educational activities, including home-based teaching and learning conducted by non-profit educational institutions. It is limited to internet materials that are generally accessible to the public for free. So, for example, a teacher can include news articles or blog posts that are freely accessible on the internet in lesson plans or homework assignments. The student, in turn, can use these materials for their projects or their assignments in school. One condition is that a teacher or student must not knowingly use internet materials which infringe copyright. If they unknowingly do so and subsequently receive a notification from the rights owner, then they must stop using the material. If the material has been communicated to the public, they must take reasonable steps to prevent further access to the material, and any further use of that material would not be allowed under this permitted use. The limitation of this permitted use of free internet materials allows our teachers and students to source from many different up-to-date sources without adversely affecting the incomes of the educational publishers who can continue to charge for their offerings. Another set of beneficiaries are the print disabled, for example, the visually impaired or those who cannot manipulate physical hard copy books. In 2014, we passed certain provisions relating to the Marrakesh Treaty, a treaty concluded under the auspices of the World Intellectual Property Organization, or WIPO, which seeks to facilitate access to copyright works for persons with print disabilities. We have since received feedback from the users of these provisions. In particular, the requirement to pay fees to rights owners when organizations help people with disabilities, with print disabilities, convert work and protected performances into accessible formats was seen as making the conversion process even more expensive and time-consuming. It also effectively charged persons with print disabilities twice, since they would have already purchased a copy of the work or the recording of the performance for the organization to make the conversion. Consequently, Division 4 of Part 5 of the bill modifies the permitted uses relating to persons with print disabilities to remove the obligation to pay fees to the rights owner when conversions are made and distributed. The change supports the needs of the print disabled community and Singapore's commitment to building a more inclusive society. This also continues to be in line with Singapore's international obligations under the Marrakesh Treaty. Another change, sir, is found in Clause 244 of the bill, which allows the use of works and recordings of protected performances for computational data analysis. To give members an example, this permitted use can be relied on when training an artificial intelligence program or using computers to analyze large databases of materials without needing to seek permission from each right owner. It will apply in both commercial and non-commercial contexts. However, the user must have lawfully accessed the relevant materials. For example, he or she should not have accessed the materials by circumventing a paywall. This supports our Smart Nation initiative, our push towards data-driven innovation, and Singapore's efforts to grow our artificial intelligence and technology sectors. At this juncture, sir, let me highlight that I'll also be moving 2 amendments to the bill at its committee stage to correct a drafting omission in clauses 247 and 248. These clauses allow the use of sound recordings and recordings of performances under specified circumstances, subject to payment of equitable remuneration to the copyright owner. The amendments, sir, replace the term copyright owner with the term rights owner in both clauses. The latter is a broader term and also includes persons who are entitled to bring an action for infringing uses of a performance. As the scope of the exception covers performances, the amendments ensure that there is a corresponding obligation to pay the rights owner of the performance. So the third category of changes strengthens the overall copyright ecosystem, and I'll touch on this now. Divisions 1 and 2 of Part 9 create a new class licensing scheme that sets minimum standards for how collective management organizations, or CMOs, operate. CMOs are private organizations that represent groups of rights owners to grant licenses to users. This is an efficient way for users to get licenses from a large group of rights owners. So, for example, users often get licenses from CMOs to play songs in public, for instance. The alternative would be for users to have to seek permission directly from the composer and the lyricist of each song. Historically, CMOs have not been regulated. Over the years, we have had feedback from both rights owners and users regarding the behavior of certain CMOs who, for example, refuse to give information on their repertoire or how they distribute royalties amongst their members. In response, an arrangement was reached in 2012 for CMOs to self-regulate through a voluntary code of conduct. However, since then, for a variety of different reasons, the CMOs have ceased to apply this code of conduct. Our public consultation in 2017 garnered feedback that the earlier concerns still remain relevant. thus the need for some oversight of CMOs. In this bill, the new CMO regulatory framework will be administered by IPOS, Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, and will address issues of transparency, governance, accountability, and efficiency. It will not control the prices that the CMOs charge. In this regard, the copyright tribunals will continue to hear any disputes over questions surrounding the reasonableness of license fees. IPOS, however, will be vested with powers to set license conditions, investigate contraventions of license conditions, and also impose penalties for non-compliance. There are also safeguards to ensure the proper exercise of such powers, including the right of a CMO to appeal to the minister in cases involving more severe penalties, such as where a CMO is ordered to cease its business. Let me now touch on the rationalization of the criminal offences in this bill. This bill will also rationalize and update the existing criminal offences relating to works and protected performances. Part 8 of the bill provides for these offences. Offences are now categorized into those with commercial element, which share the same higher penalty, and those without a commercial element, which attracts a lower range of penalties. The penalties reflect the severity of the different types of criminal activities and will more effectively deter future acts of infringement. Finally, sir, I want to speak briefly on the changes we have made to the structure of and the language used in the bill. We have made 3 key changes in this respect. First, the structure has been redesigned, overhauled, to improve the organization of the legislation. Second, we have taken the opportunity to ensure that the bill is written in plain English for ease of reading and understanding. So, for existing provisions that have been rewritten in plain English, Section 9B of the Interpretation Act helps to clarify that such changes in style do not affect the meaning just because different form of words have been used to express the same idea. Third, we have included illustrations showing how certain provisions should be applied in common situations to help rights owners and users understand their rights and obligations more easily. So, for example, Clause 204, which permits the use of freely accessible internet materials for educational purposes, contains illustrations that will help teachers understand the scope of such permitted use. Because copyright affects everyone, whether as a rights owner or user, these changes will make the bill easier for all to understand. So we intend to implement the majority of the bill, if passed, in November this year. The provisions on the licensing of CMOs, which members will find in Division 2 of Part 9 and Clause 507, Subparagraph 4, Subparagraph C, will be implemented later, after we further consult next year on the license conditions for CMOs, which will be embodied in the subsidiary legislation. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude. At slightly over 320 pages, the bill is a significant undertaking. The responses we have received in our various public consultations, including the most recent one for the bill itself, have been generally supportive. Respondents tell us that the bill meets its goal of responding to the challenges and opportunities of the current digital environment and also being easier to understand. Importantly, this bill will play its part in helping Singapore maintain our top-class intellectual property regime. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Lim Gao Chuan.
So I declare my interest as a practicing lawyer. Although I studied the Copyright Act in 1987, I do not practice intellectual property in my practice. In a textbook on the law of copyright in Singapore, the author, Professor George Wei, explained that the justification for copyright protection was to protect the fruits of an intellectual's activity, labor, and investment from unfair appropriation or unfair competition. In an explanatory note about the Copyright Bill 2021, IPOS explained that the changes to be implemented by the bill ensure that our copyright regime continues to provide an environment that benefits both creators and users. It introduces new rights and remedies to provide more recognition for creators to further incentivize the creation of works. It also creates new exceptions for users, allowing copyright works to remain reasonably available for the benefit of society. So I support the principles behind the Copyright Bill 2021. It is only fair that a creator of works who had put in great effort, either to write a book, to write or record a song, to perform a dramatic or musical or literary work, or to produce a computer game or software program, he should be able to benefit commercially for his or her intellectual efforts. I recall many years ago that a person can easily buy pirated cassettes of songs sold at Pasar Malam at a fraction of the actual cost. You can find entire books being photocopied, wholesale, and students using these photocopied books in class. Even when I started working, there are computer sales staff who will offer to load pirated word processing software onto the desktop computer that I buy. Pirated computer games are often copied and sold openly in some shops. Such breach of copyright is not correct because it takes away all the efforts of the authors who had written the books, the songs, or the software. It discourages creative work of authors and unfairly allows those who infringe copyright to profit without putting in their effort. The Copyright Bill 2021 is a comprehensive bill of some 348 pages. I support the bill, but I wish to seek clarifications on some of the changes to the existing Act which Ministry of Law had highlighted. First is about ownership of copyright. So I'm concerned about the changes brought about under Clause 133 of the bill. That clause provided that creators of certain type of works like photographs, portraits, engravings, sound recordings, and films will by default be the first owner of the works unless there is contrary intention in a written agreement. This is a slightly different position from the current Section 35 of the Copyright Act, whereby the ownership of the copyright of the artistic works will belong to the person who engages or commissions the author for valuable consideration. As an illustration, in a case where a consumer engages a photographer to take a video or photographs for a wedding or a birthday party or a family function, he may not be aware that the position has changed and that he need to expressly sign a written agreement to retain ownership of the copyright of his photos or the video. Without the written agreement, the photographer or the videographer may be able to retain these personal photographs of the consumer. May I ask the Minister whether the government can consider allowing agreements to be made orally and not just in writing, so that a consumer would not inadvertently lose the copyright to his personal photos or video recording just because he forgot to sign a written contract? Would the Ministry also consider providing a standard template for written agreement in IPOS or in a Consumers Association website, so that consumers can easily rely on the template agreement to retain the copyright to their videos or photographs? So this will be a major change in the current position as to who owns the copyright of personal videos or photos. I urge the government to embark on an education exercise to inform consumers as to the changes which may impact their lives. I believe many individuals may not be comfortable that the photographer whom they engage to take photos for their wedding, birthday, or social function is entitled to keep these photos in his portfolio. If they are paying the photographer or the videographer, why are they not the owner of the copyright? Next, fair use exception. I support the strengthening of the fair use exceptions contained at clauses 190 to 194 of the bill. Although the concept of copyright is to protect the intellectual outputs of the creator of the works, the government needs to balance the rights of the IP owner versus the public interest involved, or the needs of society to use the works for education or research or certain other purposes as described in those clauses. Ms. Loy Wee Lun, the author of the textbook Law of Intellectual Property of Singapore, she quoted Sir Isaac Newton as saying, "If I have sinned further, it is by standing on ye shoulders of giants." This is a reminder that every IP creator is building on works created by those who come before him. Thus, the law should allow for the use of certain types of copyright because it will advance the interests of the public. It is also clear that some creators of current copyright works today are only able to do so because there were other foundational creative works done by people before them. So I wish to seek clarification on Clause 204 of the bill. This clause allows schools and students of non-profit educational institutions to use certain works or recordings or performances available in the internet. So what if the works, recording or performance are used by students from institutions which are for-profit private schools, but nevertheless still for educational purposes? If these private schools have to pay for the royalties, it is likely that they will pass on the additional cost of copyright fees to their students who are also consumers. I know of many Singaporeans who are mature students and pursuing their further education in commercial education institutions, which are for-profit. Has the government assessed the financial impact of the increased cost of education to these students? In the larger picture, would it not be better for the government to encourage education by making it less costly? I wish to ask the government to consider extending the exception under Clause 204 to all educational institutions. May I also ask the Minister, what if the copying is done by charitable organizations for educational or training purposes? Can the Minister clarify whether IPCs, which have been set up as non-profit entities and exist for charitable purposes, can they be granted the same exception under Clause 204? Next, I wish to talk about commercial dealing in set-up boxes. Clause 150 makes it an infringement of copyright if a person makes a device or provides a service, etc., to access works communicated without authority. I understand that this Clause 150 refers to the sale of set-up boxes, which allows the buyer of the set-up box to gain access to various online, audio, or visual content. I can appreciate how this clause is intended to stamp out the sale of set-up boxes in some shopping complexes. But the reality is that similar set-up boxes are also easily available in other countries and in particular just across the causeway. May I ask the Minister, how does the government intend to stop the consumer from buying such set-up boxes from overseas? Otherwise, it would be a loophole where consumers cannot buy the infringing set-up boxes in Singapore, but can do so easily overseas. Finally, I support the setting up of the new class licensing regime to regulate collective management organizations, or CMOs for short. Currently, CMOs are not regulated. Say for example, a consumer who is a video producer who wishes to use a song for his homemade video as background music, he will need to find out which is the CMO which can issue him a license for the use of the lyrics or the song in a video. He has to inquire whether the CMO is the only organization allowed to collect the royalty. He then has to negotiate the fee collected by the organization. As a consumer, he has limited negotiating powers to deal with such CMOs. Hence, I think it is helpful to regulate such organizations that collect royalties or fees so that there is greater transparency as to the ownership of the copyright and the fees payable. Thus, individuals and commercial entities that play or broadcast music in their restaurants, hotels, malls, offices, or shops would be able to deal with the correct CMO and negotiate for the payment of the royalty in a transparent manner. May I ask the Minister whether there is intent to regulate the amount of royalties or the fees payable to such CMO? What is the recourse of the individual or business or any entity if the fees charged by the CMOs are unreasonable or exorbitant? Sir, I would welcome Minister's clarification and reiterate my support for this bill. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I wish to declare that I'm a research-oriented academic that both utilizes as well as generates intellectual property, which admittedly I often proceed to sign away, and that my family had previously inherited a number of musical copyrights from my late father, which we have since allowed to lapse. I'll begin by stating my support for the bill. However, I will point out a number of residual concerns that I have, notably on the duration of copyrights associated with sound recordings, default ownership of copyright works, and fair use provisions. I'll conclude by taking a step back and asking the broader question of whether intellectual property law has fulfilled its intended purposes. Clauses 114, 122, and 125 introduce a number of revisions to copyright duration. To the good, it streamlines the expiry of copyrights to a common 70 years, starting either posthumously or from the date of creation or publication, depending on the nature of the work. Such harmonization and simplification, in general, are certainly welcome in the areas of the law. Inherent in this simplification, however, are a number of implicit choices that, to my mind, raise some questions. Limiting the duration of copyright for anonymous works to 70 years is certainly better than perpetuity, which was the case before. But setting aside minimum terms stipulated in international conventions, why would such a long duration of protection be necessary in the first place? With no identified author, who would be the beneficiaries of a 70-year copyright? And more importantly, would conferring such protection generate net benefits for society rather than releasing its use to the public domain? I shall return to this more general point about the benefits and costs of granting intellectual monopolies at the end of my speech. Similarly, it's worth observing that the decision to limit copyright protection to 70 years following the creator's passing, as opposed to the date of publication, as was the case previously, amounts to an extension of the period of protection. Again, while I understand why such consistency between clauses may be attractive, we should be aware that this inhibits the free usage of such works for the purposes of teaching and research, which yields benefits of their own, instead of extending additional rent to copyright beneficiaries. Before I move on, I would just add that while the comparatively longer copyright duration of 70 years is certainly the norm in most high-income countries, this is by no means unanimous. Canada, Hong Kong, and New Zealand have also chosen the lower threshold of life plus 50 years instead. And it is worth noting that the minimum term in the Universal Copyright Convention is a mere 25 years, while Berne Convention stipulations are either 25 or 50 years, depending on the nature of the work. Would the Ministry share how this 70-year duration, then, was chosen? Clause 121B of the bill provides for copyright in sound recordings and were included to respect Singapore's obligation under the EU-Singapore FTA. However, I should point out that there are consequences to both affording copyright for sound recordings as well as taking EU intellectual property standards as a benchmark. One concern with sound recordings has to do with a practice that is a foundation of modern hip-hop music, sampling. These apply especially to drum breaks and modified soundscapes. There is now a large body of precedent cases that have resolved on either side of infringement or fair use. But the point I wish to make here is more general. By admitting sound recordings into copyright protection, we run the risk of shutting down whole genres of emergent creative output. The pertinent question, then, is whether the fair use provisions outlined in Part 5 are sufficient to preclude such overzealous applications. Has the Ministry considered how such potential instances of abuse may in fact be managed? Moreover, strict adherence to EU standards for intellectual property may end up being a slippery slope. Members of this House will well be aware of the stringency of EU geographical indications and traditional specialities. It is the reason why we cannot, even if we had the skills, know-how, and wherewithal to produce Camembert or Scotch whisky. Taken to the extreme, even suggestive terms such as Parmesan-style cheese would be prohibited. Now, while these protections almost always apply to agricultural products and hence are largely of academic interest in the Singapore context, we should not be so dismissive of unintended concessions. Singapore has recently embraced artisan beer and spirit manufacture, and there is a risk that stipulate designations such as whiskey with an E, ouzo, or grappa cannot be applied to the work of our own craft producers. Division 8 strikes me as self-conflicted. On one hand, Clause 135 grants certain authors automatic ownership of copyright over commissioned works, thereby strengthening the legal standing of creators over their intellectual property. But on the other hand, Clause 134 defaults ownership of copyright for sound recordings and films to employers, so long as the work was produced over the course of employment. Now, one could argue that Clause 134 is simply an extension of the current position to cover other types of works. And one could further contend that these are two distinct circumstances. In the former, the author is a contractor performing a one-off service and hence would retain the rights to their creations, while in the latter, the employee is engaged in a regular employment contract and hence is being fully compensated for the energies in producing works on behalf of their employer. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an artificial distinction. In both cases, there is payment for services rendered. An employment contract is simply a series of extended one-off commissions, and payment for regular employment is paid in lump sum form during payday as opposed to the end of each commission. Hence, these are merely operational distinctions. Whether the rights to a creation resides with the author or the employer should therefore be a matter of private negotiation between the two parties. There seems to me to be no reason why the law should necessarily confer copyrights to one party versus the other. To see this, it is simply sufficient to observe, for example, that photographers routinely offer package deals where the client may either purchase all images and their associated rights, or they may pay a nominal amount for a set of printed images without the rights to the images or their soft copies. As a result, the two sets of clauses come across as self-contradictory, at least from a logical point of view. In my view, it is better for the default to vest the rights to the creator and have any rights transfer to the employer, along with associated compensation, be explicitly drafted into the employment contract. This preserves the transparency of the process while ensuring that the weaker party in the employment relationship, typically the employee, holds the initial bargaining power for their intellectual creations. Now, as a routine consumer and producer of intellectual property, I regard Part 5, governing fair use provisions, as central to the business of ideas. This is truly where the rubber hits the road. Permitting usage of IP is crucial, not just from an educational perspective, but which is dear to my heart as a teacher. But as any researcher will tell you, the entire intellectual edifice stands on the shoulders of earlier discoveries and developments, as Member Lim has pointed out before me. Set against this is the need to avoid abuse. One only needs to be reminded of the American painter and photographer Richard Prince's notorious appropriation art and the risks that an excessively permissive regime may discourage innovation altogether. That said, the limitations defined in the bill as it stands remain unclear. Clause 194, 1b allows for a reasonable portion of the work to be copied, which Clause 197 2c, for instance, specifies as 5% or 5 pages, depending on the total length of a literary or dramatic work. But 5 pages may simultaneously be too much and yet too little. 5% of a volume of collected works, or 5 pages of an integrative scientific periodical such as Science or Nature may well encompass entire articles, whereas 5 pages of an involved mathematical article may not even include all the pages of a single proof. And while I appreciate that many exemptions of the bill makes for learning purposes, is for learning purposes in educational institutions, the text is still unclear if this applies uniformly to research exercises as well, and whether such use would remain acceptable in a non-educational but knowledge-based nonprofit, such as a privately registered think tank or research institute. Similarly, school-based plays often do charge to cover overheads and possibly raise funds, but are nevertheless non-profit in the sense that student actors and backstage crew are unpaid amateurs. Fair use provisions also raise an important meta question that has plagued academic publishing. Members in this House may be aware that a number of international academic publishing houses have been accused of exploiting free labor from civic-minded academics and subsequently turning around and burdening libraries with expensive subscriptions. It took the University of California, the largest public university system in the world, 2 whole years of bruising contract negotiations to finally arrive at a deal that would allow its faculty and students open access to Elsevier journals. The European Union, in an effort to prevent paying double for publicly funded knowledge, wants to fund the research, another to access it behind a copyrighted paywall, has even gone as far as to mandate that the output of any project that benefits from public funding must remain freely accessible. All these examples underscore the potential for copyright to be abused and circumvented, even when fair use provisions are carefully crafted. Such rent-seeking undermines the scholarly enterprise, which relies on the free exchange of information. In my view, it's generally better to err on the side of permissiveness insofar as educational endeavors are concerned. Has the government considered advancing similar legislation here? Allow me to close with a somewhat more philosophical reflection on the entire presumption that intellectual property rights are a necessary extension of physical property rights. The conventional case claims that, since transmission of ideas is free, we must therefore confer on them protective rights, because the failure to do so would lead to a collapse in incentives necessary to support innovation and invention. Mr. Speaker, it is a fallacy that just because ideas are costless to transmit, they are consequently costless to replicate. Ideas are ultimately embedded in knowledge, which, as anyone in this House who has slaved over textbooks will know, must be acquired at a cost. By the same token, the ability to develop and embed these self-same ideas into profitable goods and services, the development part of R&D, requires a non-trivial and certainly non-free amount of human capital to effect the required transformation, and a similar costly process of embedding said knowledge into economically valuable physical capital. Put another way, just because the technical specifications for, say, the latest microchip may be freely available, it doesn't mean that you nor I will be able to launch the next Intel or Motorola. We still need to hire engineers who are indisputably not going to work for free to be able to realize the final product. And there's no guarantee they'll do a good job either. Indeed, economic research has shown that innovation could still occur under competitive conditions, even in the absence of IP rights. This would occur if technological improvements enable the quick recovery of sunk costs from the market. For example, when digital rights management tools can be applied to restrict unabashed replication of books and music, even without the threat of legal force, or when a growing economy reduces the need for intellectual property protection because growth itself can generate sufficient short-term rents that more than compensate for the opportunity costs incurred in innovation. The case does, admittedly, become more complicated when we extend our mental model to include not just a home country, but also a foreign one. For instance, protecting foreign IP may even turn out to encourage domestic innovation. However, when targeting IP at goods produced in poorer countries may well raise the innovation rate, the converse would result if IP were directed and targeted at rich country goods. Far be it that I should be perceived as suggesting that we should go ahead and eliminate intellectual property rights and withdraw from the World Intellectual Property Organization. Such a move would be, to say the least, extreme. The Workers' Party supports the recognition of intellectual property in the works of authors and performers. Rather, my contention is simply that as much as intellectual monopolies may provide incentives for innovation, they may also encourage socially costly rent-seeking behavior, and we should be aware of this inherent trade-off. In the speech, I have provided a number of examples of potential abuse and overreach. In my view, the only way such overreach may be contained is to ensure that those called upon to resolve contending claims remain sensitive to these trade-offs. To this end, the deferral to the courts on a case-by-case basis of what constitutes fair use may well represent a sound way forward, and this bill does this. However, I should point out that this is only the case if there are mechanisms in place to ensure that those adjudicating these cases possess the capacity to evaluate potentially highly technical presentations. The risk, so amply demonstrated in the US patenting system, is that highly paid attorneys and technical specialists run rings around time and knowledge-constrained public offices. To this end, how will the ministry ensure that the technical capability to evaluate the merits of fair use provisions is available in cases of this nature? In closing, members of this House may listen to who listen to Taylor Swift music may be aware that she recently sought to re-record many of her earlier songs, initially released under the Big Machine Records label, which still holds the copyright to those original recordings. But the need for Tay-Tay to re-record her own music was to recover control over what she believed to have been a blatant abuse by the record company of the extant IP regime. This episode is a reminder to us that, at some point, even the biggest megastars were once obscure and subject to exploitation by unscrupulous industry insiders. The onus is on us then, as legislators and policymakers, to try to get the balance between the two right.
Mr. Patrick Day.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill which seeks to amend the Copyright Act. The amendments will cement and continue to strengthen Singapore's world-class IP regime. At the same time, it will also provide enhanced protection to creators. The rapid technological advancements accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic have altered the landscape for creatives. Today, almost anyone and everyone can be both a creator and/or a user of copyrighted materials. Accordingly, the amendments are a timely move to cater to this changing sphere. In my work in NTUC and the labour movement, I've had the opportunity to interact closely with various associations, freelancers, and creatives. In the past years, including recently, NTUC has organised face-to-face sessions with them to better understand, empathise, and assist with ground issues and concerns. Apart from ground engagement with freelancers, we also hold regular legal primers under our LawWorks collaboration with the Law Society Pro Bono Services Office since 8 years ago. These legal talks are aimed at distilling and providing solutions to legal issues faced by freelancers. Just 2 months ago, we conducted a legal primer titled Freelancing in the New Normal, which addressed, amongst others, common intellectual property questions they had. Recurring questions include whether they own the rights to the virtual content produced, how contractual clauses may alter the position, and how they may best protect their rights. I recall vividly some 7 years ago when NTUC had arranged an engagement-cum-dialogue session between the Professional Photographers Association of Singapore, with the Minister for Law in NTUC Centre. The freelance photographers raised PDPA issues and challenges with PDPC, and which were eventually resolved. The issue of creators' rights also came up at that dialogue then, and the freelancers and us in the labour movement lobbied for a change in the Copyright Act to better protect creators' intellectual property. With today's amendments, I would like to express my appreciation to IPOS and MinLaw for developing this set of legislative amendments. This is a product of countless consultation sessions over the past years between NTUC, the government, and our freelancers. Like they say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Having achieved some success in this lobbying front, we are spurred and encouraged to do more. We remain deeply committed towards improving the lives and livelihoods of our freelancers and freelance professionals. Moving on to the details of the bill, I would focus on two key changes. First, granting creators and performers the right to be attributed and identified whenever their works or performances are used in public. And second, granting creators default ownership of certain types of commissioned works. I applaud the amendments as they augur well for the creators. With a plethora of content easily available and accessible to all, proper attribution of work will ensure creators are duly recognized for their creative work. Apart from spurring creativity within the community, creators would also be in a better position to commercialize their works for future assignments. In addition, by granting creators default ownership of certain type of commissioned works, they would be in a better bargaining position before negotiations begin. This serves to level the playing field in part, considering that service buyers such as multinationals and companies usually have an edge over individual freelancers. Should the service buyers wish to own the intellectual property rights, they would have to negotiate with the creators for the same, which would typically involve a higher payment in exchange for the assignment of IP rights. While the bill is no doubt commendable, I would like to highlight the existing challenges that freelancers face in the realm of contract negotiations and IP rights. First, the lack of bargaining power in negotiations with service buyers. The changes will benefit creatives. There's no question about that. However, the reality remains that there exists a power asymmetry between the creators and freelancers as individuals and companies as service buyers. A common gripe amongst creators is that service buyers adopt a take it or leave it approach. As a result, they are unable to meaningfully negotiate without being seen as difficult, for fear that the work will be awarded to someone else who is more compliant. In other situations, service buyers may drive a hard bargain, forcing creators to accept lower fees for their services. The power asymmetry between parties is particularly acute in government contracts. Feedback from freelancers I met are that government contracts contain overly onerous clauses for which the government is reluctant to compromise on. I will share some of the clauses which freelancers are uncomfortable with, namely, the government's right to require freelancers to make an unlimited number of revisions or changes to the products, payment by the government only upon completion and delivery of products and/or services, and complete assignment of all intellectual property rights associated with the products to the government. Let me explain the practical implications of such clauses. First, if the government requires freelancers to make an unlimited number of revisions in the product, they will have less time and energy for other projects. Correspondingly, this would mean less income for them too. Second, payment only upon completion and delivery of the products would mean living within tight financial constraints. This problem is exacerbated by freelancers bearing all upfront costs associated with procurement of all materials and expenses required for the project. Third, I'm told that once the IP rights of the materials or contents have been wholly assigned to the government, upon expiry of the contract, the government continues to reuse and replicate the same set of materials multiple times over the years without engaging freelancers for their subsequent services over the years. Instead, government employees are instructed to use such content or materials prepared by the freelancers for cost-saving purposes. Quite apart from the onerous contractual obligations that freelancers must shoulder, a culture of fear is also perpetuated by various agencies. Freelancers are concerned that these onerous clauses are being replicated across multiple agencies and tenders. As these onerous terms are seen as the norm within many of these government contracts, freelancers face significant resistance each time they attempt negotiations. If they broach this issue, there's a real fear that they will be blacklisted for future government tenders. Second, enforcement issues associated with the amendments. Next, there may be practical difficulties associated with enforcing the right of attribution, especially if multiple parties refuse to attribute the creator. Some may be deterred from instituting proceedings for a breach due to prohibitive legal costs and difficulties navigating the legal system. This problem may be further exacerbated in situations where users of the works are located outside of Singapore, which prevents extraterritorial jurisdictional issues. We need to ensure that any recourse available is accessible, affordable, and expedient in rooting out such unwanted behavior. Service buyers reuse and/or republish the content or performance of creators on various digital platforms on multiple occasions, despite only paying for a single performance. Creativity is the bedrock of inventions and the creators, the builders of an innovative society. Prior to the pandemic, freelance performers were paid for each of their live performances. However, in today's context, where most events are held digitally, service buyers have also resorted to publishing and/or screening these performances and recordings on multiple platforms on various occasions to different audiences. This would mean that freelancers are only paid once for their recorded performances when they were been paid multiple times for their performances in the pre-pandemic era. Such practices would stifle innovation and creativity to the detriment of our society. In this respect, what more can be done to protect the lives and livelihoods of our freelancers? I have a couple of suggestions, and to that end, I'd like to suggest some solutions for consideration. These solutions may be summarized using what I call the 3 E's. First E, exemplification by the public sector. Second E, educating the public, service buyers and freelancers. And the third E, enlightening the service buyers. First, for the public sector to take the lead to roll out these amendments and observe the changes. In other words, to lead by example. While we understand that watertight contracts are needed to safeguard the government's rights, we would humbly ask that the government exercise flexibility and compassion towards the freelancers, especially in this COVID-19 season. Where possible, to allow them to retain default ownership over the commissioned works and not have it varied by contract. Perhaps a license could be considered, with the scope of the license to be negotiated between parties. Otherwise, the intended benefits of the amendments may be nullified. Where reasonable, to accede to their request for less onerous contractual terms. For instance, limiting the number of revisions to be made by the freelancer before the project is deemed as completed, and/or adopting or implementing interim payment milestones to ease their financial constraints. And it's hoped when the public sector leads by example, the private sector will follow suit too. Educating the public. I think second, we need to do more to educate the public. In one of my dialogues with a freelance professional, he explained that in the course of his work, he had to obtain various licenses and permits from 7 different publishing houses to use and perform a particular performance. He told me that it was an administrative hassle determining who he had to liaise with, especially since each publishing house owned different rights over that single performance. In his words, I quote, "It is not that we don't want to comply. We want to comply, we really do, but we don't know how to. It is too confusing." In this regard, it's humbly submitted that educating the public on easy and fuss-free methods of compliance, which would help Singapore retain its position as an IP hub. A one-stop publishing house dealing with all the IP rights would also be useful. Another aspect of education involves educating the service buyers. As highlighted earlier, some of these onerous clauses are termed copied and pasted across many contracts, and thus regarded as a norm. As some of the service buyers are not legally trained, they are therefore averse to any amendments. Accordingly, a basic course and guide on contract principles may be useful, so that once service buyers are aware of their rights and implications, they would be less resistant towards contract negotiations, and where reasonable, they would be inclined to agree to it which would expedite matters. Finally, increase outreach efforts to create awareness of the amendments so that creatives and freelancers are aware of their rights. MinLaw and IPOS may consider producing quick reference guides, infographics, and a list of FAQs and or webinars for creators. Developing a set of precedent clauses for the creatives to use in their contracts with service buyers would certainly be helpful too. On the NTUC and labour movements end, together with IPOS and Law Society PBSO, we will be conducting a LawWorks legal primer covering this set of copyright amendments in October to educate freelancers on it and address any questions that they may have. And finally, the last E relates to enlightening the service buyers. This is perhaps the most difficult of the three solutions, as it requires a fundamental paradigm shift on the service buyers' parts. Instead of viewing creatives as difficult to work with, why not view them as partners embarking on a joint project? Instead of gunning for the lowest price possible, why not consider the years of experience and expertise which justify their fees? Instead of imposing regimental requirements on them with no room for maneuvering, why not consider flexible arrangements which are mutually beneficial? Mr. Speaker, sir, this House would know the dire situation that our freelancers are in, with the circuit breaker measures that were implemented last year, together with the existing restrictions on social gatherings. The events and performing arts sector, including Kertai, has almost come to a standstill. Our freelancers have taken a great hit in this pandemic. All we are asking for is that the government and other service buyers treat our freelancers fairly to give them an opportunity at earning a decent keep, because every worker matters. While the amendments to the Copyright Act will improve the lives of freelancers, it is humbly submitted that more can and should be done for them. Let's continue to work together for a brighter future for our freelancers and a brighter future for Singapore. Sir, clarifications notwithstanding, I stand in support of the bill.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Speaker, the copyright bill before us today was described by Whipple magazine as Singapore's biggest copyright reform in 30 years and is drawn from an extended period of public consultation which started in 2016. The objectives of the bill are laudable and include upholding Singapore's international obligations relating to intellectual property, IP, updating and rationalizing various aspects of our existing laws on IP, and improving accessibility to and ease of understanding these laws. Critically, it also confers upon authors and performers the moral right to be identified and includes provisions governing fair usage of IP matters. It is these final two elements of the bill that I will concentrate my speech on. First, on the granting of new rights for creators and performers. Divisions 1 and 2 of Part 7 automatically grant authors the right to be identified in relation to the works they produce and performers to be identified with their performances. This is a welcome step further than the current regime, under which creators and performers only have a right to prevent the false attribution of another person as the author or performer. We support the recognition of intellectual property in the works of authors and performers. Yet, I believe that there is room for us to expand such recognition. In many other jurisdictions, for example, the UK, US, Australia, New Zealand, and various European countries, creators and performers earn residual payments or royalties for the use of their works and performances. For example, writers and actors of television programs broadcast by the British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC, earn royalties. This is in contrast to the situation in Singapore, where writers and actors of MediaCorp television programs do not do so. It is further notable that creators and performers have organized themselves into guilds and unions, such as the powerful British Performers Union Equity and the Writers Guild of Great Britain, which have not only been crucial in fighting for better pay and working conditions for their members, but are also key in protecting such petitioners and their livelihoods in the wake of the devastation wrought by COVID-19, by negotiating with employers to improve working terms and conditions, improve and ensure diversity in their ranks. They also have a right to be consulted on various matters. The ability to have such representation and rights recognized was particularly important, as the industry was racked by the lockdowns and restrictions brought on by the coronavirus, and will be key in helping them to weather any future major disruptions. In contrast, the Screenwriters Association, Singapore, while doing good work for the training and development of its members, does not have the power to negotiate minimum standards and protections for its members, and is limited to providing feedback to IMDA focus group meetings upon invitation. The system in Singapore surrounding creative practitioners is therefore still very much tied with the involvement and endorsement of the government. Therefore, the Workers' Party would support a move that goes even further than the current bill in giving more rights, protections, and rewards to creators and performers to be in line with those in developed countries. With this in mind, I would like to ask if the government intends to go even further to recognize the rights of creators and performers by legislating for them to receive royalty payments. Is the change in copyright law meant to be a step in that direction? A further question arises about the presumptions that apply for authorial works that are first published in Singapore, as contained in Clause 167. I note that these assert a territorially premised copyright claim. However, it is less clear what the protections and provisions available for international enforcement of such claims are. What cross-border legal resources are available, and are these embedded within the new copyright protection regime? These are not abstract and theoretical questions, as recently seen in the case of a dispute that arose earlier this year over one of our beloved National Day songs. Second, I wish to raise a number of considerations and clarifications relating to the exceptions introduced by the bill, primarily the change from a fair dealing to a fair use exception, which form an extensive part of the bill. Division 2 of the bill replaces the fair dealings provision in sections 35, 36, 37, 109, 110, and 111 of the existing Act with the concept of fair use, which depend on the facts, while still being subject to the considerations specified in Clause 191. This shifts the treatment of alleged copyright infringements away from the fair dealings doctrine, the treatment under English law, where violations must fall into categories defined in the statute, toward a more open-ended fair use doctrine, the approach adopted in the US, where factors need not match any exhaustive list. Importantly, the bill's open-ended fair use exception now means that the courts need to determine whether the fair use exception applies. I note that this discretion opens up the possibility of significant ambiguity, particularly in the beginning without a body of case law to back it up. This is especially in the case of online content and for themes that are deliberately ambiguous, such as memes or parody. Given that an increasing number of Singaporeans are creating online content, will the Minister provide any further clarification on what would constitute fair use, or would this await the guidance of the courts when the matter has been taken to litigation? This could be confusing for existing content creators who might only have guidance to what would constitute fair use of their works by undertaking costly and time-consuming litigation over the potential infringement of their ownership rights. Would IPOS provide specific illustrations of when a use connotes fair use versus when it would not? Such an approach would further the government's purpose for introducing the fair use exception, in particular, to create an environment conducive to the development of creative works. One potential way forward would be for industry associations to take the lead and issue guidelines on what fair use would look like for their particular industry, an approach that the Ministry of Law appears to have considered, as mentioned in the 2019 MinLaw and IPOS Copyright Review report. Would the Ministry provide an update on whether industry efforts are currently underway to develop such guidelines? Moving on to a new exception contained in Part 5, Division 8, which is for the reproduction of works for text and data mining. This applies to both commercial and non-commercial activities and would permit reproduction of works and recordings of performances for computational data analysis, including the preparation of works for analysis. There are protective conditions in Clause 244, subsection 2, which, amongst others, specify that the user must have had lawful access to the work or recording. While I do see that this is a helpful and necessary exception to have, particularly in the advent of more and more powerful AI capabilities and Singapore's drive to be a smart nation, it remains to be seen in the real world if the safeguards and conditions are sufficient to balance protecting the rights and commercial interests of copyright holders against allowing legitimate use of copyrighted material for text and data mining purposes. Finally, I wish to turn to the impact on consumers. While many modern end users, raised on a steady diet of electronic media, intuitively grasp instances of copyright violations, could the Minister clarify what efforts have been undertaken to educate the public at large on what constitutes a copyright violation, how to attribute copyright owners appropriately, and how to avoid infringing copyright? After all, copyright provisions apply to all Singaporeans, and it would be especially embarrassing and unfair for our citizens, in particular that uncle who has just discovered the joys of the forward function on WhatsApp, to find themselves inadvertently running foul of copyright law as a result of sharing content. Finally, I would like to turn to the introduction in clauses 141 and 142 of the Bill of civil and criminal penalties for engaging in commercial dealings due to infringing set-top boxes and services, which include computer programs and apps. I support in principle the control of set-top boxes and related services, as they assist in the enforcement of the protection of IP rights. However, I believe that we still need to guard against a situation where IP protection results in access to programming becoming prohibitively expensive and therefore no longer accessible to all. It will be unfortunate if the only way in which one could lawfully gain access to content, in particular sporting events, would be to pay exorbitant amounts in order to do so. And key to this is knowing why else would many otherwise law-abiding citizens resort to using set-top boxes and services to access their desired content. The recent Euro 2020 football tournament was available only to those who could pay the exorbitant fee of over $90 to have access to all matches. This is in addition to the special subscription rates that go over and beyond basic sports packages that avid followers of the English Premier League have to pay. And overshadowing all this is that Singaporeans pay significantly more for such content than those in most other countries, even those with higher costs of living. I would not be the first to point out here that in years past, Singaporeans could watch live broadcasts of any sporting events, and certainly I am old enough to remember the thrill of being allowed to watch the epic Wimbledon final between Steffi Graf and Martina Navratilova in 1988, which was telecast on free-to-air TV. Nowadays, if I want to see if Roger Federer would ever win another slam, I would need to pay around $49.90 a month or $449 a year for the Sports Plus package to watch it on TV, after spending lots of time and effort navigating the confusing variety of different sports the different channels and providers offer, and deal with changes to availability due to exclusivity rights expiring. Mr. Speaker, in Chinese, 我们今天所辩论的版权法令修正案被世界知识产权组织视为新加坡30年来最大的版权改革。我相信我和许多国人一样，了解知识产权的重要性，也会毫无疑问地选择支持正版。但是，我们需要防止的是保护知识产权的当儿，无意中导致媒体内容变成一种昂贵的奢侈品的恶势情况。打个比方，假如合法观看英超联赛或其他体育竞赛的唯一方式是经过昂贵的收费配套，这实在令人遗憾。要不然， 为什么又会有这么多希望守法的民众选择安装机顶盒或采购其他相关服务来观赏自己喜欢的节目？就拿今年6月举行的欧洲杯足球赛，要观看全场赛事，就必须缴出90块钱的高价。也不忘了爱看英超联赛的球迷，需要每个月缴出昂贵的体育配套订阅收费。而国人为了收看类似内容，又已经比其他国家的观众所要付的费用较高，包括日常生活开销比新加坡高的国家。电视以往在新加坡是一种社会均衡器，不过在付费电视的来临，以及新电信和星河双寡头的出现之后，本来是为了给观众更多选择的做法，现在却成为分化有能力多付费观看优等体育竞赛和没有钱享用这类服务的原因。这样的现象不但讽刺，也相当可悲。政府现在又在将机顶盒和相关服务的商业交易加上民事和刑事责任。我想请问政府会采取什么行动，让更多民众能够观赏体育节目？受欢迎的体育竞赛会在联络所或免费在电视上放播吗？ Mr. Speaker, television used to be a great equalizer in Singapore, but it is ironic that the advent of paid TV in the wake of the duopoly between Singtel and StarHub, which was ostensibly to give us greater choice, has now opened up a divide between those who can afford to pay the extra subscription charges to watch top sports competitions and those who cannot afford to do so. Now that civil and criminal liability for commercial dealings in set-top boxes and related services are being imposed, what steps will the government take to widen access to broadcasts of sporting events? Will certain major sporting events be broadcast free-to-air, or perhaps be shown at community clubs? This will go some way toward preserving access to sports, which has proven to be a great unifier in our otherwise multicultural and multi-ethnic nation. It could also bridge the digital divide for ordinary Singaporeans. And it would definitely give us all something to talk about over our morning coffee at our neighborhood coffee shops. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Sir Joshua Thomas.
Sir, copyright as an intellectual property right is by definition very wide because it includes all works that persons and entities create. In this regard, we are constantly generating new works and new copyrights at a rate that we may not even be aware of. Because of its wide-ranging application, it is timely that the government is seeking to simplify and update the existing Copyright Act and to draft it in plain English to make it easier to understand by laymen. An important aspect of the bill is the enhanced clarity on the permitted uses of copyright works. For example, the bill makes it explicit that it is permitted to make copies and use copyright works for the purposes of computational data analysis, subject to certain conditions and safeguards. This will allow for aggregation and analysis of data for such purposes as sentiment analysis or machine learning. These ultimately have a public interest aspect to synthesize data for better understanding of, for example, social or economic trends. Importantly, this will support the development of technologies in machine learning and deep learning, which by their very nature require the input of a voracious volume of data. The permitted use will allow access to this data without having to seek approval or licensing from each copyright owner, which may be a significant obstacle. The bill also now makes clear that non-profit schools and their students may use digital resources that are freely available for educational users without having to seek permission from each copyright owner, as long as they are cited with the date of access of the said material. I highlight this in particular because digital material is now increasingly utilized in academic work, and the existing Act does not adequately deal with what are the permitted or fair uses of such works. This update is important to keep our copyright regime current and relevant in light of the changing sources and mediums of works. I am also particularly heartened by Clause 214 of the bill, which will allow for conversions of works into formats accessible by print-disabled users without having to pay license fees to the copyright owner. I hope that this will encourage more conversions of works into formats accessible by print-disabled users. This provision is forward-looking and inclusive, and I commend the government for taking this very specific step in legislating support for the print-disabled members of our society. Sir, I have 3 further points to make on particular provisions in the bill. First, the Copyright Bill will now standardize the position that the creators of works will be the default owners of the copyrights to these works. This default position is now extended to photographs, portraits, engravings, sound recordings, etc. Hence, where the contract commissioning the particular work is silent on copyright ownership, the creator will own the copyright by default. So I submit that there needs to be particular effort made in drawing public attention to this reversal in position. It is currently taken for granted when commissioning photographs or films, for example, that the commissioner of the works would own the copyright to the works. Now, this change in position has a very real, on-the-ground implication. So in an instance where a couple engages a photographer to take their wedding or pre-wedding photos or videos, they need to ensure that the engagement agreement specifically mentioned that the copyright would vest in them instead of the photographer or videographer if they wish to own the copyrights. Otherwise, they may be in for a rude surprise that they do not even own the rights to their own photographs and may have to pay further sums to have the rights transferred to them. So in this regard, I urge that efforts be made to educate the public of the change of position and what they should do if they wish to own the copyrights to works that they commission. Second, the bill will introduce a regulatory framework on collective management organizations. In MinLaw's report on the public consultation on proposed licensing of CMOs, members of CMOs and users identified several concerns, including, inter alia, the lack of transparency on how CMOs determine the usage of licensed works to calculate the distribution of fees collected. This has engendered significant suspicion of CMOs by the industry. In this regard, it is timely that the Ministry imposes a regulatory framework to enhance transparency, good governance and accountability in CMOs, which will go a long way in addressing members, users and indeed the public's apprehension of how CMOs operate. However, with regulation, naturally comes increases in costs. I urge that the government balances effective regulation with cost control such that increased cost of operation of the CMO is not passed on to creators in that they receive less royalties for the use of their works. CMOs' transactions are voluminous, hence they may also need some time to implement internal SOPs for both governance and reporting, given that they were hitherto unregulated. In this regard, the government may wish to consider a gradated approach where regulations kick in over some years so that CMOs are able to cope. Further, I would also urge that regulations are not so onerous as to be prohibitive for new entrants into the market and should not stifle new, different, and potentially more efficient ways of operating a CMO. Finally, sir, looking ahead, the bill does not directly address the copyright ownership of AI-generated works. While this is a fairly new area of technology and a complex category of intellectual property rights, the government may wish to start considering legislation that can definitively fix the ownership of AI-generated works. Sir, I am confident that the new Copyright Act will support our local creators, improve access to copyright works, and create a more fair content management regime in Singapore. In this regard, notwithstanding my clarifications and suggestions, I support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Ms. Seng Ling Ling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, technology has enabled the creation, delivery, and consumption of content in ways we could have never imagined. The Copyright Bill is a timely update to ensure that we stay in step with changes in the technology, meeting the needs of a growing creative economy, and the increased use of data and content in the form of audio, video, and text in all aspects of our lives. The Copyright Bill seeks to establish a well-functioning copyright system that will help content to be created and attributed rightly, distributed efficiently, and consumed fairly. I hope to raise some suggestions to ensure that persons with disabilities or PWDs among us have equitable and fair access to consume and enjoy creative copyrighted content. Many PWDs are artistically inclined and are very creative. The Copyright Bill, with provisions for default ownership as well as the right of attribution to be with the creator, will enable creators who are PWDs to have an income from their creation and that their rights is protected. Notwithstanding this, we need to also ensure that they are given the same level of access to creative works as the able, so that they can enjoy content and be inspired by it. Firstly, PWDs should have fair and equitable access to copyrighted content in a format that they can consume, regardless of their disability. I'm glad that the Copyright Bill contains exceptions intended to give persons who are print disabled greater and more equal access to copyrighted works. These exceptions were introduced in 2015 to implement Singapore's commitments under the World Intellectual Properties Organization's Marrakesh Treaty. I am further heartened to know that the obligation for authorized entities to pay equitable remuneration for converting copyrighted work is removed, thus making access for the print disabled easier. However, I would like to clarify why this obligation remains for persons with intellectual disabilities, as stated in Division 5 of Section 217, subsection 3. Intellectual and cognitive disabilities cover a wide range of disabilities that affect mental processes of a person. This includes disabilities such as Down syndrome and autism, learning disabilities like dyslexia, brain injuries from illness or trauma, and dementia. They result in difficulty in processing complex information, requiring a transformation of the material into more easily understood forms. This transformation can include plain and simple language or high-low versions of written and audio works, changes in formatting, including pictorial illustrations, and text-to-speech technologies which help people with dyslexia to access print content. The same considerations that apply to persons with print disabilities should also apply to persons with intellectual disabilities. Converting content into a form accessible by persons with intellectual disabilities will likewise be expensive, time-consuming, and would add to the cost incurred by effectively paying twice to consume the work. As such, I would like to propose to remove the obligation for authorized entities to pay equitable remuneration to copyright owners for making, distributing, or making available copies of copyrighted works for persons with intellectual disabilities. This will bring the treatment of copyrighted works equal for persons with print or intellectual disabilities, and likewise ensure fair and equitable access for both. Secondly, we should also consider persons with hearing disability are not excluded in the consumption of creative works unintendedly. Many of the copyright provisions are for the print disabled, which includes those with visual impairments, perceptual or reading disabilities, or physical disabilities that impede the ability to manipulate a book. However, technology has made creative content much more immersive, requiring both audio and visual senses to fully participate and enjoy. Content on the web is a rich visual and audio experience, which can include audio-visual recordings, documentaries, and video reports. For the hearing impaired to consume such content, it will have to be transcribed into an accessible copy that includes subtitles or sign language. Although technology and artificial intelligence too may be able to enable auto-transcription, but there are also limitations in the quality of transcriptions, and hence the need for manual transcription, which require access to copyrighted materials. Hence, I would like to ask whether the current provisions for print-disabled persons can also be extended to persons with hearing disability. This will ensure persons with disability with different or multiple disability will have fair access to content. Lastly, as we seek to be a more inclusive and fair society, we must make every effort for persons with disabilities to freely participate in cultural life of the community to enjoy the arts and its benefits. It is important then that this access for PWDs to enjoy works be regardless of the contractual agreements in place between creators and users. In this respect, I would like to propose for consideration that Division 4 of Part 5 and Division 5 of Part 5 to be included in the list of exceptions from being restricted by contract so that the authorized entities will be able to provide accessible copies for persons with disabilities beyond those with who are print disabled, without having the heavy burden of verifying the contractual terms or the fear of a breach of contract. This will encourage greater participation and inclusion of persons with disabilities in our growing arts and cultural works. Nonetheless, this should also be done carefully applied such that it is not unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the creators. As a society, we've grown and matured in our expressions and appreciation of arts, culture, and creative content. Through the Copyright Bill, we are putting in place a framework to acknowledge the rights of creators and value their work and updating the law for the digital age. We also need to recognize that the persons with disabilities can and should be able to access and participate in the cultural, arts, and creative expression like any of our fellow Singaporeans. I hope that the Ministry of Law will consider my suggestion so that we can build a truly inclusive and fair society. Sir, notwithstanding my suggestions, I support the Copyright Bill. Thank you.
Order. I propose to take a break now, suspend the sitting, and we'll take the chair at 4:45 p.m. Order, order. Order.
Item 2, Copyright Bill, second reading.
Mr. Yip Hon Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the government's move to strengthen copyright laws. I will touch on 3 points in my speech. My first point is on creating a culture that attributes creators. This is shown in the amendment, which allows schools and students to use freely available resources from the internet. These are for educational purposes if they acknowledge the source and cite the access date. During home-based learning, some teachers face challenges with producing compelling learning content for their students. As the internet is a goldmine of educational content, it's sensible to tap on it. This should come without encumbering teachers with the onerous requirement of getting consent, as long as the content is readily available for use. Students will, in turn, be reminded to discern the legitimacy of online sources, as well as to reference them in their assignments when they see their teachers properly quoting their sources. The right to be identified and the mandatory acknowledgement of sources will help to cultivate a culture that recognizes creators. Starting young also helps to inculcate the right habits of referencing and the value of honesty as they progress academically. Teachers can also inculcate the right referencing styles and the use of reference management programs, especially as our youth become more tech-savvy. As assignments become more complex, students increasingly use online resources for their projects. Such skills will guard against plagiarism and ingrain the right values. Can the government share on efforts to build up this culture in our schools? Mr. Speaker, sir, while granting creatives the right to be identified is a positive step forward, my next point is that the Copyright Bill should grant creatives due recognition and protect their right to commercialize their work. With the challenging employment landscape, more young Singaporeans are turning to freelance content creation with the hope of eventually turning it into a career. The proliferation of e-commerce has led to a surge in demand for digital marketing services and consequently visual content. The gig economy has provided increased opportunities for graphic designers and content creators to work on projects and earn an income. This is not only within Singapore, but also from an international market. But to do so reliably, they must be able to defend the intellectual rights to their concepts and creations, as well as to guard against unscrupulous people who may plagiarize their contents. Otherwise, how can they expect to be fairly remunerated if their creations and ideas can be copied and used by others without repercussions? Without such safeguards, such gig economy content creators may no longer find it worthwhile to create unique content. Consequently, we may lose such local talent. I know of a young designer who had once pitched a logo design to a company. Eventually, the company did not engage his services. But when the company reviewed their logo design, he found that it bore great resemblance to the design that he had created. He was convinced they had misappropriated his design and merely altered it slightly. However, he thought it would be too troublesome and costly to take legal action. He also lacked confidence in achieving a successful outcome as he did not copyright his design. His story is not unique. It's a perpetual challenge for young content creators, especially those who are just starting out, to protect their works from companies preying on their inexperience. As such, there must be effective and affordable means of enforcement for such matters. Granting and recognizing rights is one thing, but it's meaningless if creatives are unable to effectively enforce their rights in an affordable manner and to seek recourse. Mediation is probably one cost-effective way to deal with such matters. Having volunteered as a mediator in MinLaw's Community Mediation Centre, I'm an advocate for mediation before litigation. I've witnessed many disputes due to a misunderstanding or lack of awareness. Many people are intimidated by the idea of court proceedings, hence mediation is always a more approachable and affordable means for problem solving. I know that IPOS offers mediation as a formal route to settle copyright disputes. Even so, the cost can be hefty for a freelancer just starting out. The cheapest option appears to be an administrative fee of $50 per party and a mediator fee of $500 per party for a 4-hour session. That alone may exceed the cost of a brand logo design. The victim may feel that the cost, time, and effort to go through mediation are not worthwhile in pursuing the matter. With the rise in independent content creation, it is timely to consider a separate mediation route that is more affordable and streamlined. The goal is to make mediation more accessible to the independent gig economy worker. Furthermore, if any copyright infringement has been found, the guilty party should be made to bear the entire mediation costs. Besides mediation, there should be other mechanisms such as tribunals, etc., that could be set up to hear such disputes. My other concern is whether these laws would have any impact if the copyright infringement is committed by individuals or organizations overseas. This is likely to be increasingly widespread due to the borderless nature of the internet. Mr. Speaker, sir, my last point is on the permitted sharing and copying of materials provided by the public service. This is for the purpose of facilitating public interest. Fake news move very quickly these days. It's reassuring to know that we can simply forward an infographic from the government's social media accounts to debunk myths without fear of legal repercussions. Many of my Yio Chu Kang residents, especially seniors, do not enjoy reading walls of text. As such, simple to understand infographics and digital pamphlets from the various government websites are very much appreciated. The agency's logos on the materials save us the trouble of having to determine the legitimacy of the source. While the bill states that the materials can be copied, I wish to clarify whether such materials can be incorporated into an existing publication, like a pamphlet that also contains other content. In essence, can contents from different sources be combined without the need to seek permission? I recall previously that a grassroots volunteer wanted to produce a community event flyer that would also contain information on social distancing and mask wearing. He was unsure whether it would be legal to copy the contents from the MOH website. In the end, he abandoned the idea. Can the Minister provide some clarification on this? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, protecting intellectual property is critical for innovation, which in turn is critical for Singapore to thrive as a knowledge-based economy. Job losses as a result of the pandemic saw many more Singaporeans setting up their home businesses or freelancing. Many would promote their creations and portfolios on social media, from music to visual content, source codes, and so on. It is timely that we update the copyright laws accordingly. As mentioned in my speech, our copyright laws should not merely protect the rights of creatives to commercialize and prevent exploitation of their work. It should also respect the work of creatives. This will encourage more Singaporeans to share their creative works and inspire others, knowing that it is respected and protected by law. I support the bill.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, the landscape of innovation and creativity in any society has always been an intricate balancing act. On one hand, placing too many restrictions on the flow of ideas and creative work, and society hinders the possibility of good ideas being built upon and turned into great ideas, this allowing society from standing to collectively gain from the brilliance of individuals. On the other hand, too few restrictions discourage these individuals' expressions of brilliance, believing they will not stand to gain from their creations, in turn, dealing a fatal blow to the generation of ideas from a society. This is why I welcome, and the Labour movement welcomes, the troubleshooting of the Copyright Act as the government endeavours to adapt to changing concerns and the evolving landscape of innovation and creativity. This is especially pertinent to a league of freelancers in our society, the creatives. Creatives come in all forms, from the visual to the literary to the musical, even the culinary and the floral arts. Mr. Speaker, many of us would be familiar with the troupe of with the tribe of a starving artist, dedicating their lives to their passionate pursuit of their craft, sometimes foregoing material comforts as they realize their work does not meet its proper valuation in the economic realities of the market. Most of us will be quick to diagnose that the depressed wages of creative freelancers to the harsh mechanics of the free market. However, I would like very much to raise the visible and sometimes unethical hand involved in contracting practices with our creatives. While we welcome efforts to give first ownership of copyrights to authors and makers in commissioned work, the reality of transactions between creatives and their clients run back much further. Even before contracting, creatives often find themselves having to pitch their work to their clients, who will in turn choose who to commission for the job. Let's take designers, for example. Many think that the process goes like this. The designer offers a great idea, the client likes it, they contract with the designer, and the designer goes on to make their design a success for the client. However, how transactions often go is like this. The designer still offers great design ideas. The client still falls in love with that idea, but they contract with another designer who might be willing to take a smaller cut. And this designer who's willing to do it for less is given the pitch from the other designer as a reference, effectively clearing themselves of all hoops presented by our laws as they stand, as long as the reference is not plagiarized wholesale. In the long run, creatives are subject to a race to the bottom in terms of their compensation because it is not great ideas that are rewarded, but instead their willingness to forsake a fair wage. Mr. Speaker, we must take a full view of transactions within creatives and their clients if we want to build a regulatory ecosystem that truly promotes innovations and their innovators. Strong and sensible contracting terms are welcome, but an inquiry into pre-contractual interactions, such as pitching, must be also considered in this debate. Creatives often want their work to entertain, to inspire, relate, to tell a story, and there is indeed power in their creations. Yet the power of the creative work is never far detached from the person behind the creative work. As one freelancer expressed, art is a reproduction of myself. Any inquiry into the great creative works of yore never finds himself detached from their creators. Listen to the familiar tune of Fur Alice, and we remark, Beethoven. Marvel at the great paintings, and we quickly call to the mind Monet, Rembrandt. This very intimacy between the creative and their creation is what our copyright laws serve to protect. Well, this sacred bond is well protected when it comes to most creative mediums. An often overlooked demographic of creatives are those who happen to express their craft visually and through their likeness. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am referring to models in Singapore. At this juncture, I would like to share a story of my resident, Ms. Tuan, who has recounted her experience to me as a model. To perfect their craft, Ms. Tuan tells me how creatives don't just sit and look pretty. They actually chisel out a whole entire lifestyle around their craft. The preparation for a shot is often extensive, requiring collaboration across photographers, stylists, dietitians, and producers, as well as comprehensive planning, including location, dressing, equipment, amongst others. Modeling is hard work, and often elegant final product betrays the amount of hard work that has been poured into the process. You could imagine my residents' dismay, however, when it was revealed that an artist had illustrated her likeness from one of her test shoot photos and went on to commercialize and profit off her piece of work. This certainly wasn't Ms. Tuan's first experience with her likeness being appropriated by others, but without the firm recognition of image or personality rights in Singapore, she was fully subject to the cooperation and compliance of the other party. Unfortunately for my resident, on this occasion, the other party was unwilling to make recourse. It is necessary that we have the regulatory environment shaped in such a way that our creatives' rice bowls do not rest shakily on the goodwill of strangers. Instead, our laws must create meaningful forms of transactional safety nets among creatives who wish to use one another's work. To conclude, in order to safeguard the interests of creatives in Singapore, we must make considerations that reflect the realities of transactions between freelancers and their clients and amongst the creatives themselves. Accommodations must also be considered for niche creative fields such as modeling. These concerns notwithstanding, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Louison.
So there's now increasing diversity on how content is created, distributed, and used in the digital sphere. This bill to strengthen Singapore's copyright regime is necessary and timely. This bill will be important in encouraging creativity and protecting creators and their works, carving out crucial fair use exceptions and strengthening the copyright ecosystem. That said, I have 3 points of clarification. My first clarification is on the safeguard on the permitted use of materials for text and data mining for analytic purposes. Section 244 permits the copying of the works for the purpose of computational data analysis. Under Section 187, creators are not allowed to restrict this by contract. It is not clear why we have designed such a specific carve-out. Why should creators not have the power to protect their works, specifically from being the input data for some machine learning model? What is the principle behind this special condition? We should note that the results of computational data analysis may be extremely profitable, and it is not necessarily the case that original creators may know or be comfortable about their work being used in this way. Can the Ministry share how it intends to ensure a balance between allowing the use of works for computational data analysis and the interests of copyright holders? My second point relates to enforcing the new rights of attribution. Part 7 of the bill provides a moral right for the author of a work to be identified if another person causes the work to be published. I welcome this development as it gives creators recognition for their efforts and respects their work. However, in practice, independent or smaller creators with limited resources may not easily be able to monitor publications of their works and enforce their rights. Even if creators discover a breach of their rights, they have to bring an action in court under Section 383. In that scenario, the legal costs might be too high to make enforcement worth it. Further, the available remedies under Section 385 include injunctions and damages. It may not be cost-effective for creators to seek injunctions, and damages may be difficult to prove and quantify. Can ministers share if additional measures will be taken to help these creators enforce their rights? For example, would the ministry consider creating a special court process or use the Copyright Tribunal for a cost-effective means of enforcement? My third point of clarification relates to the expanded rights of creators. I support this new default position in the legislation. Under the new Copyright Act, creators and performers have the right to be attributed when their work or performance is used. Also, creators of certain works, including commissioned photographs, portraits, and engravings, will be granted default copyright ownership. These new rights are supposed to give individual freelancers and creators from small and medium-sized enterprises greater bargaining powers to negotiate better terms with commissioning parties. However, the contrary may also be true. These default positions can be restricted and excluded by contract. The safeguards are that the contracts must be individually negotiated, and the contract terms purporting to restrict the exception must be deemed to be fair and reasonable. There is often a power imbalance with creators on one end and publishers and producers on the other. Publishers and producers may use these same rights against creators. Publishers and producers are likely to favor contracting with creators willing to cede copyright ownership rights to them, rather than one who wishes to retain it and negotiate better terms. I understand that the Ministry views legislative intervention a blunt tool in addressing these issues. I'm also aware that the Ministry instead plans to collaborate with industry associations to develop sector-specific self-help resources. That said, can Minister clarify if there are additional resources that will be put in place to level the playing field further? As individual freelancers and small and medium-sized businesses lack financial resources for litigation, in the case contract terms are found unreasonable, what alternative avenues of recourse are available to this group? So notwithstanding these clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Mr. Sean Huang.
Mr. Speaker, I'll highlight 3 key aspects of the Copyright Bill. First is the right to be identified, second on computational data analysis, and third on CMOs. I believe in the right for creators to be properly identified and take credit for work done. We must honor the creative work of our authors and performers, as this will be the foundation to build an ecosystem based on recognition, respect, and reputation for our Singapore creatives. It is an important step for creators of original content to build their personal reputation and incentivize the creation of new works with more equitable rights. In a digital era where such content may be rapidly replicated and distributed, can the Minister share how freelance creators with little resources can seek legal recourse without delay to better protect their reputation and commercial value of their work? On amendments for computational data analysis, I welcome the change as we step into a world of data analytics and AI. It is relevant in the information age to enable greater freedoms on the use of information for data analysis to spur a deeper understanding of our world and the domain, which would in turn build a more vibrant and responsible data-driven ecosystem. There is a more critical need for Singapore, as we need to continue to be relevant as a global business hub and evolve together with emerging trends and challenges. However, there are scenarios where the work of a creator or collective is pivotal to the outcome of the computational data analysis. For example, if 90% of the data was from an individual or a collective, without their significant contribution, this study would not have been possible. Does the Ministry have measures to protect the rights of these individuals, given their significant contribution, to ensure that there's proper attribution and protection of their reputation and commercial interests? On CMOs, the aim is to build a fair, safe, and transparent system where CMOs, right owners, and future generations can reap the rewards of an efficient copyright ecosystem. These proposed changes would benefit all stakeholders. However, due to the transnational nature of the copyright ecosystem, can the Minister share how these new measures affect the relationship between CMOs and copyright owners based in Singapore and overseas, especially when the relationship is between a foreign-based distributor and a local freelance creator? Mr. Speaker, I support the Copyright Bill.
Mr. Donry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the changes introduced in the Copyright Act, which ensures that the copyright continues to reward the creation of works and the works are available for the benefit of society at large. And as a result, the copyright ecosystem will be strengthened. I have a few clarification questions. Besides pursuing artistic excellence, financial benefit is another factor that will motivate the copyright holder to produce more good work. Will Ministry of Law work with MAS and the accountancy sector to develop a valuation and financing framework so that the copyright can be valued, collateralized, and be encashed? The Copyright Bill provides that acts outside Singapore do not infringe the moral rights of creators or performers. Any other avenue which can allow a Singaporean copyright holder to sue a foreign infringer. The Copyright Bill appears to support a measured balance between the public interest in permitting the use of computational data analysis and the legitimate interests of copyright owners. It remains uncertain how the safeguards for copyright owners will be interpreted in light of the growing use of artificial intelligence and machine learning platforms to perform autonomous data mining. I applaud the idea of attributing the work to the creator. However, in reality, it may be challenging to identify the creator or performer of the performance. If my interpretation is correct, commissioner of works are to ensure appropriate assignments are entered into with the creators. How about the contracts signed before November 2021? Are the commissioners going to incur legal costs to rectify these contracts? Can the new act grandfather the contracts signed before November 2021? Copyright holder needs to know that reworking of fair use into an open-ended exception is not a straightforward process, as it will require determination by the courts as to whether the potential infringer can avail itself of the new exception in any given situation on a case-by-case basis. Until the courts have decided, infringers are likely to cite new open-ended fair use exception to defend against allegation. Do we have any mitigant here? Paraphrasing commonly known legal concepts into layman's language can lead to misunderstanding on the part of the public as well. For example, the introduction of the term permitted use to describe not only legal exceptions to copyright, but other permitted uses. It may cause confusion. For a common man, it is important for the public to understand that the copyright owner is not permitting the use. In fact, it is the case of a legal exception or a fair use, no concurrence is required. It may be better to be precise, emphasizing that a fair use is a legal exception to a copyright holder's monopoly right, no one that has been permitted, as in the case of a license used. The fifth factor to determine fair use has now been omitted from the bill. I understood that it is subsumed in the fourth factor. In other words, based on the effect of the use on the potential market. I feel that this is not as straightforward as the previous wording in providing guidance to the courts. In Mandarin, sir. 版权法案也让阅读障碍者，例如视障人士，更多机会接触到这些赋予版权的作品。根据版权法案，在不需要支付额外费用的情况下，这些印刷品可转成其他格式，以便让更多阅读障碍者受惠。这项修改更进一步促进我国成为一个包容性社会。在谈到包容性社会，很难不能谈到非法电视盒的根本问题。备受新加坡人喜爱的英超、世界杯、美国篮球职业篮球联赛，需要通过昂贵的付费电视才能收看得到。所以我敦请法律部第二部长可以跟社青部部长商量一下，看政府可否支付这些赛事的播放权。Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Mr. Edwin Tong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the various members who have spoken for their support of the bill. Their speeches illustrate some of the competing issues that we face when designing this bill. Having more exceptions and making inroads to free use or widening fair use all means less recognition for creators, less remuneration that they receive for their works. Conversely, too tight a framework on copyright with less exceptions, tighter fair use, might mean that public interest and access might then not be fulfilled. So in designing this bill, we've had to tread a balanced path, look at all the competing interests and balance it one against the other, and find a path that at once allows public interest in content, but at the same time creates an environment where creators can be recognized and attributed for their works. So members have raised various suggestions and questions on the bill, broadly in 4 categories as follows. Some of the difficulties that rights owners might face. Second, clarifications on some of the changes. Third, they raise several suggestions for further changes to be considered. And finally, the communication of these changes to the public. I will address members' categories in these 4 baskets. Mr. Louis Ng, Mr. James Lim, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, and Mr. Patrick Tay highlighted that a change in the default rules of ownership helps to put creators in a better negotiating position. But creators who are freelancers or small business owners might still face an imbalance of negotiating power that can negate the benefit of the change. So this bill provides for a change in default ownership, the legal position in the default ownership, in favor of creators. But we cannot, however, legislate for negotiating power. The bill would not be able to take into account the relative considerations in every commercial negotiation. So, for example, if we legislate that creators will always have ownership, regardless, and do not allow contracts to change this position. This might not cater for situations where the creator wants to assign or sell his or her own copyright for good commercial reasons. Creators should instead consider coming together, forming industry associations to develop industry best practices to represent them. Good example is NTUC's Freelancers and Self-Employed Unit. They advocate for best practices. It's seeded an industry association, the Visual, Audio, Creative Content Professionals Association, or VICPA, worked with Law Society Pro Bono Services to develop and publish a handbook, Advocate for the Arts, a legal handbook for the creative industries. The UK Society of Authors and the Australian Society of Authors similarly support their members in the same fashion. We will continue to work with government agencies overseeing the development of the various industry sectors to encourage and to support the development of industry associations and industry best practices. Encouraging organizations who commission works to act more reasonably is another factor that would help the current situation. Mr. Patrick Tay had a couple of good suggestions on how the public sector can lead by example and how service buyers can be educated on basic contract principles. We will continue with our education efforts within the public sector on these procurement issues and also work with government agencies to explore how we can educate other service buyers. On enforcement, Mr. Louis Ng, Mr. Yip Hon Wing, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Mr. Sean Huang highlighted that creators and performers may lack the financial resources to take enforcement action against infringers. Mr. Ng in particular asked whether there could be a special court process created or whether the Copyright Tribunal could be a cost-effective means of enforcement. Mr. Yip suggested that there could be cheaper alternatives, such as mediation for freelance creatives. We have received much of this feedback and discussed it a lot with stakeholders during public consultations. A solution would have to stretch beyond the current legislative amendments. We will ensure that there are cost-effective enforcement options available and that creatives who are individuals or small business owners will be made aware of them. First, IPOS runs the IP legal clinics. Its aim is to provide creators and performers a quick and easy way to assess their situation, decide if they own the copyright, what is the level of infringement, what the next steps might be. Typically, there is a 45-minute session with an IP specialist lawyer. Advice can be sought on any IP infringement issue, including enforcement options, and the costs are fully reimbursable by IPOS. In general, many clear situations can be resolved by a simple letter asserting rights, telling the alleged infringer of the rights and asserting them, and asking that the user then stop their actions, pay the license fee, or in the appropriate cases, give credit for the application. Second, we are continuing to make court processes more accessible to creators and performers. Members might recall that in 2019, I mentioned during the second reading of the Intellectual Property Dispute Resolution Bill that MinLaw and Supreme Court were looking into the introduction of a specialized IP litigation track in the High Court with simplified processes and cost-saving features. That simplified process track is about to be introduced, and more details will be announced in the coming months. Finally, we appreciate the importance of efficient and cost-effective alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, such as Mr. Yip suggested, mediation. I believe the fees mentioned by Mr. Yip are for mediation of copyright disputes in Singapore under the auspices of WIPO's Arbitration and Mediation Centre, or WIPO AMC. These fees are in fact the result of IPOS's existing collaboration with WIPO AMC to reduce mediation costs for copyright disputes and are already highly subsidized. That said, we are already exploring with other government agencies on how to make mediation even more accessible, and I'm happy to hear that Mr. Yip subscribes to this as well and would be happy to take on board his suggestions. Mr. Yip and Mr. Donwy asked how creators and performers can enforce against people outside Singapore. I think Ms. Herting-Rue also raised the same point. A fundamental point is that copyright laws are territorial. They protect copyright within the territory, Singapore. Our copyright regime allows rights owners to enforce against acts of infringements that occur in Singapore, regardless of whether they are by a local or a foreigner. But the key point is that these are infringements that take place within our jurisdiction. Likewise, other countries have similar copyright regimes which allow rights owners in Singapore to take action against acts of infringement that might occur in their countries. Several members had questions on the details of the changes, and I'll now turn to a few of them. Mr. Lim Biao Chuan asked whether instead of written agreements, whether oral agreements could be used to change the default position. Mr. Don Wee asked how past contracts are treated with the change in the default ownership for commissioning situations. So, oral agreements can, oftentimes will, present evidential difficulties when there's a dispute. And the intention here is not to add on a further overlay of disputes. Consumers who are typically are even more vulnerable between the two parties. If oral agreements are allowed, it's often going to be one man's word against the other. But having said that, we'll consider Mr. Lim's suggestion, which is a good one, for a template for a written agreement of copyright ownership. Clause 135 of the bill clarifies that contracts entered into prior to the effective date of this bill will not be affected by the changes I spoke about. This ensures that the existing contractual arrangements which have already been entered into will not be affected by this bill. Mr. Don Wee had a question on the challenge for users to identify the creator or performer. I mentioned it earlier, but let me just reiterate. There will be appropriate exceptions where identification would not be needed. For example, when the identity of the creator or performer is not reasonably ascertainable. Mr. James Lim asked about the duration for protection, whether these are based on our international obligations. He might know that we are bound by the USSFTA and the EUSFTA, which has a minimum duration of protection, and that's what we have provided for in this bill. This is higher than what other countries are bound to, and this stronger protection of IP is balanced in this case by the various permitted uses in the Act, which I had discussed earlier and which members had spoken about. Second, Mr. Lim also asked about new provisions on sound recordings and whether they are EUS FTA obligation, and they only add new rights relating to public performance and broadcasting of sound recordings. It should be noted that we already protect sound recording rights today. For example, to prevent copying. And to our knowledge, based on the extensive feedback and the industry consultation, there's no evidence that this protection, which also exists in other countries, would inhibit creativity in new areas. Third, Mr. Lim also asked about the change of default ownership, and I think he spoke about the employer-employee relationship. This is based on international industry and legislative norms, including what UK does for their framework. This was also discussed with stakeholders during our consultations and public consultations, and the point really is the bill sets up a default position from which parties can negotiate. And I think that's a point that Mr. James Lim also raised. The point is that the position in law, as set out in this bill, is the starting point, and parties then negotiate away from that position. But there has to be a starting position as a default. Mr. Lim Biao Chuan asked whether there would be a loophole that consumers can buy from other countries set-top boxes that stream unauthorized sources of content. The new provisions impose liability on those who deal commercially with such boxes, like sellers, but not the buyers of such boxes. This was done having regard to striking a right balance. Prevalence of such devices and services is an issue around the world. Different countries are at different stages of dealing with this issue. Eventually, it is likely that these devices and services will also be banned or legislated against in other countries too. Mr. Lim also asked whether this permitted use in relation to internet materials for educational purposes for non-profit schools, whether this could be used by for-profit schools, charitable organizations or IPCs, and if not, whether it could be extended to them. Again, the point I made at the outset is we strike a balance. The more inroads you create in terms of exceptions or fair use, the less likely it is that creators, content owners will be appropriately remunerated for the content. So here's a balance, and we believe that Clause 83, which defines educational institutions that can benefit from this permitted use, strikes the right balance, requiring them to be non-profit, generally covering full-time education, and also includes training for adults for their profession. Mr. Lim asked about charitable organizations and IPCs. They can avail themselves of this permitted use if they fall within these criteria of Clause 83. As I mentioned, this is a balanced position. A copyright owner's interest also needs to be considered when we legislate. And around the world, copyright permitted uses for educational purposes only cover non-profit. Even if for-profit schools, charitable organizations, or IPCs cannot avail themselves of this permitted use, there could be other permitted uses or exceptions which might apply, like fair use. And I believe Mr. James Lim mentioned what happens to a situation where you want to use the material for non-educational but knowledge-based think tanks, if I heard him correctly. In this situation, the fair use does not prescribe restrictions to the type of organizations which might avail themselves of the fair use. On computational data analysis, several members asked some questions. Mr. Donby asked about the safeguards for rights owners, particularly in light of the growing use of AI and machine learning. Mr. Sean Huang asked whether the permitted use would treat rights owners whose work is instrumental to the outcome of the computational data analysis differently, such as requiring attribution or protecting the commercial interest. And Mr. Ng asked why it cannot be restricted by contract. Let me first highlight to Mr. Wee that definition of computational data analysis is broad enough to include AI and machine learning. I think I mentioned that at my initial speech. The conditions of permitted users were developed with that in mind. To answer Mr. Sean Huang, let me explain the principle behind the permitted use. Computational data analysis treats the work as data points and does not make use of the expressive nature of the works, which is what copyright fundamentally seeks to protect. In short, because computational data analysis does not itself make use of the expressive nature of the works, the right owner's reputational and commercial interests are not adversely affected. To Mr. Lewis's question, many permitted uses can be modified or excluded via reasonable contract terms. However, some permitted uses are mandatory for public policy reasons. Because of the benefit that permitted use because the benefit of that particular permitted use could be drastically reduced or even non-existent if we allow contracts to modify its application. So we protect certain categories which are necessary for public policy reasons. And computational data analysis is one such category. The benefit of data analysis improves as the set of underlying data used is as complete as possible. Having specific databases locked out of the analysis because of contractual restrictions would make the results less useful, or worse, creates bias or inaccuracies. Therefore, it is important not to allow private contractual provisions to override this permitted use. It supports the development of useful applications of data analysis, which is indispensable to the current digital economy. In addition, this permitted use only covers materials to which a user must have had lawful access, such as by paying the subscription fee for the database. So where creators or publishers of the materials charge fees in order for users to access such works, that revenue would not be affected. Mr. Yip asked whether the new permitted use that allows for dissemination of materials by the government will also allow such content to be incorporated or compiled into an existing publication. Short answer is yes. Copying it, whether a part of it or the entirety of the materials, is allowed if done for the permitted purposes, and the permitted use does not prevent any parts that are copied from being combined along with other materials. On fair use, Mr. Donby, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan, Ms. Herting-Ru had some questions on the changes that we have made to fair use. Let me just explain the changes and then take the members of the House through how this is contemplated to work with the courts. Whether fair use has been reworked, the questions that have been asked is whether fair use has been reworked into an open-ended exception that requires the courts to make a determination on a case-by-case basis, and whether with the fifth factor removed, a point that Mr. Wee specifically brought up, we are now providing less guidance to the courts. Let me assure both Mr. Wee and Ms. He that this provision has always been an open-ended one, requiring a case-by-case determination by the courts, even on the existing regime in the present Copyright Act. I would also add that despite dropping the fifth factor, the court can still consider the factor when relevant. We dropped the fifth factor because there was market feedback by stakeholders that it lent itself to confusion. Because of the language and because of the way in which it was framed, users had assumed, in many cases wrongly, that they first had to procure a license before they could get within the rubric of the fifth factor. Members would also know that Clause 191 requires the court to consider all relevant matters, in deciding whether a work or a performance is fairly used. So the removal of the fifth factor simply means that a court only needs to consider that factor when it is of the view that the factor is relevant. So it doesn't make it irrelevant. What the current bill does is provides for the four factors. Courts considers all four factors, but in the appropriate case, or in such cases which are particularly fact-sensitive, the courts can still consider this. And in fact, this is what the Chief Justice said in a leading Court of Appeal decision in Global Yellow Pages. The Court of Appeal, without taking members through the decision in detail, opined that looking at fair dealing, as it currently is called, is overall a highly fact-sensitive inquiry that has to have regard to all the circumstances. All the factors must be considered, but the court, of course, understands the facts, ascertains the context, looks at the parties' relative position, and then assigns the appropriate weight to each factor and makes an overall determination whether a dealing is fair or otherwise. So this approach would continue, and the court would have regard to each case, looking at the facts. And I think if you look at the construct of the fair dealing, fair use exceptions, this is precisely what it's intended to do, to allow the courts, the adjudicators, to look at a specific factual matrix behind each contention for exception or for use. Next, let me touch on the CMOs, which several members spoke about. Mr. Lim Biow Chuan asked whether the government would be regulating the amount of royalties to be paid to CMOs and what recourse users have if the amount is unreasonable. Mr. Huang asked how the regulations could affect foreign CMOs. Mr. Joshua Raj Thomas suggested that CMOs may need more time to adapt to the regulations, and it should not be too onerous as to be prohibitive to new entrants. As I mentioned briefly earlier, our regulations proposed in this bill do not control the prices which CMOs charge. The Copyright Tribunal will continue to hear disputes over reasonableness of license fees. That was the case and will still be the case. Clause 459 of the bill clarifies that the new regulations will apply to any CMO who offers license to users in Singapore. However, foreign CMOs who represent local rights owners but offer licenses to users overseas will not be subject to the new regulations. I also mentioned the timeline for these regulations. The provisions for regulating the CMOs will only be implemented later, after a further public consultation on license conditions next year. This will give CMOs more time to make the necessary adjustments to regulation. We are mindful that the CMOs might need the extra time, and we have been also presently continuously engaging with them, and that have done so since our CMO public consultation started a few years ago. So I can assure Mr. Thomas that the scheme will be a light touch class licensing regulatory framework, and we similarly want to encourage new entrants in this area with innovative solutions. Regulations, as some members have pointed out, will provide clarity to all, but at the same time, we don't intend to make it burdensome to CMOs to operate in a responsible and accountable manner. To achieve the right balance in our regulations, we have considered the experience of other countries and international precedents in WIPO's Good Practice Toolkit for CMOs. Finally, Mr. Wee had some concerns that the use of the term permitted users to describe exceptions may lead to confusion. The term simply means that a user is permitted to do an act under the law. Clause 183 explains that an act that is permitted use is not a rights infringement. This will help to prevent misunderstandings about the use of that term. Let me now touch on some of the suggestions raised by members. Ms. Ng Ling Ling suggested that persons with intellectual disabilities and audio disabilities could have similar levels of permitted uses as persons with print disabilities, and also that permitted uses could all be made mandatory. Mr. Patrick Tay asked whether there could be a one-stop publishing house dealing with all the IP rights. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling spoke about models that need to have some form of protection as well. Mr. James Lim spoke about permitted use for publicly funded research, which I believe I responded to earlier in the context of fair use. Mr. Thomas suggested that we consider legislation that can determine the ownership of AI-generated works, and Ms. Hertingrue had a suggestion on mandating royalties. We will study these suggestions. These are not covered. These are all suggestions that are not covered in this bill, but we'll study them and decide at the appropriate stage whether they can be implemented or they can be implemented with modifications. I want to tell members of this House that our review of the copyright regime does not stop with the passing of this bill. We will continually review, particularly given that we are dealing with an industry sector that is very fast-changing and fast-moving. And we'll take on board suggestions as they come in for our continual review. Mr. Wee had a suggestion that went beyond this framework as to whether there could be valuation and financing, whether there could be a valuation and financing framework for collateralizing copyright. I'll just touch on this briefly. I recently spoke at the launch of the Singapore IP Strategy 2030 during this year's IP Week at SG event, outlining the efforts on valuation of IP. I believe this is an opportune suggestion. Singapore will be involved with an international valuation panel to develop valuation guidelines for intangible assets and IP. The guidelines will be based on internationally accepted standards that can be then widely adopted internationally, and they will help rights owners commercialize and maximize the value of their IP, including through collateralization. Finally, sir, members have brought up some points in relation to how these changes could be communicated to the relevant stakeholders. Mr. Tay had various suggestions for freelancers and the general public. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan urged that there must be public education on the change in the default ownership rules for certain commission works. And I think members were particularly taken with the point about photography, and wedding photographs in particular, I think, was an example that came up more than once. We agree, and we will do so. Mr. Yip asked what the government will be doing to build up a culture of acknowledging sources and identifying creators in our schools, given the new permitted use of freely available materials from the internet for educational purposes, which requires acknowledgement of the source as a condition. As I mentioned earlier, we will be reaching out to the various stakeholders to help them understand their new rights, also be working with them to make sure that the broader public is kept informed. For example, we'll work with the National Arts Council and NTUC to educate creators and performers. We'll work closely with the Ministry of Education to ensure that teachers and students are aware of the details of their new permitted use. For changes which affect a broad spectrum of stakeholders, like the changes in default ownership of commissioned works or the new right to be identified, we will reach out through various channels, infographics, social media, and public talks to make sure that information is disseminated. I'd like to also take the opportunity to ask my fellow members here to help disseminate the information as well in your respective constituencies. IPOS has put up materials on their website explaining the changes, and members can avail themselves of online resources and bring them to the attention of members in their constituency. Mr. James Lim asked what we do with Parmesan cheese and whiskey. Mr. Lim might know that this is not within the purview of this bill. That had been covered in a previous Geographical Indications Act, which we had passed last year, passed earlier and amended last year. But I'd like to assure the House that does not stop local producers from producing. You just can't call it a name that that otherwise bears reference to a location. Ms. Hertingrue, when Ms. Hertingrue closed the speech, she mentioned clauses 141 and 142 on penalties, but then quickly segued into talking about the cost of foreign sports programs being broadcast on TV. I think Ms. Her knows that this is also not relevant to this bill. This is the result of exclusivity, of negotiated broadcast licenses and rights, and it is not an issue that this bill can fix. Indeed, the point here is you can't remove copyright. You can't take away the copyright because, quite frankly, if you do, then the content will simply not come into Singapore. So it's quite a different debate altogether that Ms. He has raised on this issue. It's not germane to this bill, and I won't say anything beyond this. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all the members who have spoken. I think all of the members who have spoken support the bill. I'd like to reiterate and underscore the point that this bill seeks to navigate a fine balance between public interest, access, having more access, and ensuring that creators, content creators, are properly remunerated and their rights are protected. This bill represents our commitment to ensure that balance between rights owners and the users, and we continue to chart a path that is both fair and reasonable to both sides of the equation. And we do this in the context of the technological and the market changes that are constantly occurring. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to move.
Any clarifications? Question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Copyright Bill.
Committee stage, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 246 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 247, Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the amendment standing in the name of the Minister for Law, as indicated in the order paper supplement. I had addressed in my opening speech the reasons for making the amendments to Clause 247.
The question is, as proposed by the member, as many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 247 as amended. The question is that Clause 247 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 248, Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the amendment standing in the name of the Minister for Law, as indicated in the order paper supplement. I had also addressed the reasons for making this amendment in my opening speech.
The question is as proposed by the member. As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 248 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 249 to 541 stand part of the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to with amendments.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Copyright Bill. Item 3, Environmental Protection and Management Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, I beg to move that the bill now be read second time. There are two parts to the bill. I will start with the first part on reducing the emissions of hydrofluorocarbon, or HFC, refrigerants from RAC equipment. RAC stands for refrigeration and air conditioning equipment. In recent months, the world witnessed the devastating impacts of climate change, from the unprecedented heat waves in North America to the terrifying floods in Europe and China. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, in its latest report, warned of catastrophic impacts from climate change unless the world takes urgent action to curb greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm heartened by the strong support given by this House earlier this year in acknowledging climate change as a global emergency and a threat to mankind. Every ton of GHG reduced can and will lead to tangible improvements to our environment. Singapore will play our part to meet ambitious GHG emissions reduction targets. These are set out under the 2030 Nationally Determined Contribution and our long-term low emissions development strategy under the Paris Agreement. Earlier this year, we launched the Singapore Green Plan 2030, our national roadmap towards sustainable development. Our plans are not static. We will review our plans and continue to raise our climate ambitions as low emissions technologies become available to achieve net zero emissions as soon as viable. One significant contributor to GHG emissions is the use of RAC equipment. Cooling is essential in our hot and humid climate, but is energy intensive and generates carbon emissions. RAC equipment also use HFCs as refrigerants and emit HFCs into the atmosphere. These are potent greenhouse gases, or GHG, which trap more heat than carbon dioxide. This is why MSC announced a comprehensive package of measures at the Committee of Supply debates last year to reduce HFC emissions. First, to shift the market towards climate-friendly RAC equipment. This addresses the root cause by avoiding the use of certain class of HFC refrigerants that have the most adverse impact on the climate. Second, to raise the industry's competency in handling HFC refrigerants during the installation, maintenance, and decommissioning of the RAC equipment. And third, to mandate the recovery of spent HFC refrigerants. HFCs from discarded RAC equipment will have to be collected and treated for reuse or destroyed, instead of being vented into the atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, I will now go through the new Part 10A of the bill, which will give effect to the measures I have described. First, we will phase out RAC equipment using refrigerants with high global warming potential, or GWP in short, where climate-friendly alternatives are already available. GWP is a measure of the warming effect of a gas relative to carbon dioxide. For example, the typical refrigerant used in chillers, R134A, has a GWP of 1,300. In comparison, carbon dioxide has a GWP of 1. The higher the GWP, the more heat the refrigerant will trap. From 1st October next year, the National Environment Agency, or NEA, will not allow the supply of RAC equipment with high GWP, starting with household air conditioners that use refrigerants with GWP of more than 750, and household refrigerators and commercial water cooler chillers that use refrigerants with GWP of more than 15. Climate-friendly alternatives for such equipment are widely available. They are typically more energy efficient, and users can enjoy energy cost savings too. For households, there is no cost difference in switching to climate-friendly refrigerators and air conditioners. For commercial users, low GWP water cooler chillers cost 15% more on average, but as they are more energy efficient, their life cycle cost savings more than make up for the higher upfront costs. In our industry consultations, most suppliers and importers of RAC equipment have affirmed that they are able to supply climate-friendly models. Countries in the EU, as well as in the US and Japan, have implemented similar measures to curb HFC emissions. Major exporters of RAC equipment, such as the US and China, are also shifting towards more climate-friendly refrigerants. These measures will be effected through sections 40B to 40D, which allow the minister to prescribe the above RAC equipments as goods to be regulated, and the requirements that they have to satisfy to be supplied in Singapore. Sections 40E to 40G lay out the requirements for suppliers to register themselves and their RAC equipment with NEA. Suppliers will need to register themselves once, whereas the registration of the regulated RAC equipment will be valid for 3 years. This allows NEA to regularly review the standards of these RAC equipment and ensure that the equipment sold in Singapore is climate friendly. Second, to raise the industry's competency in handling refrigerants, we will regulate companies that carry out regulated GHG works. GHG works involve the use or handling of any GHG, such as the installation, maintenance, and decommissioning of the GHG RAC equipment. Companies that carry out any regulated GHG works will be required to establish and maintain policies, procedures, and processes to carry out the regulated GHG works safely to minimize emissions. They must keep accurate records of those regulated GHG works and provide the records to NEA upon request. Regulated companies must provide their employees with adequate and properly maintained equipment to carry out the regulated GHG works and deploy at least one competent technician to supervise or carry out such works. To be certified as competent, technicians must attend a training and certification program that will equip them with necessary skills to minimize HFC emissions when carrying out regulated GHG works. NEA has worked with Temasek Polytechnic to roll out a course on handling commercial water-cooled chillers this month. The training programs will uplift the capabilities of technicians and harmonize HFC handling practices across the industry. Competent technicians will need to comply with the policies, procedures, and processes set out by their respective company, as well as prescribed statutory requirements. For a start, these requirements will only apply to companies handling commercial water-cooled chillers, as these chillers have much larger refrigerant capacities than household air conditioners. Companies handling household refrigerators and air conditioners will not have these requirements imposed on them, but are encouraged to certify their technicians. Section 40K to 40P will allow the minister to prescribe the classes, descriptions, or types of GHG works to be regulated, and the requirements for companies carrying out such regulated GHG works, including registering themselves with the NEA. The responsibilities of competent technicians set out in Section 40Q. Third, we will introduce measures to minimize the venting of spent refrigerants into the atmosphere. The bill will introduce a related amendment to the definition of industrial waste in Section 2 of the Environmental Public Health Act to classify spent refrigerants as industrial waste. With this change, spent refrigerants recovered during RAC equipment, servicing, and disposal must be sent for proper treatment by licensed toxic industrial waste collectors. The Director General will be empowered to administer and enforce the new Part 10A and to conduct the necessary inspections, tests, and surveys to make sure that the requirements in the part are complied with. These powers are set out in Section 40S to 40W. The Director General will also be given the power to grant waivers from specific requirements as set out under Section 40Y. These waivers will be considered on a case-by-case basis. The key offences set out in Part 10A include carrying out regulated activities without registering with NEA, supplying non-compliant GHG goods that are regulated goods, failing to meet stipulated requirements, failing to provide records relating to regulated goods or regulated GHG works, and falsifying data. The penalties for these offences are pegged to similar offences under the Energy Conservation Act. An appeal process detailed in Section 40J and 40R will also be put in place with regard to certain decisions of the Director General concerning matters such as registration. Reconsideration can be sought from the Director General in the first instance. Thereafter, the person may appeal in writing to the Minister whose decision will be final. These three HFC mitigation measures are expected to reduce HFC emissions from the regulated equipment by around half by the year 2030. We can expect further abatement beyond 2030 when the current stock of less climate-friendly equipment is completely phased out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move on to the second part of the bill, which will introduce amendments to improve construction contractors' compliance with the no-work rule on Sunday and public holidays. Singapore is a dense, highly urbanized and vibrant city, and some amount of noise is normal and inevitable. This includes noise from construction projects which are needed to build our homes, our MRT lines, and our healthcare facilities. Over the years, we have introduced a suite of measures to manage construction noise. First, NEA stipulates maximum permissible noise limits for construction sites, taking reference from the World Health Organization's guidelines. Construction sites within 150 meters from residential buildings and noise-sensitive premises such as hospitals are subject to more stringent noise limits. Contractors must install noise meters at the nearest affected premises and monitor the noise levels regularly. Second, in 2011, we implemented the no-work rule to provide residents with greater quiet on Sundays and public holidays. No work is allowed on these days at construction sites located within 150 meters of any hospital, home for the aged sick, or residential building, though NEA may grant permits for quieter forms of work. Third, from April 2014 to March this year, NEA disbursed a total of $8.3 million in grants to incentivize contractors to adopt quieter construction equipment and methods. These include using quieter piling and hacking equipment and installing noise barriers and enclosures. While most contractors comply with noise management measures, there is a small group of contractors that has continued to violate the no-work rule. From 2016 to 2020, NEA prosecuted an average of 3% of construction sites, or around 150 sites, for first-time violation of the no-work rule each year. 22% of this group will go on to repeat the offense. When complaints on construction noise are received, NEA strive to respond swiftly to address the noise disturbance, especially on Sundays and public holidays. However, there are limitations to the current enforcement approach, as violations of the no-work rule can only be confirmed through physical site inspection by NEA officers. This is resource-intensive and not always effective, as the breach of the no-work rule could have stopped by the time NEA officers reach the construction site. This is where technology can make a difference. From October 1st next year, we will impose electronic video surveillance on the small subset of offenders to deter further violations of the no-work rule and improve NEA's operational effectiveness. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me outline the key features of the new Section 28A. It empowers the Director General to require the owner or occupier of a construction site who has contravened the no-work rule to install, maintain, and operate an electronic video surveillance system at their own cost. This includes visual monitoring devices such as closed-circuit television cameras. The notice issued to no-work rule offenders may specify the type of surveillance system required, the number of monitoring devices to be installed, and where, the part of the construction site to be recorded, and the duration for which the surveillance system must be operational. The owner or occupier must store the recordings for the period specified in the notice and provide NEA with access to any stored recording so as to facilitate remote monitoring and enforcement. The penalties for non-compliance align with those for similar requirements in the Act, such as compliance with noise limits and installation of noise meters. Section 42 is amended to provide for appeals to the Minister against a notice issued by the Director General under Section 28A. While we recognize that the construction sector is facing significant challenges during this pandemic, such as a manpower crunch arising from border control measures and higher costs of construction materials, the new requirement will not affect the vast majority of compliant construction sites. It will only be imposed on the small number of construction sites that have violated the no-work rule and is meant to deter further violations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill marks another milestone in our efforts to tackle climate change and maintain a quality living environment for Singaporeans. The first part of the bill will ensure that we meet Singapore's cooling needs in a responsible manner by using climate-friendly RAC equipment and building up the industry's competency in handling this equipment. The second part of the bill will maintain a conducive living environment by strengthening enforcement on offenders of the no-work rule. We will continue to work with the industry and other key stakeholders to regularly review our approach of managing construction noise, taking into account public feedback, international best practices, and our local unique context. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Louis Ng.
So this bill tackles two distinct but important problems: noise and greenhouse gases. Residents will be happy to hear that the bill empowers NEA to more effectively ensure that construction sites remain quiet on Sundays and public holidays. Singaporeans should also be happy that the bill empowers the government to better mitigate climate change, given that Singapore is getting warmer much more quickly than the rest of the world. So I have three clarifications about this bill. My first point relates to our efforts to reduce HFCs. Reducing HFC emissions, which makes up about 7% of Singapore's emissions, will contribute to our climate mitigation efforts, and I wholeheartedly support this move. HFCs have nearly 12,000 times the warming potential of carbon dioxide, and Singapore is emitting such gases more than ever before, a 30% increase from 2014 to 2016, based on the latest available data. Things might be getting worse, not better. I'm glad we're doing more, but my question is, why are household RACs and commercial water-cooled chillers the only equipment being regulated? I understand that these contributes to about half the emissions, and the question is, what about the other half? When can we expect to address emissions from the remaining types of equipment? Beyond using the stick, can we offer more carrots, especially in terms of the remaining types of equipment that is currently not regulated? Can we increase grants for businesses to encourage adoption of cooling equipment with lower global warming potential? All these while we work on stricter regulations and an eventual ban on the remaining types of equipment which are currently not regulated. My second clarification is about the requirements for becoming a competent person for carrying out greenhouse gas work. Training and certification is important to upskill our workforce, improve quality of services, and reduce emissions by preventing leakage of greenhouse gases. However, training and tests are often conducted in English, which not all of our existing technicians may be fluent in, causing them to be disadvantaged. It is important that certification is accessible and fair so that we improve our workforce rather than cause some to be excluded. Can ministers share the intended formats of training and tests, whether they'll be multilingual, and what other measures will be implemented to support our existing technicians in getting certified? My third and final clarification relates to the control of construction noise. In the post-COVID-19 world, more activities are taking place from the home, such as remote learning and working. Can Minister provide an update on its review of construction noise limits and also consider whether we can have even stricter construction noise limits on Saturdays? This will give families more quiet time to rest and recover over the weekend. Can Minister also share what other measures do agencies have in place to manage construction noise in residential areas. So notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Environmental Protection and Management Act, originally enacted in 1999, is one of a number of key pieces of environmental legislation in Singapore, with a noteworthy recent addition being the Carbon Pricing Act, which was introduced in 2018 and came into operation in January 2019. The EPMA is the primary regulation for the environmental control of pollution and waste, including for hazardous substances in Singapore. What I believe to be noteworthy in this amendment bill is Clause 3 of the bill, which inserts a new Part 10A, comprising new sections 40A to 40Y relating to the control of greenhouse gases. After all, anthropogenic greenhouse gases, with its far-ranging environmental and health effects, are just about the most hazardous substances nations around the world have to grapple with today. The bill goes into significant technical detail about the regulation, monitoring, prohibition and enforcement against a subset of greenhouse gas goods and related activities. However, I believe it is also crucial that we do not lose sight of the big picture in terms of the urgent and bold actions that the government, as well as all other governments around the world, have to undertake to curb greenhouse gas emissions adequately in order to deal with the existential threat of climate change. Today's debate is thus timely in the context of the recent August release of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC's Sixth Assessment Report, or AR6, and as nations around the world prepare for COP26 at the 26th UN Climate Change Conference coming up in November this year. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called the recently published IPCC report a code red for humanity, as it confirmed that we are observing unprecedented changes in the Earth's climate in every region and across the climate's ecosystem. It makes clear that the world faces a frightening future, even if, and that's a big if, the global economy is decarbonized rapidly. I would thus like to spend some time sharing more about the key implications of this report and also what we should do in light of these implications, especially since this could have serious repercussions on a coastal island nation that is our home. In 2019, atmospheric CO2 concentrations were higher than at any time in at least 2 million years. Across all scenarios considered by the IPCC, global temperatures will continue to increase until at least the mid-century. In fact, we are now expected to reach this 1.5 degrees tipping point earlier than expected. To limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius with no or limited overshoot, net global CO2 emissions need to fall by about 45% from 2010 levels by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. Unless immediate, rapid and large-scale action is taken to reduce emissions, the average global temperature is likely to reach or cross the 1.5 degrees warming thresholds within 20 years. Unfortunately, however, some climate change are already locked in. Hot extremes have become more frequent and more intense across most land regions since 1950s, while cold extremes have become less frequent and less severe. Over the next 2,000 years, the global mean sea level will rise by about 2 to 3 meters, even if warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, with the effect irreversible for millennia. Now, at this point in time, remaining carbon budgets for a 50% chance of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees are estimated at about 500 gigatons and 1,350 gigatons of CO2 respectively. Now, with global emissions currently at little more than 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide a year, and if continued, the budget will be exhausted in a mere 12 years. Now, Singapore is certainly not spared from the effects of a high global temperature. Even in a 1.5 degrees warmer world, there will be an increase in the number of unprecedented weather events, with disasters to become more frequent and intense. Should emissions not come down to net zero by around 2050, there will be even more punishing heat waves, severe coastal flooding events, and bouts of heavier rain. As it is, Singapore has already seen record rainfalls in January, April, and August, and the recent memory of flash floods in August this year is a very somber reminder of how things are no longer the way it used to be. Now, what does this mean for daily life in Singapore? Firstly, in terms of temperature, Singapore has already experienced warming higher than the global average because of the urban heat island effect. Local temperatures are 1.8 degrees higher than they were in 1948, as indicated in the Met Service database. In contrast, global temperatures have warmed by about 1.1 degrees from pre-industrial times, which ended around 1850. The IPCC has identified Southeast Asia as a region experiencing severe heat waves, which used to occur once every 50 years but have become 5 times more frequent. Tropical cyclones are also getting stronger, severe droughts are happening 1.7 times as often, and fire seasons are increasing in duration and intensity. Secondly, bouts of rain could become more intense and frequent with each additional degree of warming. Southeast Asia would likely experience this, resulting in flash floods if the ground is covered with concrete or if drainage systems are overwhelmed, as in Singapore's case recently. Thirdly, sea level rises in Asia, especially critical to low-lying coastal regions like Singapore, is projected to increase faster than global average, alongside coastal area loss and shoreline retreat. While there has been much focus on CO2, the IPCC also assessed the possibility of actively targeting and removing methane as part of the pathway to limiting warming. While methane is less prevalent than CO2, it is more than 80 times more powerful at trapping heat over the first 10 to 20 years in the atmosphere. I have earlier filed a PQ on whether the government has conducted a study to assess the amount of external methane emissions associated with natural gas imported into and consumed in Singapore across both piped natural gas and LNG. This is critical because even though methane emitted directly from Singapore is low, the use of natural gas as a source of energy could indirectly contribute significantly to methane emissions through upstream fugitive emissions leakages if these are not properly controlled. As a responsible consumer of natural gas, be it piped or LNG, it is important that we uphold strict monitoring and verification standards and promote the adoption of emission reduction technologies. Now, having spoken much about the AR6 findings and its implications for Singapore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do have a number of clarifications I would like to raise about the bill itself. To begin with, I note that the bill under Section 40A provides certain definitions on greenhouse gas goods, greenhouse gas works, and other interpretations of the new Part 10A. The first clarification is about Sections 40A and 40B, which deals with the power of the Minister, after consultation with the NEA, to prescribe any class, description, or type of greenhouse gas goods to be regulated. To provide greater visibility to businesses and consumers, I would like to ask if the Minister if there is currently a set of goods by which the Ministry and NEA plans to prescribe and regulate as greenhouse gas goods once the bill is passed. If there isn't such a list yet, would the Minister and agency consider putting a plan for such a list, such that by the time the Act comes into force, the government may facilitate a swift recognition of such goods? How much of such goods and works are available in our market today that will now be subject to these amendments? In addition, could the Minister provide clarity on whether these GHG goods or works were originally excluded from the Carbon Pricing Act? And if so, what is the assessment of the cost to measure and report these greenhouse gas goods compared to the amount of carbon tax that potentially could be collected? Furthermore, I would like to ask the Minister what is the Ministry's assessment of any possible impacts this amendment and the classification of the new greenhouse gas goods or works will have on our companies such as the air condition, chiller and equipment manufacturers, as well as industries such as the semiconductor manufacturing industry which uses fluorinated gases. Secondly, under Section 40C, an importer or manufacturer has to be a registered supplier for these regulated goods. I would like to ask the Minister, when will the regulation of such businesses commence, and in the future, should a new greenhouse gas good be added to the list of regulated goods? What is the lead time for businesses to respond accordingly? Thirdly, under Section 40D, there are proposed restrictions on supplies and imports of regulated goods. I would like to ask the Minister how the thresholds of global warming potential are being determined for the regulated goods, and how often would the NEA or Director General of Environmental Protection plan to review the GWP threshold and its basis for restriction of supply. For example, according to the NEA website, the typical refrigerant used in chillers is R134A, which has a GWP of 1,300. The climate-friendly alternative is R1233ZD, which has a GWP of just 1. Based on what is disclosed, the NEA will from Q4 2022 restrict the supply of certain aircon equipment with a GWP of more than 750 and certain refrigerators and chillers with GWP of more than 15. How much of a decline in the percentage or volume of greenhouse gas emissions is this restriction expected to lead to? Finally, my fellow Sengkang MP, Ms. He Ting-Ru, had asked a PQ about whether the MSE has initiated a review of Singapore's ratification of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and if so, what is the outcome of this review? To which Minister Grace Fu shared that a review is ongoing and the decision for Singapore to ratify the amendment will be finalized after consultation with key stakeholders. I would like to ask if the current bill amendment is a part of the process toward ratifying the Kigali Amendment, and if the Minister can provide a timeline for the review as to whether Singapore will decide to join the 124 countries that have thus far already ratified the agreement. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this bill and its introduction of legislative safeguards and controls over greenhouse gases in Singapore. Yet this bill is but one of the many steps that Singapore will have to take in order for us to advance our efforts in addressing climate change. As I shared in my speech on the climate motion earlier this year, even as a small island state, Singapore has always been daring in our vision for the future. Climate change should be no different. The science has spoken, and there is no alternative except to urgently commit to reversing the trend of emissions. We can, should, and must do more. My fellow Sengkang colleague, Ms. He, again has asked in a PQ whether the government plans to review Singapore's net zero emissions target and set the definitive timeline to achieve net zero emissions. Member Louis Ng too has asked the PQ on whether the government will review and bring forward the plans to reach net zero emissions. And I ask that we be that bright green spark and show the world that even in spite of our constraints, we can set a bold, ambitious, and specific emissions reduction target that align with the global goal of reaching net zero by 2050, and not let it be that because of our constraints, ifs and only ifs dominate our vocabulary. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. Now, climate change is affecting every country in the world, and Singapore is not spared. The IPCC report published last month is a sobering reminder of the disastrous outcomes we can expect in 2050 if planet warming emissions, also known as greenhouse gases, GHGs, do not come down to net zero. I believe that the proposed amendments have balanced both the interests of businesses and protecting the environment. For example, the methods to appeal against a Director General's decision are not onerous, whereby aggrieved persons may simply apply to the DG by way of a written notice for reconsideration of the decision. Ultimately, the objective of the bill is to regulate GHG emissions in Singapore, and this will eventually benefit all stakeholders. I would like to highlight 3 areas of the amendments and related suggestions for the Ministry's consideration. I believe that these suggestions will allow for a more calibrated approach in ensuring that businesses comply with the amendments. First, on the implementation of a register of suppliers, regulated goods, and registered GHG entities. Now, these provisions ensure that the Ministry retains oversight of all GHG goods and GHG-related stakeholders. Now, this is particularly valuable where GHG goods are subsequently found to have been falsely reported as conforming to prescribed standards. The register will benefit suppliers of GHG goods in allowing them to recalibrate their business models where appropriate. Now, can we presume that similar to the prescribed regulated goods and suppliers under the Energy Conservation Act, that the registers under the amendments will also be made available online? Now, second, on the offences relating to the falsification of data in the proposed Section 40X, the falsification of data to the DG will render the objective of the Act nullified. For example, suppliers would be able to supply GHG goods that blatantly fall afoul of the prescribed limits of emissions. Furthermore, to ascertain the accuracy of every piece of information or data received would be operationally burdensome on the Ministry. Now, at present, a conviction for this offence attracts a fine of $5,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months or both. I have two suggestions for the Ministry's consideration. Could the Ministry consider a minimum fine for an offence under Section 40X? This will encourage businesses to take extra effort to ensure the accuracy of information to be submitted to the Ministry. Additionally, could the Ministry adjust the maximum term of imprisonment under Section 40X from 3 to 6 months? This harmonizes the maximum term of imprisonment to that of Section 177(1) of the Penal Code. The said section prescribes that it's an offence to give false information to a public servant if one is legally bound to do so. Lastly, I am concerned about the hardships SMEs and smaller businesses may face in complying with the amendments. Climate change and doing our part for climate change has a cost, and the cost could be placed upon these SMEs unduly, especially in the short term. Now, while the obligations under the proposed amendments will help to combat climate change, they will be especially onerous to smaller businesses. For example, Section 40D(4)(d) obligates suppliers of GHG goods to ensure that the goods are accompanied by information relating to the environmental impact. To this end, I have two suggestions to make. Firstly, I hope that the Ministry will consider a transitory period in relation to the new obligations under the amendments. While the impact of these obligations may not be large for individuals or larger businesses, I fear that SMEs may be adversely impacted in the short run. This is worsened by the fact that some businesses may still be suffering from the effects of the pandemic. The new obligations imposed on related businesses are akin to new skill sets for their workers. An appropriately timed transitory period will allow businesses the required time to adequately comply with the new obligations and retrain their workers. Secondly, I propose for the Ministry to assist SMEs in complying with the new obligations. The Ministry can explore working with the unions and trade associations in providing practical information to affected SMEs. Furthermore, while the definition of who qualifies as a competent person has yet to be published, the union stands ready to conduct training programs to ensure affected SMEs can comply with this new obligation with ease. Perhaps the Ministry can also consider making such training courses approved courses under the Skills Future scheme for job seekers who wish to update their skill sets. Deputy Speaker, sir, notwithstanding the above, I support the bill. These amendments feature a judicious, multi-pronged approach in targeting a key driver of climate change. Every one of us, businesses and consumers alike, have an important role in creating a sustainable Singapore for future generations. I am confident that by passing the bill, the House will further cement its commitment towards a greener future for Singapore.
Professor Hoon Hian Teck.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when an activity such as a firm's production of a good imposes a cost on the rest of society which it does not pay for example, when it emits greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, the marginal social cost exceeds the marginal private cost. In other words, the cost to society of producing an additional unit of the good includes not only the cost of factored inputs like labor and capital, but also the harm the firm causes to the environment. The result is that in the absence of government intervention, there is an overproduction of such a good and its concomitant emission of greenhouse gases. The amendment to the bill under consideration provides the government the legal powers to set regulatory standards on the manufacture and import of certain goods, as well as the carrying out of certain works, in order to limit the amount of carbon emissions. As policy tools to fight climate change, the setting of regulatory standards which is a command and control measure, works to complement the introduction of carbon taxes, which is a price mechanism measure. When is it optimal to use the setting of regulatory standards, which target quantities directly, and when is it optimal to use prices to achieve the aim of limiting greenhouse gas emissions? When the compliance costs of limiting greenhouse gas emissions are fairly uniform across firms in the economy, and the harm imposed on the rest of society rises sharply when the amount of greenhouse gas emissions crosses a certain threshold, it is optimal to set regulatory standards. In practice, however, compliance costs might differ across industries and even across firms in the same industry. For example, newer firms might more readily take advantage of clean technology not available to older firms when the latter made their investment decisions. A policy question is whether older firms should be given more time and help in resources to make the transition to adopting clean technology so that there might be differential standards across firms temporarily. In an environment with uncertainty about the cost of compliance due to new technological development, setting the same regulatory standard for all firms runs the risk of two possible types of error. If the actual cost of compliance turns out to be less than initially expected, then regulation would, in retrospect, have turned out to be too stringent. On the other hand, if the actual cost of compliance turns out to be higher than initially expected, then regulation would, in retrospect, have turned out to be too lax. It might be preferable under uncertainty to set a tax on greenhouse gas emissions and then allow firms to choose the extent to which they wish to control the amount of emissions, so it gives firms some buffer time to transit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the emission of greenhouse gases from the manufacture and import of certain goods and carrying out of certain works by firms creates negative externalities on the rest of society. There is therefore a basis for government intervention to limit the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. The set of optimal policy tools most likely includes both the setting of regulatory standards as well as the use of carbon taxes, which Singapore introduced in 2019. In combination with subsidies for research and development in clean technology, this set of policy tools can steer Singapore in the direction of being a leader in sustainable living. Sir, I support this bill.
Mr. Gan Thiam Poh.
Deputy Speaker, Sir, in Mandarin. 我支持减少空调仪器所排放的氢、废氢的种种新条例。刚才我的同僚黄议員也有提到，我支持他的看法。我也是比較關注的是關於處理制冷機的認證技術員的細節。這群員工當中有一些英文英語的掌握能力不是那麼的強，這會影響他們獲得認證。請問當局有什麼計劃幫助這些工友們？政府會不會在測試之前提供免費的訓練？測試會不會很難？當局會不會有定期安排培訓，確保所有技術員跟得上這個領域科技的變化？ Sir, not all job sites will be forbidden from carry on with work during extended hours and on Sundays and public holidays. Construction sites beyond 150 meters of homes and noise-sensitive buildings, such as hospitals, are exempted. I have received quite a number of feedback regarding noise pollution from residents over the years. even though the construction sites producing the noise are some distance away. There is a continued need to improve on the noise insulation properties of new and existing flats. I urge the Ministry to continue to look into the use of the technology to minimize the noise pollution from construction projects. In addition, how can we ensure that the video cameras installed by errant contractors are working well and recording without deliberate intervention? Sir, I support the bill. Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
The question is, the motion moved by the leader, as many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Sean Huang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must continue our work of reducing CO2 and greenhouse gases emissions and sustain the reduction for decades to come. Under most emissions scenarios that are being modeled today, the global surface temperature will most certainly continue to increase until the mid of the century. In fact, the target of 1.5 degrees and 2-degree temperature rise will most certainly be exceeded unless we do more, much more. In the coming years and decades, we will experience changes in our climate system, with increase in heat waves, droughts, and more intense storms. Here in Singapore, we will most probably experience heavier precipitation. Throughout the world, we will continue to see massive loss of sea ice, snow cover, and permafrost. Many of such changes were caused by past greenhouse gas emissions and are irreversible for centuries and up to a millennia. These changes and impact are most prevalent in our ice sheets and global sea levels. Today's emissions and emissions of the future will further contribute to these irreversible changes: ocean warming, ocean acidification, deoxygenation, melting glaciers, and ice sheets, just to name a few. Recently, I visited Pulau Ubin, lovely island. Coincidentally, I was there at high tide. The waves were crashing onto the sides of the rocks near the jetty. It would probably take less than another meter of sea level rise before the seawater would flood the coastal roads. With current estimates, the sea level will rise by 2 to 3 meters if the temperature rise is limited to 1.5 degrees, and 2 to 6 meters if limited to 2 degrees. At 2 degrees and a 6-meter corresponding rise in sea level, not much of Pulau Ubin will be left above water. We must do more to better control and regulate our greenhouse emissions. Be bold and quicken the pace. We are in a race against time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support all the measures to reduce the emissions of HFC refrigerants from refrigeration and air conditioning equipment. These measures, coupled with effective enforcement, will definitely go a long way to help mitigate climate change. However, I have some concerns about the amendment to ensure that construction sites remain quiet on Sundays and public holidays. The ministry intends to achieve this by requiring errand contractors to install electronic video surveillance systems. Due to the pandemic, many construction projects have been delayed. Now, with our economy gradually adjusting to a new norm, contractors are trying to catch up on the works in progress. I would like to ask, how do we balance the need to expedite these construction projects while ensuring disamenities like noise pollution is kept to acceptable levels? With a shortage of workers and the urgency to rush jobs, more machinery might be used. Then, what comes immediately to mind is safety. So again, another delicate balance between productivity and safety. Would the ministry be stepping up safety briefings and inspections? Can the same CCTVs be used to enhance safety at the work sites? The purpose is not so much to penalize and punish contractors, but rather to help spot any safety concerns early. This will allow contractors to be alerted and take remedial action to ensure safety. Next, I have a query about the integrity of the video recordings. I had encountered cases in my community where NEA received complaints from residents about noise, but when they went down to check the construction sites, the noise level was considered acceptable. As technology is so advanced, how can we be sure that the recordings that both the residents and NEA encountered are similar? The layman does not know what is an acceptable noise level and what is not. I would like to suggest that information on how to discern when maximum levels have been breached be set up at our work sites. These would be very helpful so that residents are informed and can tell if rules have been flouted. Sir, in Mandarin. 对于确保建筑工地在星期天及公共假期保持安静的条例，我有些疑问。由于冠病疫情，许多建筑项目被推迟。现在，许多建筑商正设法赶上工程。我们要如何平衡他们加快建设项目的需要，又同时确保噪音污染保持在可接受的水平？还有，在这种赶工的情况下，我们又要如何确保工地安全呢？该部将要求违反条例的承包商安装视频监控系统。我们要怎么确保录音不会被改？一般居民不清楚什么是当局所允许的噪音水平。我想建议在工地设立有关噪音的通告，这将非常有帮助，让居民知道在什么情况下违反了条例。Sir, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Donwi.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the measures to reduce the use and emissions of hydrofluorocarbon refrigerants. However, in view of the current difficulties faced by many companies due to the untamed COVID-19 pandemic, would the ministry consider reviewing the appropriate time to introduce these measures? My concern is that some of these measures will increase cost for the small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs. For example, low global warming potential commercial water-cooled chillers cost more upfront. We can also expect the higher cost to impact end users. What measures does the government have to help manage the impact? How will the ministry ensure that our cold chain needs will not be adversely affected by the increased cost? Another area contributing to higher costs is the certification of technicians handling refrigerants. Only certified technicians will be permitted to supervise the service chillers or service chillers. Mandatory collection and treatment of spent refrigerants will also entail additional costs. Who will bear the fees? Hence, I appeal to the ministry to consider delaying the implementation of some of the measures during these challenging times so as to give our SMEs more breathing room and time to adjust to the new regulations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sir, in Mandarin. 为了确保建筑工地在星期日和公共假日保持安静，当局将规定曾经违法的承包商安装视频监控系统。我想知道这新的规则将对建筑行业有多大的影响？我担心这些举措将使得建筑成本增加，屋漏偏逢连夜雨，雪上加霜。除此之外，该部门是否有考虑过通过其他措施，确保建筑公司遵守进攻规则，并更好地控制建筑噪音？我们可否利用手机视频来举报肇事者呢？最后，部长是否可告诉我们，目前该部的各机构采取了哪些措施减低住宅区的建筑噪音？尽管我所有提出的顾虑和疑问，我支持这项法案。谢谢。
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is timely to rein in the emissions of pollutants such as gases and noise. This is pertinent in densely populated Singapore, where there are many concurrent ongoing construction activities, with some at close proximity to residential areas. This is especially pronounced in Yio Chu Kang. There are construction works going on for the North-South Corridor and the new Thomson East Coast Line. New BTO flats and private estate projects are being built in Yio Chu Kang. There are also existing upgrading works, for instance at Mayflower Primary School. While I'm happy to see such developments, many are taking place simultaneously. The effects of accumulated noise and dust can be vexing for residents. Furthermore, many projects have been extended due to COVID-19. I have received many feedback on noise pollution at my MPS sessions. In my speech, I will focus on managing noise from construction sites. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we should have better feedback management systems for residents to provide feedback on such matters. I support the new requirement for construction sites who have contravened the no-work rule on Sunday and public holidays to install electronic video surveillance systems. Over the years, authorities have increasingly leveraged on technology to monitor noise levels at construction sites. However, feedback from residents in the vicinity remains important as they are personally impacted and may have practical concerns. As such, there should be dedicated feedback channels for residents to relay their concerns to the contractor. There should also be clear escalation protocols to NEA as the regulator should problems remain unresolved despite the initial feedback to the contractor. The relevant authorities should ensure that clear service standards are in place as to when replies must be provided. It should also be mandatory to provide advance notice to residents living within a 150-meter radius from the construction site. So this could be in the form of information on display boards as well as flyers distributed to nearby blocks. NEA should also consider using MSO's One Service app to push out notifications to residents living near construction sites. This will give ample time to residents, whether it is to facilitate alternative arrangements or to find ways to mitigate the noise. Contact details for the contractor and the relevant NEA feedback channels must also be clear and visible to residents. On my rounds, I noticed that the display of contact details was not uniform for all sites. Some construction sites display their contact details and project information on a large board. However, for certain works, especially smaller scale ones, the information is not always immediately visible. Some residents can therefore be surprised to see a barricaded project site appear out of the blue. They did not know what it is for and did not know who to ask. I hope the ministry can standardize the format and requirements for displaying relevant information and communication channels. Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there needs to be more public education with regards to no work days. Work is allowed on weekends for projects that meet certain criteria. Nevertheless, the ground reality is that this is not publicly known. As such, members of public would lodge a complaint when they see construction works during weekends, despite the works being permitted by NEA. With the COVID-19 related delays, I expect more projects would seek permission to work on weekends. Therefore, there needs to be more awareness and better understanding of the regulations. This is to avoid wasting residents' time and government's resources to manage redundant feedback. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we need to ensure that video surveillance support remains sustainable and effective. Can NEA provide a rough estimate on the cost of installation and maintenance of video surveillance equipment. One of the common reasons worksites contravene no work days is because they are racing against a deadline and budget. So my concern is if quality video surveillance equipment is costly to install and maintain, they may have some challenges setting it up within the stipulated timeline. Some errant contractors may even try to cut corners. Moreover, as technology becomes increasingly sophisticated, we are observing a rise in digital capabilities to tamper with video equipment to create false content. How will NEA ensure that the equipment would not be tampered with to present a fallacious impression? Fourth, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need greater clarity on the type of construction projects covered under the new amendments. Besides construction sites, I would like to seek clarification as to whether it also covers other projects that generate noise and other possible disruptions. Are small-scale infrastructural developments in the housing estates, like the building of covered linkways by the Town Council, piping works by PUB, or roadworks by LTA covered as well? What about home renovations for HDB and condominium apartments, as well as additions and alterations for houses in landed estates? The legislation ought to have a clearer definition of the projects it applies to. This could be determined by the project scale or some other measurable criteria, such as the amount of noise pollution emitted or the number of residents that would be impacted. Once the type of project sites are identified, we should also incrementally move towards having mandatory sound and dust-proof barriers for all these work sites. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my last point is on imposing heavier penalties on construction companies that breach the no-work rule. For many Singaporeans, Sunday and public holidays are the only days in the week where they can take a break and recharge. Loud noise over prolonged periods trigger anxiety and stress. This is exacerbated by work-from-home arrangements during this pandemic period. Also, noise monitoring should not be limited to volume alone, but also frequency. Having mediated for a community dispute among neighbours previously, some arising from construction noise, I can attest firsthand to the impact of unwanted noise on one's mental well-being. Currently, there's a proposed penalty of a composition sum of $5,000 for construction sites that break the no-work rule for the first time. Subsequent offences lead to a court summons with a maximum fine of $40,000. If we are to meaningfully address noise pollution as a threat to public health and not just as a mere annoyance, would these penalties be too light? As a more effective deterrent, violation of the no-work regulation ought to bear heavier consequences on the contractor's ability to succeed at the next tender bid. We should also require such offences to be highlighted when they next bid for projects. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, noise pollution is a real issue on the ground. I did a check on Hansard. Issues relating to construction noise have been consistently brought in Parliament on several occasions over the past 10 years, despite ongoing reviews to manage this amenity. Instead of having discrete and piecemeal recommendations, we need a multifaceted and holistic approach to tackle noise pollution. As mentioned in my speech, these include better feedback management, promoting greater public awareness of no-work days, and having stronger guidelines on surveillance systems. We should also have greater clarity on the type of construction projects covered under the new amendments and have more enforcement bites. I believe these suggestions, working together as a system, will make a difference on the ground. I support the bill.
MOS Desmond Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, first I thank the members for their support of the bill, and the thoughtful comments and suggestions that were raised reflect our collective commitment to climate action and to provide a quality living environment for Singaporeans. I will first address members' questions on the measures to reduce HFC emissions from refrigeration and air conditioning or RAC equipment. HFC accounts for a sizable share of Singapore's greenhouse gases emissions. As Mr. Louis Ng pointed out, there was a 30% increase in HFC emissions from 2014 to 2016, and this underscores the urgent need for action, which Mr. Sean Huang as well as Mr. Louis Chua have also emphasized. The measures introduced today will deliver deep cuts in the HFC emissions and bring us closer to our climate goals. Mr. Donwy suggested delaying the measures in view of the current economic conditions caused by the pandemic. I wish to clarify the requirement to use low GWP refrigerants applies only to new regulated equipment that is supplied from 1st October 2022. Companies can continue to use their existing equipment until the end of life for those equipment. While low GWP chillers may cost a little more, they are typically more energy and carbon efficient and offer net cost savings over the life cycle. So investing in them not only protects the climate, but also protects companies from being locked into the higher operating costs of less efficient chillers. For example, CapitaLand expects to reap life cycle cost savings of $280,000 from its low GWP chiller deployed in Funan. Companies that are replacing their chillers in the immediate future can tap on a grant introduced in October 2020 to incentivize the early switch to low GWP chillers before the supply restriction comes into force in October 2022. So far, 10 projects have been approved or under consideration. These projects are expected to collectively abate HFC emissions equivalent to 60 kilotons of carbon dioxide, comparable to taking around 18,000 cars off the road. One grant recipient is Kaya Private Limited, an energy services company which provides cooling as a service. With grant support, Kaya is replacing chillers at an industrial facility with climate-friendly ones that not only use low GWP refrigerant, but will also improve the system's energy efficiency by 35%. As Mr. Louis Ng has highlighted, proper refrigerant handling practices are important to minimize HFC emissions during servicing and maintenance of RAC equipment. We have worked closely with Temasek Polytechnic and industry partners to develop a training and certification program for chiller technicians. This two-day program has been designed to be practical and relevant to the industry, and will cover the processes for handling and recovering refrigerants from chillers. Technicians will be recertified every 3 years to keep up with advancement in technology. Mr. Louis Ng and Mr. Gan Thiam Poh asked whether the course could be held in other languages aside from English. The course is designed to meet the needs of the technicians. It will be conducted in simple spoken English. Temasek Polytechnic has ample experience in conducting other similar technical courses and trainers, and will tailor the delivery to suit the language competency of the technicians. Trainers will also give practical demonstrations and conduct hands-on practice to enhance understanding. To be certified, technicians have to pass an open book test comprising multiple choice questions and a simple practical assessment. In fact, during my visit to Temasek Polytechnic, I noticed that actually the course will be conducted by hands-on technicians for the technicians themselves. So it will be done in a simple manner in using languages that the technicians can understand. Mr. Desmond Chu, Mr. Louis Ng, and Mr. Gan Thiam Poh has asked if there will be financial support for these technicians. Singaporeans and PRs will be eligible for up to 90% subsidies under SkillsFuture SG, and the balance of $85 can be paid for using the SkillsFuture credits. We agree with Mr. Desmond Chu that companies need time to develop internal processes and train their technicians. For this reason, we announced the requirements early in March last year, and we have since been engaging the industry closely to develop these measures, and will continue to do so to ensure a smooth transition. I'm also pleased to inform Mr. Desmond Chu that the register for registered suppliers and the registered regulated goods will be made accessible online. And this was a question that was asked by Mr. Louis Chua as well. Mr. Desmond Chu also proposed stricter penalties for the offense of falsifying information of data under the new Section 40X. The penalty of a fine not exceeding $5,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months, or both, is aligned to similar offences under the Energy Conservation Act. From our experience, this serves as sufficient deterrence and we will review the penalty level should data falsification become an issue of concern going forward. Mr. Don Wee asked whether requiring spent refrigerants to be recovered and treated will add to business costs. This is unlikely, as most of the spent refrigerants can be treated for reuse and have commercial value. Today, even in the absence of regulation, there is already a market for them, and facilities to treat spent refrigerants are already available. Mr. Louis Ng also asked about our plans to address HFC emissions beyond the current measures. We are studying the potential for other types of RAC equipment, such as the commercial and industrial refrigeration units, to switch to low GWP refrigerants. We will need to assess the feasibility of available technologies, balancing considerations such as fire safety, the toxicity, energy efficiency, and the cost of suitable substitutes. In response to Mr. Louis Chua, we will consult and work closely with industries and businesses and give sufficient lead time before implementing any measures. I assure Mr. Don Wee that we will carefully consider the cost impact on our cold chain needs when assessing any future measures on commercial and industrial refrigeration units. The measures introduced today have no impact on cold chain needs, as climate-friendly household refrigerators do not cost more. Professor Hun Hien Teck asked whether it would be better to price HFC emissions rather than regulate it. While pricing remains an option, there are merits in adopting regulations to reduce HFC emissions, and most jurisdictions also take this approach. HFC emissions arise mainly from ownership rather than the intensity of use of RAC equipment, and are locked in by technological choices. Given technical complexity and the need to balance multiple considerations in the choice of refrigerants as highlighted earlier, it is difficult for end users to make informed choices or to influence upstream supplier decisions. Regulation offers much greater outcome certainty in abating HFC emissions. In commercial chillers, for example, regulation will effect a switch to a new generation of refrigerants with GWP close to zero, bringing HFC emissions to negligible levels when the entire stock of chillers turns over. Even if taxation were to be introduced, these considerations mean that regulations may still be needed. We will also have to consider the cost-effectiveness of the taxation regime, given the highly distributed sources of emissions. While the tax can be levied upstream on importers, this has to be coupled with a system of downstream rebates for spent refrigerants that are recovered. This could potentially result in higher administrative costs. Mr. Louis Chua also asked about the abatement potential and plans for the Kigali Amendment. The HFC mitigation measures introduced today are expected to reduce HFC emissions from the regulated equipment by around half by the year 2030. With regard to the Kigali Amendment, my ministry has initiated a review and is consulting key stakeholders, and will update when ready. Now I will address members' question on construction noise and the requirement for contractors who have violated the no-work rule to install, maintain, and operate video surveillance at their construction work sites. First, let me address questions on the implementation of the requirement for video surveillance. Mr. Ip Hon Wing asked about the types of construction projects that are covered. The current regulations state that all construction sites located less than 150 meters from any hospital, home of the aged sick, or residential building must comply with the no-work rule on Sundays and public holidays. The bill does not change the no-work rule regulations or requirements. Under this bill, the Director General may now impose the requirement for video surveillance on any construction site that contravenes the no-work rule. So the site has to contravene the rule first. The requirement applies to all public and private sector construction projects, regardless of the size, if they violate the no-work rule. It is important to ensure the integrity and proper functioning of the video surveillance systems, as Mr. Gan Tiampo, Mr. Ip Hon Wing, and Ms. Joan Pereira have pointed out. NEA will carry out scheduled and surprise site visits to ensure that the video surveillance systems are in good working condition and not tampered with. The new Section 28A empowers the Director General to specify requirements for the video surveillance system, including ensuring that the security system security is not compromised. For example, the contractors should implement robust digital ID and password controls and restrict access to the physical components of the system. The person required to install, to operate, and to maintain the video surveillance system under the new Section 28A must also take all reasonable steps to ensure that no person tampers with or does anything to compromise the proper functioning of the system or any image, sound, video recorded by the system. Mr. Donwe asked whether phone video footages can be used to substantiate complaints on no-work rule violations in place of video surveillance. While phone video footages can be used as evidence for prosecution, they might not capture sufficient information on the construction activities being carried out to conclude that there was indeed an offence. Such footages received from the public might also not be timely enough to address ongoing construction noise infringements. On the other hand, the installed video surveillance will allow NEA to remotely monitor construction work sites and deter repeat violations. It enhances NEA's efficiency and responsiveness, removing the need for officers to carry out repeated inspections to address recurring public feedback. I assure Mr. Donwe and Mr. Ip Hon Wing that we are mindful of the impact of the measures on the construction industry, which is facing challenging times. The requirement will only be imposed on the very small group of construction sites that have breached the no-work rule. This is around 150 out of the 5,800 construction sites a year, or about 3% of all active sites. It will not affect the vast majority of construction sites that comply with the no-work rule. The cost of installing video surveillance stands at less than 1% of the total construction project cost on average. One set of CCTV, for example, can cost about $5,000. Depending on the project size, a construction site that has violated the no-work rule may be required to install up to 4 CCTVs. Mr. Ip Hon Wing highlighted other complementary measures to strengthen compliance to the no-work rule, such as introducing higher penalties. The vast majority of construction sites comply with the no-work rule. NEA will monitor the effectiveness of these measures in this bill to address the remaining smaller group of non-compliant contractors and consider further measures if needed. Let me now address points that are raised by members on managing construction noise in residential areas beyond the no-work rule. Now, we have to strike a careful balance between maintaining a conducive living environment and also allowing construction work to be completed within a reasonable duration and cost. We need to maintain a steady supply of public housing, continue expanding our public transport network, and provide amenities such as hospitals and schools. As Mr. Ip Hon Wing pointed out, many projects have been significantly delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This impacts end users such as families waiting to move into their BTO flats. Project delays not only affect the construction industry and end users, they also prolong the disamenities experienced by neighboring residents. Ms. Joan Pereira also spoke about balancing the need to expedite projects that have been delayed while keeping these amenities to acceptable levels. Well, this, in fact, is the balance that we need to strike. Mr. Louis Ng asked for an update on the review of construction noise limits, given the significant impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the construction industry. This is not the time to tighten construction noise limits, which will affect the whole industry. We recognize that the construction sector faces serious manpower and supply shortages during these extraordinary times. Nevertheless, I assure Mr. Louis Ng that NEA will monitor the situation and continue to work with stakeholders to review construction noise limits, including the limits for construction work on Saturdays, taking into account the World Health Organization's guidelines and our local context. Mr. Ip Hon Wing gave useful suggestions to improve feedback management for residents, including having dedicated feedback channels, clear escalation protocols, standardizing format for displaying communication channels, and providing advance notice to residents. Many of these measures are already in place, and we will see how to improve and enhance them. For example, as part of the construction works that require a BCA permit, the contractor must erect a project signboard of at least 1.8 meters in width and 1 meter in height before work can commence. The project signboard displays information of the project parties and their contact numbers, as well as the hotline numbers of MOM, NEA, and BCA. Residents can also submit their feedback through the NEA website and the MyENV and OneService mobile applications. Upon receiving feedback, NEA officers will investigate whether the construction site has generated noise levels exceeding the noise limits or violated the no-work rule, and then they will take enforcement actions accordingly. NEA has also been advising contractors to engage the nearby residents early to develop plans to minimize the impact of construction work on residents' daily lives. Contractors have also been encouraged to implement additional noise mitigation measures where possible, such as the noise barriers for noisy works like hacking and drilling. We acknowledge Mr. Yip and Ms. Joan Pereira's suggestions on improving the public's awareness of the rules on construction noise. Information on construction noise limits, permissible work hours, and the no-work rule is published in NEA's website. Members of the public can reach out to NEA through various communication channels to find out if a particular construction site is permitted to carry out quieter works on Sunday and public holidays, or if noise limits have also been breached. NEA will explore raising public awareness on no-work rule and other noise limits via social media channels. On Mr. Gan Thiampo's suggestions to improve the noise insulating properties of HDB flats, HDB will continue to explore practical noise mitigation measures for the comfort and well-being of residents. Given our high-density environment and with HDB flats being designed for natural ventilation, some noise will inevitably make its way into flats through our open windows and doors. We will continue to work with stakeholders to better manage construction noise in order to maintain a conducive living environment while allowing projects to keep pace with providing infrastructure and amenities for our residents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the amendments in the bill help lay the foundations to achieve our climate ambitions. The early switch to a low GWP equipment and proper management of HFC refrigerants will ensure that the cooling needs and comfort of Singaporeans will not be compromised as we transit to a low-carbon future. Imposing electronic video surveillance on construction sites which have violated no-work rule is an important step in addition to our existing enforcement measures. We hope this requirement will improve compliance and help NEA to manage public feedback more effectively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Environmental Protection and Management Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 11 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in the committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Environmental Protection and Management Amendment Bill. Item 4, Courts, Civil and Criminal Justice Reform Bill, second reading.
Minister for Law.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, Singapore is internationally recognized for having a justice system that is fair, transparent, effective. We have a world-class judiciary that is known for its competence, its independence, and utmost integrity. A sound justice system has brought about many tangible benefits to Singaporeans. The value of our legal industry and jobs in the legal sector have grown in tandem with our status as a legal hub. A reputation for being an efficient dispute resolution center and respect for the rule of law has also enhanced Singapore's attractiveness as an investment destination. But we cannot afford to rest on our laurels, and we have to constantly look ahead and improve on what we have to stay relevant and competitive. So this bill represents the latest of our continual efforts to improve our justice system. Let me now take members through the key aspects of this bill. First, I'd like to touch on the digital transformation of the courts. As members will appreciate, the COVID-19 pandemic has necessitated a reduction in the level of people-to-people contact. In April 2020, we introduced a temporary remote hearing framework under the COVID-19 Temporary Measures Act to maintain access to justice amidst safe distancing measures. These measures have brought convenience to court users and also increased administrative efficiency. We are now looking to enact a permanent framework that will facilitate the use of technology in court proceedings. Under the bill, courts will be generally empowered to conduct hearings remotely using appropriate electronic means such as video link. For example, we may have hearings where only one party is physically present before the judge while the other party appears via video link. We may also have hearings that take place entirely online. Regardless of the specific mode of specific remote hearing arrangements, the court's overriding duty in each case will be to ensure that proceedings are conducted fairly to all parties. There will also be statutory powers to exclude certain types of matters from being heard remotely should this prove necessary. Where witness testimony is concerned, the courts have existing powers under the Evidence Act to allow witnesses to give evidence remotely in civil matters. The bill will now amend the Evidence Act to enhance safeguards relating to remote testimony. So, for example, matters which the court must consider before it allows witnesses to give evidence remotely will be prescribed. For criminal matters, the courts already have existing powers under the Criminal Procedure Code to allow witnesses to give evidence via live video link if the witness is in Singapore. The bill seeks to expand this in two ways. First, the court may now allow an expert witness or a witness of fact to give evidence via video link, even if the witness is not in Singapore. There will, of course, be appropriate safeguards for this. So, for example, in the case of a witness of fact, all parties, including the defense, must agree to the witness giving evidence from outside Singapore. Where parties do not agree, the witness will only be allowed to do so if he is unable to give evidence in Singapore and has set out in writing the evidence which he proposes to give to the court. This provides advance notice to the other parties so that the veracity of the witness's evidence can be adequately investigated. Second, the court may allow an accused person to appear or give evidence via video link from a stipulated location in Singapore, such as in court or from a prison. The court may also allow an accused person to appear or give evidence via live video link from another place in Singapore if all parties agree. In both cases, the court must be satisfied that allowing the witness or the accused person to give evidence remotely will be in the interest of justice. The court must also be satisfied that there are sufficient administrative and technical arrangements in place in order to facilitate the taking of evidence. For proceedings relating to contempt of court, a framework similar to that in the CPC will be introduced. The bill will also empower the courts to decide any matter based on written submissions and documents tendered by the parties without any oral hearing. This is commonly known as a paper hearing. A paper hearing can improve the efficiency in the conduct of administrative pretrial matters and can also save time and cost when it comes to disposal of substantive matters that are document-centric. Appeals can also be heard on paper where appropriate. Next, let me touch on asynchronous hearings. The bill will also make clear that parties can address the court and make their arguments via asynchronous exchange in appropriate cases. The intention is also to adopt what we call an omni-channel approach, so lawyers and judges will be able to log into the e-litigation system or use the new SG Courts application to communicate with the court. They will be able to give information to the court, such as the number and availability of witnesses or other pre-trial preparatory matters, whilst they are on the go and from remote places. This would also reduce the need for litigants, lawyers, and the court to schedule fixed time slots when they must all appear together at the same time and at the same location to deal with a matter. This will bring about increased convenience and improved productivity. Overall, the amendments will empower our courts to conduct their proceedings in a flexible manner through the use of technology. However, technology is but a means to an end. The foremost consideration for the court in all cases will be to ensure that the proceedings are conducted fairly for the parties, including and perhaps in particular for litigants in person, and that justice is done. In considering what a suitable mode of hearing might be in each case, the court may consider matters such as whether the case is a civil or a criminal one, the complexity of the case, and the kind of and a degree of fact-finding that might be required in each case. The stage of proceedings would also be an important consideration. For example, the court may consider it appropriate to deal with administrative pre-trial matters via asynchronous hearing. The court may also decide that certain interlocutory issues can be dealt with on paper, but may direct parties to appear in person when it comes to other matters. Let me add that if at any point the court assesses that a remote hearing would unfairly prejudice any party to the proceeding, then a remote hearing would not be ordered. Litigants in person who find it difficult to cope with technology can also request for an in-person hearing and make their reasons known to the judge. Let me now move on to some other amendments under this bill. First, related amendments to the Administration of Justice Protection Act. Part 2 of the bill will update the AOJP to ensure consistency in the way physical and remote court proceedings are treated. Therefore, unauthorized recordings of court proceedings which are conducted by electronic means or publication or transmission of such proceedings will constitute contempt of court. This will safeguard the sanctity of remote hearings in the same manner as physical hearings. In other words, what you could otherwise not have recorded, transmitted in a physical setting in court, you can't also do when the court has moved online remotely. Next, the bill also introduces amendments to modernize and simplify court terminology. The aim is to make it easier for court users and the general public who are not legally trained to understand our laws and court practices without the jargon. This is part of the overall effort to simplify legal processes and also enhance access to justice. This bill will modernize archaic Latin terms which perhaps lawyers are most familiar with, and also technical legal jargon across more than 150 acts. Let me now touch on another amendment which stems from the recommendation of the Civil Justice Commission that parties ought, where possible, to consider resolving disputes amicably. If the court is not satisfied that parties have made efforts on this front, the court will be empowered to order parties to attempt amicable resolution before continuing with the litigation. The learned Chief Justice in a 2019 speech has said that there is a need to challenge the long-standing assumption that disputes are inherently confrontational and therefore solutions must also be adversarial in nature. The Chief Justice opined, and I agree, that justice must be more than the enforcement of legal rights and obligations. Justice can also be about the maintenance of peace and the promotion of compromise, conciliation, and closure between parties. As a litigator for myself for many years, I agree with the Chief Justice's observation that maintaining relationships is perhaps sometimes even more valuable than vindicating one's legal rights in court. This amendment will therefore give force to that exhortation and will hasten a shift in mindset as to how justice may be achieved by focusing on the common interests of litigants and reaching common ground through mutual agreement and compromise. Let me now move on to the next bucket of amendments under the bill. Part 4 of the bill amends the Attorney General Additional Functions Act to provide a statutory framework for the Attorney General to intervene in court proceedings to fulfill his duty as guardian of the public interest. This statutory framework is based on the well-established role of the AG as the guardian of the public interest. The AG has a right and a duty to represent and safeguard the public interest. The AG does not intervene in court proceedings with a view to advancing the interests of any litigant. Rather, the AG intervenes to represent the public interest and to place before the court a non-partisan perspective on public interest issues. This strengthens the integrity of proceedings before the court, especially in cases where the court's decision may have ramifications on the wider public good. Let me touch on the framework briefly. First, the AG may apply to the court for permission to intervene in any court proceeding if he is of the opinion that the proceedings raise a question of public interest and the intervention is necessary in the public interest. To be clear, this will not affect the AG's right to intervene in court proceedings under any other written law. If the court is satisfied that the AG has adequately set out the reasons in support of the application, then the AG is made a party to the proceedings. In deciding whether to grant permission, the court does not at that stage inquire into the merits of the AG's application or opinion. An existing party to the proceedings may still apply thereafter to set aside the intervention on the basis that this would be in the interest of justice. But pending the resolution of the setting aside application, the AG remains a party to the proceedings. This ensures that the proceedings do not come to a standstill once an application to set aside is made. The court has the power to order costs for or against the AG as it thinks fit. Overall, the amendments that in the framework that I've just outlined will provide greater clarity to the process for the AG to intervene in court proceedings and also minimize uncertainty and satellite litigation. Next, let me touch on Part 5 of the bill, which deals with freestanding interim relief. This part amends the Civil Law Act to enable the General Division of the High Court to grant interim relief in aid of foreign court proceedings, even if there are no substantive proceedings in Singapore. This is commonly known as a freestanding interim relief. Under these amendments, the General Division may grant any type of interim relief, which it has the power to grant in proceedings within its own jurisdiction. In other words, the court circumscribed by the power it already has within our jurisdiction to grant those proceedings. So, for example, a Mareva injunction, which is quite typical, or a search order or an Anton Pillar order. However, warrants for the arrest of property and the provision of obtaining evidence are excluded. The amendments are consistent with the approach in the UK and Hong Kong and will support our efforts to promote Singapore as a leading international dispute resolution hub. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me now touch on 4 other proposals quickly under the bill, which collectively aim to harmonise and enhance the court process. First, on summary dismissal. At present, the Court of Appeal and the Appellate Division have powers to summarily dismiss unmeritorious appeals. The bill will introduce amendments to empower the General Division, the state courts, and the family courts to also summarily dismiss appeals that arise from lower courts or from a decision of the registrar. To avoid doubt, the courts have the ability to exercise their powers of summary dismissal without hearing oral arguments. The summary dismissal powers are narrowly scoped and are intended to manage frivolous appeals that are a drain on judicial resources. We've also provided that the court must consider representations made by the appellant and must also give the appellant a reasonable opportunity to show cause before exercising its summary dismissal powers. So at this stage, I'd like to highlight that my ministry will be moving a notice of amendment during the committee stage to address two other issues relating to summary dismissal. First, to make drafting changes and align the phrasing of the summary dismissal provision for the Family Court at Clause 25 of the bill with the equivalent provisions that apply to the General Division and to the state courts. These provisions are intended to have the same effect. Second, to ensure that a court has the power to summarily dismiss certain unmeritorious criminal applications on its own motion. For example, these could be applications brought without any sufficient ground, or where in a particular case where the court has got no jurisdiction. This power will apply to criminal matters such as an application for criminal revision or a criminal motion where the existing summary dismissal provisions in the Criminal Procedure Code do not currently apply. Second, agreements not to appeal. We will align the position across all the courts for agreements not to appeal by introducing a clear and simple framework that the parties may use to restrict their right of appeal. This already exists to some extent in the State Courts Act and the Family Justice Act today. Under these amendments, agreements not to appeal must be in writing and signed by or on behalf of all parties. This ensures that parties' attention is drawn to the implications of their agreement and minimizes ensuing satellite litigation over whether there was in fact an agreement or not. Third, flexibility in the size of the quorum. Currently, proceedings in the General Division are usually disposed of by a single judge. Clause 53 of the bill introduces amendments to allow the Chief Justice to convene a quorum of 3 or more judges to hear any civil or criminal matter before the General Division, if he considers appropriate. This may be the case where, for example, there are novel or important questions affecting the public interest, which could benefit from the collective wisdom and insight of a larger quorum. Let me now touch on one final amendment in this bill: proceedings under the Arbitration Act and the International Arbitration Act. Today, proceedings under the current Arbitration and the International Arbitration Act are heard in open court by default, unless a party applies for the matter to be heard otherwise than in open court, in camera, for instance. We have considered feedback from various stakeholders, practitioners, that as a matter of practice, it would be common for parties involved in proceedings involving arbitration, such as in those two acts, to make the application for the matter to be heard in private. Given that these applications relate to arbitrations, such applications are often allowed by the court. Hence, to better reflect the prevailing practice and streamline the process for parties, clauses 8 and 30 of the bill will amend the Arbitration Act and the International Arbitration Act, respectively, to provide that proceedings under these acts are to be heard in private by default, unless the court orders that the proceedings be heard in open court. This is in line with the overall confidential nature of such arbitral proceedings and will result in cost and time savings for parties who now do not have to apply for such proceedings to be heard in private. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our courts play a critical role in upholding the rule of law through the fair administration of justice in Singapore. This bill is the culmination of years of effort to redesign our court system to enable it to be future-ready and well-equipped to meet the evolving needs of society. The bill also implements the recommendations of the Civil Justice Commission and the Civil Justice Review Committee. I'd like to end by thanking the judiciary, members of the bar, and all stakeholders who have worked with the Ministry of Law on shaping the future of the legal system. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The Court's Civil and Criminal Justice Reform Bill proposes amendments to several statutes. The Workers' Party supports the bill and the majority of the proposed amendments, such as the ones related to supporting the digital transformation of the judiciary, the simplification of court terminology, civil justice reforms, and the empowerment of the High Court to grant interim relief in aid of foreign court proceedings. In addition to these, however, there are proposed amendments to the Attorney General Additional Functions Act. I seek clarifications on Part 4 of the proposed bill. In MinLaw's fact sheet on the technical amendments to this bill, the objective is to, I quote, clarify the scope of the Attorney General's right to intervene, unquote. And I have some questions on this part, as I alluded earlier. I will first summarize the proposed amendments in Part 4, then discuss the current position in Singapore law, and finally, briefly compare Singapore's position with those in other common law countries. First, the proposed amendments. The bill proposes a statutory framework for the Attorney General, or AG, to intervene in civil court proceedings where the AG is of the opinion that a question of public interest has arisen, and the AG is of the opinion that it is necessary to place information or make submissions before the court. A critical element of the proposed amendments is that the court is not to examine the merits of the AG's grounds for intervention, essentially the public interest grounds, before granting permission. The court is only to look at whether the grounds for intervention are adequately set out in the supporting affidavit. So although the proposed amendments say that the AG must apply for permission to intervene, in reality there would be very little room for a court to deny such an application. If the existing parties to the proceedings disagree with the AG's intervention, the proposed amendments place the onus on those existing parties to apply to set aside the permission to intervene after it has been granted to the AG. But while the court may consider matters such as the stage the proceedings have reached, prejudice to the parties, yet again the court cannot examine the merits of the AG's grounds as to the public interest the AG is protecting. This onus placed on parties reverses the usual order of things in court and the common law position on the AG's right to intervene, where it is the party who wants something who should apply for it and justify it. The changes proposed by this bill are extended to all civil proceedings. The proposed clause 4A3 allows the AG to intervene in any proceedings, and I emphasize the word any, that are not criminal proceedings and are proceedings to which the AG is not a party or representing any party. Clause 4A4 spells out that the AG may intervene in proceedings such as judicial reviews, any civil proceedings, family proceedings or quasi-criminal proceedings, appeals and proceedings before judges under the Legal Profession Act and the Medical Registration Act. Although Clause 4A4 is careful to point out that this list does not limit subsection 3, which, as I have said, allows intervention in any proceedings. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Workers' Party has no issue with the established position that it is the AG who is the guardian of the public interest in matters where there is a public interest component to a civil dispute or criminal matter. However, in a private law dispute, the bill before us today would allow the AG to intervene with the courts having no scope to assess the merits of the AG's submission as to what public interest the AG is protecting, and in the event an application is made to set aside the order granting permission for the AG to intervene. Can the Minister confirm that these amendments effectively represent a significant shift to the common law position on the AG's right to intervene? There is already a process under common law for the AG to apply to intervene and for the courts to consider the merits of the AG's application. It is a well-established procedure, and there is no case law in Singapore to suggest that the AG is fettered from intervening in the public interest. Quite simply, the current intervention process under common law appears to work well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to give this House the context of the changes, let me talk about the AG's interventions under current law and the AG's interventions in other common law jurisdictions. In Singapore, the AG may currently intervene through the authority of legislation or via common law. First, the AG has the right to intervene where a statutory right is given. For example, Section 46 of the Charities Act entitles the AG to be heard in appeals to the High Court against decisions of the Commissioner of Charities. Other statutes that give the AG the right to intervene in specific situations are the Industrial Relations Act and the Women's Charter. Second, the AG may also intervene at common law, as I intimated earlier. This process can be seen in action in the cases of Deepak Sharma versus Law Society of Singapore and ARW versus Comptroller of Income Tax, both of which are referred to in the explanatory statement. In the ARW case, the High Court judge stated in his judgment in 2017 that an intervener must establish his standing. He said that in public law matters, the standing of the AG to intervene is not usually in question, but that in a civil suit based on private law rights, the AG's role is not immediately apparent and must be properly established. May not be immediately apparent and must be properly established. From what the judge said, it does seem clear that conceptually, at least, a distinction is currently made between matters of public law and private law. In matters of private law, such as in Deepak Sharma versus Law Society of Singapore and ARW, the AG currently has to justify his application to intervene, and the court decides on the merit of the application. The government now seeks to replace the court's function of deciding on the merits of an application to intervene with the proposed amendments to the Attorney General Additional Functions Act that are before the House. Let me move on to the positions in a few other common law countries. In Australia, at common law, the AG has the right to intervene in cases affecting the prerogatives of the Crown. This right has been extended by statute to cases involving, for example, the interpretation of the Constitution and the Migration Act. For other types of cases, the Australian AG can seek leave from the court to intervene. In New Zealand, the position is similar. The AG has the right to intervene in proceedings affecting the Crown's rights, property, or profits. Otherwise, the AG must seek leave from the court to intervene in other cases. In Canada, the AG can intervene in constitutional matters without obtaining leave, but on non-constitutional matters, the AG must apply for leave. These positions are broadly similar to Singapore's current position. A distinction is drawn between public law cases and private law cases, even those private law cases that may involve the public interest. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government needs to clarify the basis of the proposed amendments in Part 4, both because there's already a common law procedure in place and the AG's right to intervene on matters of public and even private law has not been questioned by the judiciary. More specifically, I would like to ask the Minister the following questions. Number one, what triggered the proposed amendments? Have there been civil cases in Singapore recently that the government wishes it could have intervened in without having the court examine the merits of the grounds for the Attorney General's opinion as to the public interest under the proposed amendments? Number two, are there possible cases which have not occurred in the past which the government is preparing for as a contingency? And if so, what are these possible scenarios? More generally, and as an extension of the above two questions, are there new areas of public interest that have hitherto not come up which the government is trying to protect? Number four, how activist is the AG looking to be in applying these proposed amendments? And finally, if the answers to the above questions do not adequately address this, why does the current procedure, which is well accepted and widely practiced in common law countries, have to be changed? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the general aims of the bill, which inter are to support the digital transformation of the courts and to enable the Attorney General to safeguard public interest in civil court proceedings. On the first point, one silver lining to the COVID-19 pandemic is that it has hastened the digital transformation of the administration of justice in Singapore. Thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Law, which is led by the Honourable Minister Mr. Evan Thong, which launched the Legal Industry Technology and Innovation Roadmap in October 2020, law firms are supported in their endeavour to develop legal tech solutions, manage and mitigate risks that come with increasing digitalization, and benefit from the e-court model, which has enhanced functions such as system integration, speech-to-text technology, and leverages on AI. The courts transform quickly to regain lost ground in terms of lost hearing days, arising from the circuit breaker in April and May last year when it pivoted to remote hearings. I would like to draw from my own experience. Over the past year, I've attended numerous virtual court hearings and online dispute resolutions as counsel. The productivity gains and cost savings arising from the usage of digital platforms are significant and acknowledged by all court users. Hearings nowadays are also more focused in that the parties would have made full written submissions and the courts at all levels would generally take the lead in asking pointed questions of counsel before making decisions. All this translates to efficiencies in the administration of justice and provides litigants with higher value. For these reasons, I fully support the move to enact a permanent framework that will empower the court to conduct remote hearings or even paper hearings. This will ensure that these hard-won cost savings and productivity gains will endure beyond the pandemic. One concern I have, though, is how to ensure litigants in person, LIPs, who may not be familiar with or do not have access to video conferencing technology or have concerns about expressing themselves in writing, are not disadvantaged by remote or paper hearings. The Honourable the Chief Justice, in his address in the opening of the legal year this year, sounded a cautionary note on the impact of technology on such persons. He said, as we embrace and explore the greater use of technology, we must remain keenly sensitive to the needs of court users who are less technologically equipped or inclined, and ensure that technology is an enabler rather than an impediment. Unquote. In light of the Chief Justice's observation, may I please ask what measures will be put in place to help LIPs so that the interests of justice would be met? The Honourable Minister did mention that the raison d'etre of court proceedings would be to ensure fairness. Clearly, at one level, the remote hearings requirement can be waived for LIPs. But I'm just wondering whether there could be avenues for LIPs to learn how to have access to remote hearings, how to use the remote hearing functions, or even draft submissions for paper hearings. Another associated question I have is with respect to the intention to allow accused persons to appear and give evidence remotely from prisons. Again, conceptually, I have no issue. May I ask, however, how is it being proposed in such situations where they would continue to have access to their lawyers during these proceedings? How is it being proposed that conversations between the accused persons in prisons and their counsel joining in from another location in the course of remote proceedings will be kept strictly privileged and confidential? I now move to my second point on the matter of the Attorney General's right to intervene in civil court proceedings. I note that the provisions dealing with the right is premised on the standing of the Attorney General as a guardian of public interest under common law. This standing does not stem from the duties of the Attorney General as set out in Article 35 of the Constitution. I'm aware that the Attorney General's standing as the guardian has been recognized by the Court of Appeal on several occasions. Notwithstanding that, it seems to me desirable that the Attorney General's role as the guardian of public interest should be codified in our Constitution. As acknowledged by the Court of Appeal, the Attorney General's office is a high constitutional office, equal in status to the judiciary. His power over prosecution stems from a constitutional grant under Article 35, sub-Article 8 of the Constitution. His role as the government's legal advisor is also constitutionally entrenched. It's also important to entrench his role as the guardian of public interest so that whatever steps he may take to safeguard public interest in civil proceedings is derived from an exercise of power that is not only independent but constitutionally protected. In this way, his power cannot be trumped by ordinary legislation. My other questions are on the mechanics of this two-step procedure that is being contemplated when the Attorney General applies to intervene. In this regard, when I heard the Honourable Leader of Opposition mention that the power of intervention is based on common law, my understanding, that's not the case. Under common law, the Attorney General's position as the guardian of public interest is established. But as far as the powers of intervention is concerned, it's provided for under the rules of court, and in particular Order 15. So I note that at the first instance, the Attorney General here is proposed that he be permitted to apply to court to intervene without notice to other parties. In the event the court allows the Attorney General's application, then at the second instance, parties may apply to set aside the intervention. May I ask, when the Attorney General applies at the first instance, does he have a duty of full and frank disclosure? Now, as the Honourable Minister, who spent a lot of time in private practice, would be aware, such responsibility is usually assumed by litigants making court applications without notice. And to some extent, it may address some of the concerns expressed by the Honourable Leader of Opposition as well. On the twin threshold questions of, one, whether a question of public interest has arisen, and 2, whether it's necessary in the public interest for the Attorney General to intervene, I seek clarification as to what is meant by the words has arisen. Sometimes, public interest issues may not be part of the key issues as framed by the private parties to the proceedings. There could also be situations where, as was discussed in the Court of Appeal case of ARW and Controller of Income Tax, where the core decision of the court may not trigger a public interest issue, although the issue may have been discussed, but not perhaps being germane for the disposal of the case. My next question is whether it is intended that when a court decides that it's necessary for the Attorney General to intervene, it would still have a discretion to consider all factors which are relevant to the balance of justice in the particular case before it makes a decision whether or not to allow the intervention. This is the power that's provided for in the courts now, with the courts now under the rules of court, when hearing the usual joinder applications. I seek the Honourable Minister's clarification as to whether it is intended that the same approach will apply to the Attorney General. In this regard, I would say that it's not unusual for Attorney Generals to apply to intervene in civil proceedings because there could be situations where, for example, in my own experience, documents may be sought, and these documents may be something that is subject to state immunity. And in those circumstances, in safeguarding public interest, sometimes the Attorney General may wish to intervene. So from my own experience, it's not unusual. So I would like to conclude now. My 2 points may appear separate, but they are in fact intertwined. The first relates to a key moral imperative that in the administration of justice, the means of administration must not disadvantage any group. This speaks to the principle of fairness as put by the Honourable Minister. My second point is also a moral imperative that in the administration of justice, the source of power for the guardian of public interest, the Honourable Attorney General, must derive not just from common law, but from the highest law of the land, our Constitution. This speaks to the need for legitimacy. I would welcome the Honourable Minister's views on my suggestions. With that, I support the bill. Okay. Sorry, sir, I referred you as the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir. My apologies.
It's late. Mr. Louisa.
So this bill will support the digitalization of proceedings and signal a focus on amicable dispute resolutions, among other changes. The courts have shown remarkable resilience in this pandemic, adapting to ensure that the judicial system remains open to users and that justice is both done and seen to be done. I thank the registry and judicial officers who have worked tirelessly to ensure the continuity and integrity of judicial processes. I have 3 points of clarifications to make. First, I seek clarification on the court's new powers to order parties to attempt amicable resolutions in civil proceedings. Amicable resolutions such as negotiations and mediation work best when parties participate in good faith. Good intentions are critical. This point is underscored in the rules of the court. The rules allow the court to consider how parties acted during their attempts at alternative dispute resolutions when making its decision on court orders. However, with the new paragraph 23 of the first schedule of the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, the court can now order parties to attempt an amicable resolution. In such cases, the process is no longer voluntary and it raises 4 sets of questions about effectiveness and implementation. 1, has the ministry studied what cases are amenable to amicable resolution? Clarity on such situation will help the courts decide on what circumstances to order an attempt at an amicable resolution. 2, what constitutes an attempt at amicable resolution? Would there be clear requirements to verify such attempts? For instance, it may be useful to require that parties attempting mediation go through an accredited mediator. 3rd, how will the court ensure that parties participate with good faith in attempts at amicable resolution? I can imagine a bad faith party relying on the court's order of amicable resolution as a strategic maneuver by parties to prolong litigation and financially wear down opponents. 4th, would there be consequences of non-compliance with such an order? The Minister's answers to these questions will help ensure that court orders for amicable resolutions do not get undermined by bad faith actors. My second clarification is on a new section 79, which gives legal immunity to the court registrars and court-appointed mediators for actions that they take as part of mediation or alternative dispute resolutions for the Supreme Court. The immunity is limited to actions done in good faith and without any fraud or willful misconduct. This appears to mirror Section 68(4) of the State Courts Act, which provides similar protection for judicial officers and court-appointed mediators for alternative dispute resolutions in the state courts. Alternative resolution processes such as mediation and conciliation require different skills from hearing a case as an adjudicator. These specialized skills are honed by professional mediators and conciliators over years of training and experience. For this reason, judicial officers in the state courts are required to undergo basic training in mediation. With the extension of immunity to officers in the Supreme Court, will the registrar, deputy registrar and assistant registrars be required to undergo training in mediation and other alternative resolution processes? Will there be a minimum requirement that officers and mediators at both state courts and Supreme Court must meet? High-quality training will ensure that alternative resolution is a realistic and cost-effective alternative to litigation. Accreditation is offered by the Singapore Mediation Centre, Singapore International Mediation Institute, and International Mediation Institute, just to name a few. In addition, who will be the court-appointed mediators in the Supreme Court? Are there plans to set up an equivalent of the State Courts Court Dispute Resolution Cluster in the Supreme Court? How will the Ministry also support the growth of private mediation service providers? Private mediation service providers stimulate our mediation sector with innovation and competition. With the expanded reliance on mediation and similar processes in Singapore, we should integrate and regulate such private providers carefully. My third and final point is a proposal. Today's bill amends the law to allow various proceedings at the State and Supreme Court to be heard by a live video link. This is a welcome move that mirrors changes which have already taken place on the ground due to COVID-19. However, with more proceedings taking place by live video link, there is also greater risk of issues which may undermine the security and integrity of court proceedings. This includes, for instance, unauthorized recording of court proceedings, witness coaching, or poor internet connection affecting the quality of evidence presented in court. Will the court consider implementing a protocol for proceedings conducted by way of a live video link to standardize the way video link hearings are conducted? Such protocols should address issues from the testing of the video link to the arrangements that should be in place for witnesses to give evidence remotely. So notwithstanding these points, I stand in support of the bill.
Dr. Shahira Abdullah.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Court's Civil and Criminal Justice Reform Bill aims to improve the accessibility of legal services for everyone. On the whole, I do support the bill. However, I would like to bring up certain concerns and suggestions which I hope can be addressed in this debate. Firstly, under paragraph 4, the amendments that will be made to Section 5 is broader in scope than the existing contempt provisions for unauthorized audio or visual recordings. Anyone who makes such recordings, even if they were not the source of the original recording or was present in court at the time, would be penalized. If this is the intention of the legislature, would educational campaigns be held to notify the general public of this substantial change in contempt laws? Could I also clarify if lawyers and litigants in persons will also be prohibited from making their own non-official audio transcripts of court proceedings, trials, and hearings? Such recordings can facilitate understanding for proceedings that may take several days and are information intensive. Moreover, I would also like to welcome the amendments introduced under paragraph 6 through the new section 26A. The new amendments will allow for the presentation of evidence via video or television links. Expert witnesses from other countries can now provide testimony through live video link without having to go to Singapore. This will make litigation not only more efficient, but cost-effective as well. Additionally, in the midst of a pandemic, this is a necessary amendment to navigate the new realities of border closures. Secondly, I applaud the move to simplify court terminology to make our laws more accessible and understandable to the general public. Lay people will be unfamiliar with legal phrases that are often not used in everyday life. This move will improve the accessibility of legal due process for in-person litigants. That said, I would also like to highlight some concerns I have. There are inconsistencies in the terminology used for the civil and criminal courts and for the SICC. However, these new terms do not apply to the family division of the High Court or family court or youth court. This inconsistency may be confusing for both laypersons and lawyers and may cause both legal practitioners and laypersons to talk at cross purposes, given the similar sounding words with different meanings. Also, some of the terms considered archaic are to be removed by the SICC are now used as the new simplified expressions for the civil and criminal courts. This anomaly suggests a lack of agreement by the courts and legislature over whether such terms are archaic or not. Lastly, paragraph 10 introduces amendments to the Attorney General Additional Functions Act, which enable the AG to intervene in any proceedings, even though they are not criminal proceedings, to which the AG is neither a party nor representing a party, and retrospectively in the public interest. These include proceedings that are often personal and private in nature. Then these powers are extensive. May I ask what prompted this change? May I also clarify when it would be of public interest for the AG to interfere with the legal process of matters that may not concern AG's office? For example, when would an element of public interest arise in issues of civil or family proceedings? Could the Minister also provide us with the new types of scenarios contemplated that would require the exercise of the AG's new powers? The above queries are rooted in real-world concerns about the implications of the AG's new powers for parties to proceedings. For example, under the new Section 4A, once the AG is granted permission by the courts to intervene in any proceedings, he is deemed a party to the proceedings and inter alia, has the same right of appeal in the proceedings. Who will bear the burden of cost of the appeal if neither original party to the proceedings had sought for or wanted appeal? Also, would the Minister be concerned about the chilling effect of these new powers on the rule of law and litigants, given that it is possible under the new laws for almost every proceeding now to have an element of public interest? Mr. Speaker, sir, all in all, I believe the amendments will allow the courts to carry out their functions more effectively, and therefore I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the bill. The cornerstone of our legal system has always been access to justice for all. In pursuit of this aim, the judicial system must be constantly reviewed to remain relevant, robust, and efficient. Digital transformation and the citizenry, increasingly aware of its legal rights, necessitate our legal system to evolve accordingly. The key amendments in this bill are in the right direction to meet these evolving trends. I will highlight three key areas of the amendments, along with a few clarifications. First, I applaud the Ministry's efforts in advancing access to justice for all. Over the years, the Ministry has simplified complex court processes and improved accessibility to such information. For example, the Insolvency Office's website offers a comprehensive one-stop suite of information for bankruptcy applications. The information provided on the website is reader-friendly and tailored for laypersons. I fully support the Ministry's move to simplify court terminology within the amendments. An example of such simplification is changing the expression of subpoena to an order to attend court. The simplification of legal terminologies is similar to those undertaken in jurisdictions such as Britain and Canada. Academics have also advocated for such changes. Complex legal terminology in statutes can exclude the layperson from fully exercising their right of self-representation, as they are less able to be cognizant of their legal rights. As we move towards a more accessible judicial system for litigants and persons, we must work towards continually revising our laws to ensure that they're easily understandable by an average layperson. Now, secondly, the digital transformation wave has not spared the judicial system. COVID-19 has accelerated the use of technology, and the courts are now better prepared to leverage technology in legal proceedings. Now, perhaps the most important change is that of the advent of remote hearings. While remote hearings are practically unheard of in the justice system before the pandemic, it is now a ubiquitous feature in various jurisdictions. Now, the amendments formally legislate the practice of remote hearings. This allows the judicial system greater flexibility to dispose of matters efficiently. Now, evidence may also be given by electronic means such as live video and television links. This is beneficial for both the court and litigants. For example, obtaining testimonies from expert witnesses, especially those of experts located out of Singapore, can be extremely costly. The admission of evidence via video links can significantly reduce the cost of calling upon experts. Furthermore, crimes and civil matters becoming increasingly borderless, witnesses may sometimes be located overseas. The amendments will be similarly ensure that matters at hand can be disposed of expediently and reduce costs on litigants in bringing witnesses to Singapore. Now, notwithstanding the benefits leveraging technology that brings to the judicial system, I do have one area of concern. As with all forms of technology, the benefits of it are followed by risk of misuse. My concern lies with the rising prevalence of deepfake artificial intelligence. Deepfakes are created using artificial intelligence, whereby an existing image or video is manipulated and replaced with someone else's face. While deepfakes have been primarily contained to the manipulation of pre-recorded images and videos, there's been new software such as Avatarify. Unlike traditional deepfake software, it enables users to impose anyone else's face on their own in real time within applications such as Zoom. I worry that such software will become increasingly sophisticated with time. This increases the likelihood of manipulation during remote hearings where witnesses or even parties may be impersonated. It is thus imperative to ensure the highest level of technical standards in conducting such processes to preserve the integrity of the judicial system. Now, considering the rapidly evolving forms of such disruptive technologies, how robust are the current technical safeguards within our judicial system encountering such threats? How can video links be protected such that vulnerable persons' identities would not be revealed via hacking? Now, lastly, on the court's power to order parties to attempt to resolve disputes by amicable resolution under the proposed Section 23 in the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, SCJA. Alternative dispute resolution, or ADR, mechanisms are much more cost-effective in resolving disputes compared to litigation. Now, parties can, more often than not, reach an amicable settlement without the need to commence litigious proceedings. It also prevents Singapore from becoming increasingly litigious. However, I'd like to clarify if the court should consider the intention of parties in exercising its powers to order parties to attempt to resolve disputes by amicable resolution. There may be situations where one or both parties do not want to participate in these ADRs in good faith. In such circumstances, ordering parties to do so might be counterproductive. Sir, despite Singapore being constantly ranked highly in the WJP's Rule of Law Index, we must continue to build on our efforts thus far. At its core, the bill modernizes the form of our judicial system while retaining the substance and core objective, accessibility to justice for all. I stand in support of the bill, which ensures our judicial system remains highly receptive to the needs of its users. Thank you.
Leader, would you like to adjourn the debate?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the leader, I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate, what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Leader, Chairman of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the leader, I beg to move that it's rising today. Parliament do stand adjourned to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to 11 a.m. tomorrow. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Lewis.
Sir, last year we delivered an adjournment motion in this House seeking increased protection against second-hand smoke in our homes. The answer was a no. Today, I wish I could report that the problem has been solved, that actually nothing needs to be done. But this is not the case. In fact, the problem has slightly worsened. As SMS Cement said recently, quote, across many communities, our sense is that residential smoking has risen, unquote. Since our motion, many Singaporeans have spoken up. On social media, in news media, and in private messages, they report feeling tortured and trapped by their neighbours' second-hand smoke. I will share the stories of these Singaporeans. I will also share that a law already exists that makes smoking near windows and at balconies illegal. We don't need a new law. And I'll emphasize the power of deterrence. Not just enforcement of this current law against smoking near windows and at balconies, but deterrence, a power that we have not sufficiently drawn on. First, let me provide a reminder to this House on how deadly second-hand smoke is. About 1 person in Singapore dies every day due to second-hand smoke. This is based on the 383 deaths in 2016, and the number of deaths has been growing each year. Let's put this in context. This is about 5 times the number of people who have died in motor accidents, 7 times the number of people who have died from the coronavirus, and 12 times the number of people who have died from workplace injuries. Let me be clear. Death from motor accidents, the coronavirus, and workplace injuries are all serious and all need our attention. Indeed, I have regularly spoken up on these very issues in this House. My point is second-hand smoke needs our urgent attention too. Unlike these other causes of death, there is no preventive measure you can take against second-hand smoke at home. You can't, for example, take a vaccine. You can install an air purifier, but as MOH has said, it doesn't work. You can shut your windows, but as many residents know, it doesn't work. You can talk to your neighbours, but again, as many residents know, more often than not, it doesn't work. One resident, Kim, shared with me about how she begged her neighbour with her baby in her hands about how his second smoke was affecting her child. It didn't work. You can move house like another resident, Jennifer, did. She has moved house 3 times in the past 6 years and has been unlucky enough to suffer from her neighbour's second-hand smoke every time. She recently wrote to me at 1:30 a.m. saying, quote, our neighbour is smoking and we're unable to sleep. We're literally dying in our sleep every day, unquote. And honestly, how many people can afford to move house repeatedly to avoid the dangers of second-hand smoke? Is this fair for them? Condo residents don't have it any better. MCSDs have no power to fine their residents regardless of their bylaws. A condo resident, NC, spoke to her neighbour who smokes throughout the day at her balcony and was told that what she was doing was legal, despite the condo bylaw prohibiting smoking at the balcony. NC is worried about the health of her 2 young children. So let's focus on how this affects our children. We all become sick from second-hand smoke, but the worst is safe for our children. In a recent study published just a few months ago, researchers concluded that children exposed to second-hand smoke from pregnancy to childhood were more likely to suffer from ADHD symptoms. And it's not just ADHD. Second-hand smoke causes severe respiratory infections, triggers more frequent and more severe asthma attacks, cough, wheezing, breathlessness, ear infection, and a whole slew of other illnesses amongst young children. So these medical scenarios are not hypothetical. Parents write letters to me and they describe their lived experiences in these exact words. The letters sometimes read like horror stories. They know something is killing their children, but they're helpless to do anything about it. Take Ying Ying, a young mother with 1 child and another on the way. Her neighbour's smoking has plagued her family for 4 years. It caused her firstborn to suffer from bronchitis. She's now terrified that her next child will suffer the same. To quote her, quote, every time we want to open the windows for fresh air, we hesitate because we never know how much shorter our breath will become, unquote. Take another parent, Peter. His elder son is taking PSLE this year and studies at home while inhaling his neighbour's second-hand smoke. His youngest son has been coughing and sick as a result of the second-hand smoke. It does not make sense to suffer like that, Peter says. And it's not just children. Kelvin shared with me about how he has a family member who has cancer and they're worried about how the constant exposure to second-hand smoke will be bad for her already failing health. As he puts it, we're losing our freedom for fresh air. We've always taken pride in being a safe nation, but for many, home is no longer a safe place. It is a place where their neighbours cause them to suffer asthma attacks, bronchitis, breathlessness, respiratory infections, and they cannot do anything about it. So this government acknowledges that this is a public health concern. The Health Promotion Board states, quote, you wouldn't put your child in danger by letting him play with fire. So why risk your child's health by exposing him or her to second-hand smoke, unquote. I'm sure many parents agree with that, so like me, they choose not to smoke. But they have no choice when it comes to someone else's second-hand smoke. They need the government to step in. Here, we should remember that one of the most powerful forces in Singapore is deterrence. Indeed, it is fair to say that deterrence is at the cornerstone of our law and order. It explains why we have such low crime rates. But we know that deterrence doesn't happen out of thin air. It is a three-tier approach, and you need to build it starting from the bottom. At the first tier, you must make clear that the bad behavior is illegal. To be clear, the GPC for Sustainability and the Environment is not calling for smoking at home to be illegal. We know that it will be almost impossible to enforce a ban on smoking at home, and there will be no deterrent effect of such a law, as people won't be able to see people smoking inside their homes. So we're calling for the government to make clear that smoking at windows and balconies is illegal. To be clear, a law already exists. Section 43 of the Environmental Public Health Act empowers NEA to take any steps necessary to remove nuisances of a public nature. These nuisances, as defined in Section 44, include, quote, the issue of any fumes, vapors, gases, heat, radiation, or smells in any premise which is a nuisance or injurious or dangerous to health, unquote. That sure sounds like second-hand smoke. Why is the government not using this law to take a clear stance that smoking near windows and at balconies is illegal? Even without doing anything else, it would already reduce the problem of second-hand smoke in homes. I'm sure SMS Amy would agree with me that Singapore is generally a nation of law abiders. Singaporeans are terrified of breaking the law. It would also help neighbours mediate, as offenders can no longer say their behaviour is perfectly legal. It would help give more bite to NEA officers who already give advisories to those smoking near windows and at balconies. Their words would have more impact if backed by the law. Section 43 can already be used to stop smoking near windows and at balconies. In this unprecedented period of home-based learning and work from home, this needs to be done urgently. The second tier for deterrence is awareness. Our authorities has historically been very good at this. We've all seen signs by the police warning against scams, theft, and molestation. Again, we can make it clear that smoking near windows and at balconies is illegal under current laws. We can then leverage the new LCD screens at HDB lobbies to start an awareness campaign. These screens are near to where offences happen and are most likely to have a significant impact. Singaporeans respond when they know something is illegal. The third tier for deterrence is enforcement. This is the point SMS Amy took issue with when we raised our motion last year. To quote her, quote, cameras must capture the smoker smoking or holding a lighted cigarette as evidence for enforcement. However, a smoker can easily hide behind a pillar, frosted glass, windows, or curtains to avoid detection by cameras. Overall, this may entail deployment of significant resources without achieving effective outcomes, unquote. Let me first clarify that a smoker is unlikely to hide behind pillars, windows, or curtains to smoke. As a former smoker, I can tell you that smokers smoke at open windows and balconies precisely to get the smoke out of their homes. It would defeat the purpose to hide behind some cover. If they do hide, like how SMS Amy describes, then it would be a good thing, not a bad thing, because it would help contain most of the smoke within their homes. SMS Amy's concern is also about the cost and effectiveness of camera surveillance, but camera surveillance is just one of the many options. It is the last resort. Let me stress again that once people are aware that smoking near windows and at balconies is illegal, the vast majority of people will comply with it. I cannot imagine a person continuing to smoke at their windows, committing an offence right in front of their neighbours in a nearby block. I'm sure some neighbours will take photos of this and report the smoker or put it on social media. Deterrence, again, will kick in before the need for enforcement. For a small number of cases where smokers continue to smoke at windows and balconies, then enforcement kicks in. We start with advisories and then nuisance orders under the Environmental Public Health Act. As I mentioned earlier, NEA officers already issue advisories today, but they are not backed by the threat of harsher penalties, so they accomplish little. Used in conjunction with a law, however, such low-effort enforcement may be sufficient to end bad behaviour in most cases. I have no doubt that the majority of people will comply once they realise that the penalty for not complying with nuisance orders under the Environmental Public Health Act is a fine of $10,000 for first-time offenders, and in the second or subsequent conviction to a fine not exceeding $20,000 or to an imprisonment to a term not exceeding 3 months, or to both. There will be cases where the culprit repeats their offences despite the advisories or nuisance orders, and stronger enforcement is needed. To collect further evidence, we can first draw on evidence from complainants. complainants are often very capable of collecting evidence on their own. Indeed, we already ask residents to provide evidence of their neighbours smoking, such as photos or videos, when they bring a case to the Community Disputes Resolution Tribunal. Second, NEA can conduct stakeouts. It already does this for high-rise littering and bird feeders. Both of these problems kill far less people than second-hand smoke. Surely we can justify reallocating some resources. Finally, surveillance cameras remain a viable last resort for a very small number of cases. This is the reality. We're not asking for surveillance cameras to be placed everywhere throughout Singapore. This is not needed at all. For the small number of cases where we need to deploy a camera, we can minimize concerns of privacy by doing what we already do, point it at the facade of the building. These cameras are used by the authorities today to catch high-rise litter bugs, but they actually work just as effectively for catching those smoking at windows and balconies. Let me show you some photos of these cameras. These photos show how these cameras can already capture someone smoking at their windows without invading the privacy of the smokers and their neighbors. I will share these photos on my social media pages so everyone can see for themselves. The good news also is that NEA has improved technology. NEA has collaborated with GovTech on Project Balefire, which aims to detect smoking activities using video analytics. This has helped to reduce the need for enforcement officers. So there is no law where we have successful enforcement 100% of the time. But in the case of smoking near windows and at balconies, the chances of a successful enforcement are much higher as compared to high-rise littering. If we can catch someone throwing litter from their windows in a fleeting moment, action that takes a couple of seconds, then surely we can catch someone smoking at a window for a few minutes at a time, repeatedly throughout the day. Think about it. The chances of catching someone smoking at the window are also infinitely higher than the odds of catching someone right inside their own home naked. If the police are able to enforce the law against being naked at home, then surely NEA can enforce the current law against smoking at windows and at balconies. So we should be really clear about one thing. Universal enforcement is not necessary. This should be common sense. There is no law we enforce 100% of the time. We obviously don't have speeding cameras on every single road. In the same way, we won't need to install surveillance camera at every housing estate. Instead, what we need to do is enforce some cases and then publicize them. This will make clear that the authorities can and will take action. This is what we already do with so many public health hazards where universal enforcement is not possible. Racing on roads, cycling on highways, PMDs on pavement, being naked in your own home, feeding of birds, and so on. We clean up a few bad eggs, we announce it to all Singaporeans, and we make a point. So to conclude and to be absolutely clear, a law does already exist. Section 43 of the Environmental Public Health Act can already be used to penalize smoking near windows and at balconies, and deterrence rather than enforcement is the key. In this COVID pandemic, we have tried so hard to keep people safe. This has meant keeping them at home for work and for studies. But this also meant many more are now exposed to the silent pandemic of second-hand smoke at home. People need to feel safe in their home again. Deterrence is the power we have not used enough. Let's use it so Singaporeans feel safe in their homes again. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of this motion. Everyone is well aware of the harmful effects of secondhand smoke. The World Health Organization revealed that annually 1.2 million non-smokers die from exposure to secondhand smoke. 1.2 million. And 65,000 children die from illnesses related to its poisonous and harmful chemicals. It has also been found that exposure to secondhand smoke during pregnancy increases the risk of stillbirth, congenital malformations, and respiratory illnesses. With such comprehensive findings, it is evident that secondhand smoke has the same adverse toxic chemicals that smokers inhale. There is no safe degree of exposure for passive smoke. Unfortunately, I happen to be a passive smoker. Let me share my personal experience with everyone. I am residing above a neighbor who smokes by his window numerous times a day. A window is meant for natural air ventilation and definitely not for cigarette smoke to be emitted into our homes. Hence, whenever my neighbor below smokes, I will have to keep my window closed. On the other hand, I have a considerate neighbor who would take his smoke breaks near the car park a few times a day. The neighbor does this because he does not wish to expose his young son and his wife to his secondhand smoke. Over the past year, many of my Sembawang West residents have sent me troubling emails about them being exposed to secondhand smoke emitted by their neighbors. Given the rising number of people having to work from home as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, this will be a concern that we will have to address. I am certain that there are numerous similar complaints that my fellow MPs in this House has had to deal with. Most of the time, attending to such complaints do not end well and would usually be compromising the much-needed harmonious environment amongst neighbors. There is absolutely nothing anyone can do to help the innocent victims of second-hand smokers. The Town Council, HDB, NEA, and even police officers have been called up to assist residents in some of these incidents. However, no one, including myself as their representative MP, has any legal right to stop anyone from smoking at their window or balconies. While we can understand that it is not possible for a smoker to be able to quit smoking easily, it is important for smokers to understand that they need to be considerate and behave like my other neighbor who walks to a smoking or an open area to smoke. It isn't fair to expose non-smokers to the dangerous toxic chemicals caused by cigarette smoke, period. Smokers must always remind themselves to smoke only at allocated spots. Under the Smoking Act, there is a list of places where smoking is allowed. Some of these locations include open spaces in residential estates and town centres, surface car parks, top deck of multi-storey car parks, and uncovered walkways. Unfortunately, it is often seen that most smokers light up wherever convenient for them. Similarly, I would also like to clarify Section 43 of the Environment Public Health Act. The intent of this act is to protect residents from any fumes, vapors, example, in any premises which are dangerous to health. Then shouldn't secondhand smoke from cigarettes be included in this category? I would like to request that MSE consider secondhand smoke as hazardous to health. Separately, we should continue to have targets to bring down the number of smokers over the next 5 to 10 years. Our National Tobacco Control Program, introduced in 1986, had a long-term strategy to make Singapore a nation of non-smokers. In 2018, we had announced a target to bring the smoking rate down to below 10% by 2020. In the recent announcement made on 11 July 2021, we achieved a smoking prevalence rate of 10.1%, just slightly shy of the 10% target. Personally, I believe that many smokers do wish to stop smoking, but being addicted to the habit, it is often easier said than done. It would be good if we could introduce more aggressive campaigns to help those who sincerely wish to stop smoking, and also to introduce a convincing message on the dangers of smoking to our children at an early age. Singapore must continue to inch steadily towards achieving a nation of non-smokers. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a norm to work from home these days. The home is now an office for most working Singaporeans, and with that growing trend, we must consider the circumstances that non-smoking Singaporeans are in. Their home now substitutes an office that's often located in the commercial district. Offices in all commercial districts do not allow smoking. If you wish to smoke while working in a commercial office, you will have to go downstairs to an allocated area to smoke. We are simply requesting for some consideration for smokers not to smoke at their windows or balconies. There is no doubt that secondhand smoke threatens public health and social harmony. The living environment of non-smokers must be addressed. I am in favor for the call to ban smoking at all balconies and windows. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of this motion.
Dr. Amy Khor.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the members for their impassioned pleas regarding second-hand tobacco smoke in homes. Let me assure everyone that we also take this matter seriously and are doing what we practically and reasonably can to tackle this issue. As part of our national health policy to discourage smoking and protect the public from second-hand smoke, we have expanded smoking prohibition extensively to more than 32,000 places. In residential areas, these include common corridors and stairwells of apartment blocks, right up to the doorstep. We are now looking into extending the smoking prohibition to even more places. Through concerted efforts, Singapore's smoking prevalence has been driven down to 10.1% in 2020, half the global average of 20%. Mr. Louis Ng and Ms. Polly San have asked my ministry to prohibit smoking at windows and balconies to minimize second-hand smoke drift. We appreciate their intent, but as previously explained during a motion on the same issue in October last year, enforcement is not simple. First, let me clarify the intent of Sections 43, 44, and 45 in Part 5 of the Environmental Public Health Act, or EPHA, which are on the abatement of public nuisances through the use of nuisance orders, and explain why they cannot be used to prohibit smoking at windows and balconies. This part of the EPHA was enacted in the context of 1960s Singapore to provide for quick mitigative action to arrest public nuisances from specific industrial activities. It is not the purpose of the EPHA to deal with smoking prohibition. This is why the Smoking Prohibition in Certain Places Act was enacted in 1970. Part 5 of the EPHA addresses public nuisances that affect the public at large and not private nuisances which interfere with another person's use or enjoyment of his property, which is the situation with smoking in homes. To achieve deterrence, not only do we need the appropriate law, we also need effective enforcement. Unfortunately, NEA's assessment is that this is not achievable with current enforcement modalities and technology. If we were to prohibit smoking at windows and balconies, we can be sure that there will be smokers who will find ways to avoid getting caught. They could smoke in balcony corners or in toilets with windows or ventilation fans, which some already do. Smoke will inevitably seep out and can still travel to neighboring units, so the problem remains. We cannot prosecute people based solely on complaints of smoke or smell, or smoke wafting from neighboring units. We have to catch the offender in the act of smoking at the balcony or window, or have witnesses come forward to testify that they witnessed the act. Yet complainants are often unable to accurately identify the source of the smell or smoke. Each case will require extensive manpower and resources to investigate, with no guarantee of successful enforcement. Furthermore, to undertake investigation, we'll need to accept significant social trade-offs. As noted, smokers who want to evade enforcement are unlikely to stand in full view at the balcony or window. To clearly capture a window in the act of smoking at windows and balconies, cameras could have to be of sufficient resolution and trained directly into units. Their field of view would also cover neighboring units and potentially include innocent neighbors engaged in other activities. Are we prepared for such intrusive measures? These are just some of the many challenges faced in catching the culprit, given current technology. Residents could become even more frustrated as there is a law, but with great enforcement difficulties. Even for high-rise littering, where there has been a significant number of successful enforcements, many still express frustration that offenders have not been caught, an issue that has also been discussed in this House. As people spend more time at home nowadays, NEA has stepped up its enforcement efforts in HDB estates to address the issue of second-hand smoke in homes. 11,000 tickets were issued in 2020 compared to 7,100 in 2019, for smoking in prohibited areas such as common corridors and stairwell or flats, which can lead to second-hand smoke in homes. While this would be of little comfort to our members, Mr. Ng and Ms. Poh, Singapore is not alone in grappling with this intractable issue. Other jurisdictions have attempted regulation, and when doing so, they have done so on a very selective basis. And more importantly, they have not experienced clear success. Norfolk, Virginia banned smoking in public housing rental units in 2018. Non-compliance could result in the termination of the tenant's lease, a huge consequence. The situation improved in the first month, but within a year, the situation has reverted to what it has been previously, as smokers resume smoking at home. Why so? While the consequences were real and serious, the chances of being caught were not. We also need to recognize that there are wide-ranging views on this issue which touches fundamentally on an individual's right in his own home. Prohibiting smoking in homes, even if just at windows and balconies, is controversial. Homes are private spaces, and it can be viewed as intrusive for governments to regulate what people can and cannot do there. Last year, the City and County of San Francisco put forward a proposal to prohibit smoking in all multi-unit residences. The legislation did not garner enough votes and was not enacted, as some tenants contended that the ban would infringe on their personal rights inside their homes. For Singapore, we must address this potentially divisive issue in a way which strengthens rather than hinders our efforts to cultivate a gracious and cohesive society. For example, residents are coming together to discuss ground-up solutions to address neighbourly issues, including second-hand smoke in homes, under the Municipal Services Office, or MSO's, Love Our Hood initiative. MSO has rolled this out in Mountbatten and Mount Pioneer and will be bringing it to Bukit Gombak. We will also keep a lookout for innovations and technological solutions. In June, 2 designated smoking points, or DSPs, with improved designs were set up in Clementi as a community pilot project. We will monitor the outcome of this latest pilot study on the effectiveness of DSPs to reduce smoking in homes. Last Friday, MND called for proposals for innovative solutions on managing second-hand smoke from neighbouring homes. Technological solutions that remove second-hand smoke at source or prevents its drift could bring reprieve to affected residents. We hope to see promising submissions from enterprises. The pandemic has been a difficult time for all. For many, this has led to heightened tensions and fewer interactions among neighbours. Where there are problems of second-hand smokes from homes, I encourage neighbours to communicate with one another as a first step towards resolving the matter. My ministry has worked with various agencies to enhance joint advisories issued to smokers. In fact, most smokers cooperate, and thus far, less than 10% of the feedback we receive recur within a year. My ministry is also part of a work group that is reviewing the Community Dispute Management Framework. We are proposing enhancements to increase the effectiveness of the community mediation process and the Community Dispute Resolution Tribunal. The work group will share updates in due course. I want to assure members that we are committed to tackling second-hand smoke from homes and are monitoring global best practices and developments in technology and legislation. We stay open to innovative and practicable solutions and will continue to draw on the ideas and efforts of all stakeholders to address this issue for a more gracious and cohesive society.
Mr. Lewis, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick clarification. I mean, the whole adjournment motion is about using deterrence, not enforcement. I'm just wondering whether MSC feels that if there is a law, whether there'll be a deterrent effect and whether there's going to be a need where 100% of Singaporeans don't comply with the law. And I cannot imagine that to be the case, and I wonder whether SMS Amy can share her views on that. Thank you.
as I've said, deterrence will only be achieved not just with an appropriate law, but when there's effective enforcement. I think it is the case if with all the laws that we enforce, we know that you cannot be everywhere. You know, our law enforcement officers cannot be everywhere. But the fact would be that if the potential offenders know that it is easy to evade the law, that it's easy not to be, you know, the chance of getting caught is very, very low, then it will not be an effective deterrent. And I think the example I gave of Norfolk, Virginia, is such an example where they implemented the legislation. There was some improvement, you know, within a short period, but after a year, it was back to normal because the residents knew that it was very difficult to enforce the legislation. So I think for deterrence to be effective, obviously when you have a legislation, it is for deterrence. You actually don't really want to enforce if nobody breaks the law, but at the end of the day, if you cannot enforce it effectively, then it's not going to be a useful deterrent.
Order. The time allowed for the proceedings has expired. I adjourn the House pursuant to the standing order. Order. Order.